heading out into the B site, only into the M4 of Ships, who pulls out the sidearm to try to finish the job, but in doing so, might just give them a hold back in. Roy and Nezzy have just made this round realistic. Bomb's gonna be planted inside of the smoke. Rainwaker apparently not given enough indication with the audio cue. A little too far to the left. I almost would have imagined he was gonna spam it, but instead, just gonna wait out the smoke. Mezzy phasing it. Rainwaker aware of the possibility, but this kill is a requirement, and now in doing so, he puts himself into a 1v1. Roy, one of the veterans for Fnatic, well, I'd say so much so in the scene instead, has to pull this one out of the hat. There's no kit, but Rainwaker's gonna go for the full 10-second defuse, trying to spam it after 5 seconds. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he gives it up thinking it's a fake, but in doing so, he's just bamboozled himself. It's a full 10-second ninja, and Rainwaker, off the back of it, ties the game back up. It's close, but still, it's them back on the board.
They almost make the impossible happen right there, but Rainwaker bails them out again in another round. Incredible clutch from him. Balls of steel to go for that full 10-second defuse. But that's the exact right play to call out right there. And again, I mean, that started out 2-on-5, and it could have gone wrong, which is a bit bizarre given how well 500 have played. But that's a credit to Mezzy and Roy. We've already talked about these guys and their individual ability. Mezzy, he's delivering right now. He's finding big openings. Roy showing up in the server as well. They almost made that possible. So incredibly close. Rainwaker's one that you cannot underestimate right now. They learned it the hard way here. They're going to test him again, though. And this time, Roy, he's able to get his revenge.
And finally get on the board, too. Well, I guess that comes off of the last round's momentum, but that's one of the rifles taken down. I mean, you got to realize with how close that previous was, they're missing not only the AWP, but a handful of M4s, too. So to lose a player like Rainwaker isn't just impactful for the fact of taking down the top fragger. It's impactful for the fact that that's a rifle they just can't recover. So another 4-on-5 bids the way of 500, who need to make some out-of-pocket audacious play just to try and pull this back. And Denislaw is going to be the one to try to step up to the plate. Prepped all the way up into bathrooms. Maybe he wants to go for a timing peak to get some map control, but he's already done that.
Right now, they're making a lot of noise here on the fall-off, so they're very committed towards this B-side. Patrick going to line up a couple of opportunities, but misses out, and the trade is quickly delivered. Roy has a point of connector cut off as well, so getting past this line is going to be near impossible, and clotheslining Denislaw is so pristine. Ships needs to find another big multi-kill. Nikodas missing, so the opportunities arise now for Ships to close out this round, but Nikodas gets a second chance. He misses out on another opportunity. AK picked up more ammo in the chamber, but Fasher finally to put an end to the madness.
That was scary too, because he had a molly to use if he was able to find that first kill in pit, and I don't think they were in tradable distance, so he probably wasn't going to swing off it. Imagine a clutch like that going back the way of 500 would be heartbreaking for Fnatic, but it's not a heartbreak they have to worry about just yet. Managing their own emotions and staying on top of things, the lead once again regains. It sends 500 packing to a full eco.
That's a good position to be in right there. And again, you know, if you're going to lose a 1v1 clutch, if you immediately reply, it takes a lot of that sting of a lost clutch away, because you know what standing your opposition is going to be in. It's a bunch of USPs here. Nikki with a little bit of extra money, but I think that's probably prioritized to get an op in Denislaw's hands for future rounds, if that's a possibility. 5-man B stack right now. 500 trying to catch Fnatic off guard.
Yeah, I mean, it's not often you see stacks like this on a map like Overpass. Usually it's like a con push or a fountain crunch or something, but I guess maybe the element of surprise could work, though that's already pretty much been sussed out. Flash in, Pepstor's gotten the info and just decided to back away instead of overcommit. Youngster apparently no matter, playing like a veteran himself when you watch his movements. Maybe even find a couple of kills for the tally, too. Cherry on top and maybe even a round to go on the resume, but 2 kills, I guess, not all that impressive against USPs. Round's still not going to go anywhere near the way of 500, though. Quick shutdown and a quick 8th goes the way of Fnatic as 500 get one more bite back before things start to get out of hand.
Nice and tidy right there. And the closer. I think he will be able to drop that off over to Denislaw, though. That's promising. I'm surprised. I mean, obviously, Nikodas, he had a lot of support in his position. But taking those fights with the Glock there is so incredibly brazen. Didn't get punished for it, though. He does farm up those sweet eeks here. Now, it looks like Fnatic looking to pick up the pace towards this B side. They're going to try and move in quickly.
I'm all for it. I like a good pace change. This time they do go through a monster smoke, and it's already worked for a couple of kills. Completely blinded up. The pit defense crumbles, and Dennis lost no scope. Won't connect. It is squeaky clean on the hold. Once in a blue moon does a take like that work. They commit the cardinal sin, but the devil cannot touch them. Fnatic instantly go up to a 6th and 500. Head in hands, tail tucked. They run for the hills, but Rainwaker still might not even be granted the safety of a save.
Yeah, I can't believe the amount of success that they just had right there. Great utility usage from Fnatic, but 500, I feel like, had every opportunity to put a stop to that aggression by having 4 players at the start of the round towards B. Nets them nothing. Absolutely 0 kills even. That's what's so insane about this round, is that it's 0 kills that even take place right now. And I think maybe Rainwaker saved to save. I say that potentially. I don't know if they're really in hunting zone by now, but either way, the fact that they have so much presence on that B bomb site and it nets them absolutely nothing is absurd.
That is the worrying factor. And you think back to some of those holds that they put up against Complexity, even then, it was kind of weak on the defense, right? Where Complexity, they did end up going through that monster smoke a couple of times. Even when the utility was a bit poor, it still took 500 a bit of a sloppy hold for them to clean things up, and a couple of clutches sprinkled into the mix too. So never really felt like 500's B holds were all that consistent. And Fnatic, I told you, it's like this is a team that's going to punish you on those mistakes. They're not going to be so forgiving. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Where I know it's technically a better score than was shown initially versus Complexity, but it feels different.
It's got to feel different as well, man. The experience that Fnatic has already shown, the ability that they have gathered, and then again, we're seeing kind of a good showing out of Mezzy in an individual form. The guy is firing on all cylinders at the moment. I mean, all of this being a factor here is going to really lend well to Fnatic's opportunities. All of these different win conditions that we talked about heading into this game might not mean the most here if 500 can't figure out a way to punish them.
I mean, it's just crazy to me to think that as all of the Fnatic players are even in the kill feeds. Like, it's everybody has 7 kills except Nikados, who's on 6. That only reason that's really surprising to me is because Roy started this game 0-5. So he's caught up, started to hit a little more shots. Same thing goes for players like Nikados, Fasher, who are also stuck on that eggshell for quite some time. And it's starting to be the contributing factor. Oh, there's no way. There's no way he had that potential for a pick and just right-click the barrel. It doesn't get more unfortunate for that if you're Rainwaker. But it'll still get the task, man. They're just disrespecting him. They're going to go walking into the A site knowing he's here.
This is very, very scary. They don't want to test Rainwaker right now. 15 seconds left. If he isolates any more duels, he could get away with this big time right now. Fasher, rather, wielding the op at the moment, and he's let him slip on by. He doesn't realize in time. Bomb is planted, but Rainwaker's put things into a 1-on-2, and Pepster's down low.
Got to set up a crossfire right now, and you've got to play off one another to literal perfection, Roy. Timing could be against him right now as a couple of bullets spam into the truck sign. He knows Pepsor's there. But a laser-accurate shot from the youngster standing on Fnatic. It locks in 7 and avoids devastation. I told you, man. Rainwaker, you just disrespect him, and that's what's going to happen. They almost actually lose the round because of it, too. He wins every single 1v1 he's given. But the final hurdle, he can't close it out. The crossfire is just too strong. And Fnatic, again, are able to hold on. But that was an eco. So, no harm, no foul for 500. They got 3 kills. They did good damage.
Yeah, that's definitely the check off your box right there. You want, Rainwaker as well to continue to feel confident. But Pepster, man, he is delivering right now, leading the server, standing in and stepping up to the plate big time now. Nikados going to meet head-to-head to Denislaw, and I don't know if I really favor Nikados, but he is walking into his angle instead.
No.
This is so incredibly scary, but eventually Nikados is going to pull the pin on that. He'll spot the shoulder in time to open up proceedings and punish the aggression.
No surprise, too, when you think of an opera like this guy. Very highly rated and not for a fake reason. So with this 5-on-4, Fnatic are just going to hold for the time being. I think they've clearly identified the weakness of 500. I mean, you can already see with how many players are stacked up towards that B take. Fnatic, they have understood that no matter how many players 500 put on the counterpart against them, they can break through it. Still, though, they haven't fully committed, I'll say. They've got the Lurk and Mezzi potentially just trying to pull some presence into the A-bomb site, because that is also something 500 have been prone to do. These rotations have been so eager, so quick. And it's just another weak spot of the CT side that Fnatic are abusing.
A lot of trust in Rainwaker to hold things down, and maybe for good reason, as he just nails these kills so quickly. He has been solo on A plenty of times.
There's 3 A.
Just have support, and yeah, exactly right. It's just Patrick now. They've really been sold on this A side play, but they couldn't be more wrong. Patrick left on an island now, left his own devices. He needs to isolate these duels, but recovery has come through in time, and Chips bails him out. Patrick holds his own, and Nikodos, despite finding the opening pick, is left last man standing with nothing he can do.
And there's just not enough time to even make the case for this one. Like, you can find a couple of kills, sure, take some guns out of CT's hands. You know how impactful it's going to be, but with the timer now going against you, it's not so much in the fact that you want to hold on to the op. It's more so that, number one, you don't want to give it to them, and you didn't get anything money-wise back. So just, you know, you let him have it. You realize you made a bit of an oopsie there at the end. Bit disjointed on the site take. I mean, they had the right call. They had the right read. Mezzi, it was another beautiful play from him, at least beautiful call from him in the comms, but they just can't execute on it. Patrick was completely isolated there, but he bought so much time for the rotations. Rather, Fnatic just gave it to them that didn't matter how many rotates they pulled.
Yeah, it's a really well thought out round right there. Quick rotations, 500 able to close things out despite having maybe some miscues. Good time being bought there. Again, Patrick, one of the newer faces to this roster, but making sure that he's showing up in the server here to deliver some impact. So incredibly key.
Remember, on Overpass against Complexity, it was still an 8-7 half for 500. They still won the half. That might not be an option available to them anymore. As again, they've just lost the AWP and Dennis Law, but more importantly, they've given up another man advantage. Fnatic headstrong on hitting this B site, it seems, with a minute taken off of the clock. Nikodos, I don't know if they spotted him in the sewer pipe, but if you go for another jump spot, you're just a dead man walking.
Oh, and the lurk. Fasher, what was that turnaround? He absolutely nails Nikki to the wall and the jump peek right there. That is so insane. Fasher showing exactly what he's made of, but they're walking into the last 2 men standing, and bomb is just dropped on the ground. All of a sudden, this round starts to turn sour quickly. They're looking to pull things back, but they can't get the bomb just yet. They have to wait things out just a little bit, and they're pushing the extremities. Fasher gonna wait for that, though. And Chips puts Patrick on an island here on the B bomb site. 1-on-3 to work with, and he's getting flanked out as well. He's going to take the reposition in towards Graffiti a long way around. Can he get it in safe passage in time? He might be able to slip by the crosshairs, but they'll still be able to claim this B bomb site.
Is he ready for this? It feels like Patrick knows about this possibility. He's clearing all these little nooks and crannies, but Roy, I think eventually he's going to turn back to the wiser of the idea of him having been timed all the way around through Graffiti. Nikodos holding the right angle, but Roy, he might honestly timing himself. Like, you see how headstrong he is on clearing out all these different corners. But with the noise now given, Patrick, little does he know, he's being hunted by 2-3 players even, knowing that he's pretty much vacated into the A-bomb site. Nikodos wants to cut him off from going back into bathrooms. And holding onto this gun, well, it would be absolutely insane to be able to do right now if you're 500. Doesn't look all that possible, but it is if you catch timing of this. What are you trying to do, my friend? A knife kill to add insult to injury. But now it's a mission of hanging on to the AWP. Still being hunted, too, in by Roy, who went all the way around from that flank. Not too sure if he's going to be ready for him to be pushed this far up, but still lands the shot. And finally, respect given with extra cash to boot. Fnatic win the half, but by how much?
You got to see this right now. Fasher with this fast 180. That is so insane right there. What he has just done in this round is the impossible. Head on a swivel. Accuracy is pinpoint. And he's just delivered a winning half there to Fnatic despite, you know, some close margins there. 500 almost pulling that one back. Again, we're seeing a 5-man early B-side play. They're just going to go straight to the Monster Smoke kid, and they could suffer the same results or maybe something better. It will be Ships to pull things back nicely so, but Patrick's on low HP, and Rainwaker's already made the rotation quickly in towards this short side.
Does he peek, though? No, he doesn't. He just hides on the top here. And they're going to go ahead and test the waters here, no pun intended. No flashbangs, too, so this could literally just be a quick mowdown from him. Peeking in, though, Mezzi's got better wind of what's going on, and you've still got a very low member in the likes of Patrick defending this B site. So if Nikki can't get the job done, then I mean, you'd be in for a world of hurt, but instead they just go all the way back in a T-spawn, decide, let's regroup, see if we can't play to the timings in this round, and even Bogdan's Law in full effect, Mr. Bogdan's Law himself.
That's kind of tricky whenever there's a couple low HP bars, but it will be Mezzy wielding it in this occasion. Needs to be sharp here to deal with Dennis Law on his counterpart, although he's left alone on this A bomb site here, and he doesn't necessarily have the right angle at the moment. They could really scale up, and they could scale quickly, catch him off guard on the peak here. Mezzy hasn't been spotted, but he could be soon, and there's the immediate kill that's going to trigger this aggression.
Dennis Law finally gets something done with the AWP, but a little bit more required, in which he delivers. Nikita's left alone in the 1v3. Won't be anything close to achievable when you've got a hat trick pulled out of the hat like that. And I say finally Dennis Law gets something done, because there's been a lot of times where they gave him this AWP, and it's just been very unfortunate scenes of events. Like, he goes for these aggressive peaks, he doesn't land the shot. Seldom has he had that much impact on this map. So to finally see him get activated is, I guess, better late than never for 500, but they still need to capitalize on both of these final rounds. We saw a pretty decent T side out of them against Complexity, but I mean, this is Fnatic. This is a different team, and this is one that usually doesn't drop that CT pistol, so is almost a surefire lock to pick up the opener in that second half. And you just kind of got to roll with the punches at this point.
Yeah, you certainly do. It is definitely a different team, though, right now. That's what we're getting out of them. Right now, the individual form that we're gathering out of Fnatic, showing that they're clearly warmed up as well. Some nice shooting being done, despite losing that last round. Try their luck. I think that Denslaw needs to continue to show some ability with this op. He actually had a really good T-side versus Complexity, so I don't even want to count him out, despite having little impact here so far on the CT side, other than that last round.
That's true. There's an all or nothing buy, though, from Fnatic, and surprising to see considering the amount of success they've had this half is the fact that they might be down to pistols if they can't convert on this round right here, but I don't think that's something Mezzy's worrying about. He's too busy calling the strat of his lifetime.
Perfect smoke. It's going to allow him to scale up and put some serious pressure on Denslaw. He's going to have to call in some quick rotations. As you can see, this is actually flooding down 2 players in towards that A side, or at least trying to cheat that direction, hoping that they can catch him in transition.
They've done it so many times, you can't really blame them for the confidence. Look at this from 500, man. They're so just headstrong with rotating quickly. So quick to pull the trigger on the stacks, man. There's all 4 remaining defenders on B right now, praying, hoping Fnatic come walking into their crosshairs. And you already shown face of it. Like, you've fired off a couple of shots on that lower site. I don't know if they heard the rotation, but certainly making it known with how many players are peeking in Monster. And alongside that, this has all been spotted and calmed by Pepstor. They're going to walk into A for free, and I don't even think 500 are going to attempt the retake.
Yeah, probably going to just call this one a save here. As you can see right now, they're just waiting for this execute to take place, and little does Fnatic know that they're going to walk into an open and clear A bomb site. Easiest take of their life. Brilliant mid-round right there from Mezzy. Good information I can only imagine given from Pepstor as well. So again, I feel like even when he doesn't get a kill in this round, he's still having some impact. He's making some good reads. He's giving the good info that he needs to be here. And that's going to be a freebie round, all off the back of 1 pick. I feel like maybe, just maybe 500 are entrusting Rainwaker a little bit too much in the sole defense, right? Because he's had a hell of a game so far. But a lot of these rounds, he is left very far forward on this A side and very much so alone in a lot of occasions.
I'm just thinking of the future right now, because Fnatic have already earned themselves a 9th. The buyback from 500 is going to be just about as good as it was here, but the CT side is a different story. Fnatic are not known for choking it. They are known for very, very strong showings from the defensive standpoint, and 500 have next to nothing going for them. There's no momentum. You think past the opening pistol, they've won 3 rounds. Night and day from what we saw against Complexity, and maybe we're just falling a little back, a little more down to earth from what 500 are going to be capable of in this event. Maybe it was just a poor showing from Complexity more than a great one from 500.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of both, right, though, too, right? I mean, we know that Fnatic have themselves a whole lot of firepower in this roster. We know that 500 have nothing to lose when they head into that matchup. At Complexity, they have a whole lot to lose, right? They are still in a little bit of a slump period in this roster. So you can imagine it is a little bit of both right now. And we're seeing some evidence that Fnatic is showing that, that the complete opposite is true for them. They're operating on maximum confidence, and it's showing in the server, even with Pepsor delivering as well in an individual front. And Rainwaker, again, he's very much so isolated. Mezzi has another opportunity to take a duel, and he spotted him out. He's trying to play tricky with him.
Mezzi's been so good at just these long lurks, man. Whether it's taking this map control or keeping rotations pinned and pulled, like Mezzi has done it all on this map so far, including getting multi-kills. So that's just another problem that you have to deal with right now if you're 500. Already most of this counter utility span or used up too. Only one smoke left and a handful of mollies. And as soon as it fades, Rainmaker might be first blood given away. Denislov's, well, he at least got one. I'm actually kind of surprised considering the amount of presence that was there, but still, what's going on here? Fnatic, they kind of look a bit disjointed and disgruntled in this take, man. The bombs drop it bathrooms, and they just drop a smoke and jump through it. Okay, well, I don't know if it's a disrespect thing or just a no idea what to do here thing, but there was certainly a lot of mistakes there for Fnatic. 25 seconds, it's doable to try to pull this one back out of the hat, because Pepsor just cleared out B. With that kill, I thought maybe he was going to get shut down, but no, even on half HP makes it look easy. So this round instantly turns on its head. Fnatic now the favorites as the bomb goes down, and in the post plant, they've got the better of the two spots.
Pepsor, he's waiting for them to flood out of heaven, but he's been spotted already. So he's forced to reposition. Nikodasi needs to be the next point of contact.
Well, they know he's pinned into the site. What can you really do when you've got both of them swinging heaven at the same time? Who cares what Nikodasi can do? It's the Pepsor show. Double digits for Fnatic in a very beautiful showing there before the half concludes. Again, coming to the game, probably a little bit worried after that opening showing from 500. You think maybe they can make lightning strike twice, but then Fnatic wake up a little bit and send us back to reality, especially with a performance like that. There is no reason to sleep on them.
You can see the smiles on their faces. You can see the smile on Pepsor's faces right there as well, man, as he looked so very happy to close out that last round for the team, because a lot of it was his work being done. 4 kills right there coming through from him to close out that half. And again, double digits on that T side. I feel like this time it is going to be a little bit too much to ask of 500 to try and make this happen.
Well, it'll all be determined by the second pistol. There's not really much more to say to it than that. When we come back from the break, we'll see if 500 can make a run for the money.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And a continuation on Fnatic's very solid results here as they look to try and take overpass across the finish line with a 5-10 T side. That's very comforting for them.
Very clearly showing whether the favorites in the event too, man. It didn't ever really look like there were a couple of weak spots in that event. I mean, you remember they lost the pistol, so the fact is they pick up 10 rounds after losing that opening engagement. Really doesn't get more one-sided than that now, does it? They get to keep trying to extend, as you said. A second pistol would honestly probably be the beginning of the end with Fnatic looking in tip-top shape like this. But you know what? I'll hold my breath. Maybe, just maybe 500 can make a bit of a game out of this one.
Certainly so. They definitely can. They've already shown that their T side is pretty effective, so you can't count them out by any means. But this is just going to be a straight B brawl. They're looking to get more pistol round action, already kicking things off with a couple of opening picks. This time it looks to be a full team effort on this pistol, or maybe it's just Nikki and Patrick, the two new guns to the show, are going to find the openers there, and now Fnatic have to pull this one back from the brink.
If there was any way they were going to get back into this game, it was with a pistol win here, starting themselves off strong. These guys, very, very well known for their aim sometimes and their explosive presence on the map. It's most notably shown on this T side. So, hey, I can't wait to see what they have in store when the guns come out for both sides of the coin. But already 500 are ready to get themselves back in gear with the pistol round like this. And it's completely different from the opener where it was like Ships found 3-4 kills. Then it was close. Messi made a case for himself in it. Instead, it's just 500 from the get-go shutting it down, not showing any signs of weakness or cracks in the armor. And Fnatic have no chance to catch up to the pace.
Now, that's both pistols converted this time, but the scoreline's still looking a little bit rough at the moment in this occasion. But if there was ever a way to get back into this game, it would be by closing out that pistol, getting yourself right back into this one, quick and easy. There's going to be a first buy, though. Surprising to see this one come through from Fnatic. With their lead, I feel like you don't really need to go for this force buy, but they're willing to take this risk.
I guess they are, right? Because, well, actually, no, we didn't see the force buy from them in the first one. So, you know what? I will say I am kind of surprised because, while, yeah, there isn't any risk when it comes to the, like, flat-out round count, it's like, historically speaking, Fnatic haven't been that team to buy up after a loss. They usually just, you know, concede the second and then play for the third, but apparently they have some form of info or idea in their heads that they can contend here, and maybe they're right for it. Who knows? They've got some fairly aggressive and straightforward positioning, but the bait and switch is really what I'm going to keep my eye on because Messi's just trying to ensure that a couple of kills can come through from this close-range Deagle and Roy.
Yeah, looking for the bait and switch right there. The old tag and bag with the scouts, but Messi not able to land a single shot before he gets taken down by Nikki. Beautiful shooting from him. Kick things off, so a bit sour as this kickoff here, but again, Roy can do a lot of damage in this position. He hasn't been checked just yet. Yeah,
I was going to say, Glass Slipper's eventually going to crack on that one. Even if he got one or two, I can't imagine it goes far enough for them to contend in this round. So the bomb's going to go down. Pretty much round going to be one. Fnatic maybe just looking for a couple of exit kills or even just holding on to their armor would be warranting of this save, to be quite honest with you. But yeah, I was going to say that force buy was a little bit questionable. Because like usually a couple of MP9s into the mix makes more sense in my opinion, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think they maybe chose the scouts to try and take a lot of those long-range duels, which makes sense, right? Because they did play them in the right positions. I think they just got deleted for the most part. So in hindsight, it does look a little bit silly. But there's 500 kicking things off quite nicely here. This should be 10-8 once all is said and done, unless Fasher and Webster can do any damage with their weaponry. But all things considered here, if 500 can make this work, down 5-10 on the T side of Overpass, doing it back-to-back to competition like Complexity and Fnatic, and then people got to start really taking notes on how this team is working some masterclass T sides.
100%. Like 500 in the past, they've done it, but like if you can repeat that success against a team like Fnatic on land, there is no sleeping on this team anymore. There is no reason to doubt or Trout. I mean, look, regardless of the fact, it is the CT side that is going to be looked back upon with disdain if you're 500 on this map. But you're only really looking for like 6-7 rounds, something promising for this offense to get yourselves going. But this flash play could be the undoing of a couple of team members. Spotted out by, I believe that's Nikki, but I like the non-committal play he makes. Still have this big setup coming through from Khan. Don't want to let him get the guns, but I think it's a bit too far-fetched at this point. 1v4 for Roy. It seems like we're just getting ready to get a move on here for Fnatic. This first gun round, though, could mean everything, man. You lose it, and you could pretty much tie up the game off it.
Yeah, that's exactly the case right now. That's what it's all about. Trying to tie things up. Get right back into this T side here. And again, it looks like they have come into the second half revitalized with new energy. Showing that, you know, despite a couple of phenomenal rounds from Fnatic, despite the way they close out that half with a pretty stunning closer. Might not be enough. Peps are still topping the charts here for Fnatic, and that is scary for 500, but if they can still make do, if they can still close things out, it'd be incredible here. They have a chance to really get tied up quickly. Uh-oh, Nico toss misrouted there as he splashed up, and Pepser, the top frag, is taken down, and same case for Nikodas as well. They're getting away with nothing.
Those 3 kills are absolutely massive. I mean, 500, again, they're knocking on the door to potentially tie this game up, and Fnatic are running out of resources to stop that from being a thing. Yeah, sure, the Condors popped open, but they just don't have the manpower to counteract that anymore. Another kills through from the long flank. Ships held it from T-spawn, and instead of Fnatic pulling it back, it's just out-of-pocket pushes getting punished around the board. Mezzy, the IGL, left alone in the 1v5. His Ships is again holding for this smoke push. Is Mezzy gonna give it to him? Looked like he was, but instead just phasing it. We've seen this a couple of times from him. This seldomly worked out, and it won't happen again. Ships the double down, and it's a squeaky clean round for 500. Very well could lead to a tie game. It has to be a half buy or a save from Fnatic.
Wow, man, this T-side is just stunning. I mean, obviously that round is one of those, if you're Fnatic, you just kind of have to shake off, simply put, because nothing went your way. None of the kills, none of the opening duels, none of the opening exchanges were favoring you. But still, it was so impressive that they were able to get that done with ease right now. We can see composure, nothing but it. Stone Colder, 500 members as they gear themselves up to tie the scoreline here. This half has flown by us, and so has the lead if Fnatic don't win out on this sort of half by another timeout called out from them. This is their second utilized.
Yeah, and those smiles that we saw before halftime of Fnatic have quickly turned to serious game faces, poker faces across the board. Because, like, look, man, that little ground you had built yourselves and bought up coming into this half, it's just crumbled away in front of you. Deagle's the only thing you have standing between 500 and what can very easily be a tie game for the first time since, what, round 4?
Yeah, that would be an incredible resurgence here. Again, 500, maybe they get back to what could have been if they had just closed out a couple more CT-sided rounds, but all is forgiven if they tie things up this quickly, although that is not the easiest of tasks when Roy's deleting with the Deagle.
That shot was kind of tasty, and I think they even flashed Roy up to try to get another peek off that Galil pickup, but not spawning anything just yet. It's the trade coming back for me that means 500 are still probably the ones sitting pretty in a round like this. I like the way they're pathing up into the A side. It's a bit risky, but considering you know where 2 of the A defenders are, one being dead, the other in con, it's like, at most, you're going to run into like 1 Deagle sat in a corner. So if you just buddy system it up, there's not really that much of a risk to be presented against you. So I think the Cinderella story will once again come to an end. 500 get the bomb down. And now it's about doing damage again for Fnatic.
Didn't get anything, although sent right off the perch there is Mezzy. Sent packing there, and Pepzert looking to find some shots there. Looking to pepper in some spam, but cannot land it with the Deagle. There's Fasher, though, with a nice one. Only one, and then done there. And Roy, who kicked off the round, gets spammed down straight through the wall, and now we're all tied up as quick as can be. 5 strung together here for the boys over at 500. And they're starting to heat up here in this match.
This could be a make or break round 2 for Fnatic. You drop this one right here, 500 get their first lead since that second round, and all of a sudden, they might just be able to take this game by the horns. You think back to the 1 versus complexity, and I believe it was the same score they got stuck at, like 500. I think they went up to like 13, then it was 13 all. They just took it from there pretty much. Nikodas almost isolated by a Molotov. Rainwaker forced him back away, but instead it's the repeat that catches him. The op falls, and it's another disadvantage for the CTs. Oh,
Ooh, Rainwaker.
lucky break though.
It's taken down, yeah, straight through the smoke. Mezzy able to pull things back there. It is a lucky break, but maybe that's exactly what they need to get the ball moving on the CT side. It's still a 2-on-3. It still Ships in the server, who has been lighting up the server so far, but no longer the case. Peps are going to put an end to his reign. It's just in his law with the bomb in his hands, potentially soon to grab that one. And then we can start to talk about this clutch taking place here if he plays his cards right.
I think he's overthinking this one, though. Going back way around into Monster, expecting a flank to have already brewed up, but it's only the taste of defeat that he can smell. Yeah, sure, you still got Pepsor low, but it's the crossfire that I don't think you're going to be able to break through. Pepsor is not even committing to this fight, too. He's just spotting. Taking his sweet time, though. Denislaw wants to make sure if Fnatic rotate, they will do it. When he goes into one of these bomb sites, he wants it to be as best a chance as it can possibly be. Pepsor, though, with the spot now, is going to start to call in the board for rotation. With every extra second you give is all the more unlikely this round becomes. Fnatic, they won't even need the rotation. They'll just shut it down on the initial hold. Op recovered too. Fnatic get the lead back, so still 500 can't overcome this wall.
Tricky to bypass it. Again, consistent T-side success is hard to muster up, but what they have given themselves is this massive cash flow, this huge economic reserve that they can consistently rely on, so that when rounds start to go south, when things start to go their way, and maybe when Fnatic get a couple nice spams across the smoke, it's not the end of the world immediately. But that could be, man. Nikodas taking a little bit of damage off his teammate's shoulders, but still finds the opening pick.
They have two players stuck in party, though, and Ships is not going to let that go unscathed. Doubling down and putting the advantage back into welcoming hands for the Bulgarians. It's a 4-on-3, very welcomed as they go backing up back into what looks to be a B take, inevitably. Patrick's still tucked into this corner, too, and I'm not too sure if Mezzi's aware of this. He's lingering around Khan pretty loosely, man. If he would have walked out into water, it's another freebie pick coming through from 500. That's still a possibility. Mezzi not spotted, oh my god! It's a res issue, in all honesty. Patrick, we saw that for us, but he's probably playing stretched. He definitely didn't see that, so they're getting timings to a T. Mezzi going all the way around through T-spawn, unbeknowing to his comrades. They give him enough time. He's going to be the one to shut this round down. Still creeping, inching forward through spawn, and he's screaming at his teammates, buy me time, give me time. I've got the perfect lurk in play. Ships now with the AWP. The scope is heard. Mezzi, uh-oh, it's trigger discipline time, baby. Now spotting him. They won't turn around in time, and he's going to farm them all up. Bomb dropped into the welcoming hands of Fnatic. It's Patrick to not be able to close it out. Fnatic, the perfect timing play, bodes them another converted round.
The perfect flank right there. The stars aligning for Mezzi as he shuts things down in a massive fashion. Ships tried his darndest to deliver them this round, but look at this. Mezzi, not only does he find this flank, he even called that little nose flash that was being thrown in by Ships. So what could have gone wrong there is if Mezzi didn't activate on that flank in time, if he maybe chose to take down, a different player there in Ships, things could have gone wrong, but the players were ready to dodge up on those flashes. They were so well prepped for what was to come. And Mezzi, again, we highlighted him coming into this series for all the right reasons here, as the impact cannot be understated.
So here's the thing. I love Fnatic calling this timeout, because while they did win these past two rounds, they're both very, very individual oriented. Something that's not going to be repeated. You had I believe it was a multi-kill coming back to defend off the B site in the last, and then there it was the timing for Mezzi. The moral of the story is it's not consistent success. So they want to figure out what's going wrong so they don't have to rely on the individual hero plays. They can go back to this defense that used to work against some of the best teams in the world. That's exactly what that timeout's for. Just because you win a round doesn't mean you made the right call. Fnatic understand that to full effect, but the rifles come back out and their money is still as fragile as ever.
Oh, Rainmaker gonna open up proceedings there on the Mezzi, so this time his impact not gonna be fully stated. Denislaw, just a narrow miss. Had an opportunity to switch the tides in their favor, but right now that's not the case, and that's a lot of information gathered as well. So Fnatic, a lot of these members lucky to walk away with their lives right now. I'm noticing Roy. He's deep and posted in towards this long angle, this fountain position, but what he doesn't realize is they've snuck by towards connector, and even despite the ground being taken from Roy, they have all the wrong reads.
They know about this potential. You saw Denislaw, he scoped in, he's aware of this possibility, and they might not even know how far forward they are. Right, with that kill coming through, they might have just calmed. Yeah, they're coming up fountain now. It's only the footsteps in the bomb plant on A that really gives away the entire game plan here. And Fnatic in the 3-on-4 with the money as weak as it is. Do you really want to go for this retake? Nikodas mollied out of position. You've got to already wait for more utility to start fading away. I honestly think that smoke coming through is going to incentivize it. Yeah, they just give it up. Let them have their 11th. They've deserved it. It's well earned. And 500, I mean, it should have come a long time ago. But again, the story is better late than never. This late resurgence is starting to come to form again.
Unbelievable. Beautiful work being done right there. For 500 nailing the timing. And again, man, I feel like you talked about this coming into our first match, but it's something we didn't really mention in the second one if you're just tuning in. But 500, the core of this roster, the communication, the long-standing, you know, core of this team, it certainly shows in certain rounds, and I think that is one of them. The preparation, the communication to just be prepared for that sort of fountain flank when 3 players are pushed up connector. That's just something that a lot of players wouldn't anticipate and a lot of teams wouldn't communicate. But 500 make sure to cross all their T's, dot all their I's in every last round, and that might be just what it takes to cross this finish line.
I also want to say, like, at this point, I don't even think, like, it matters whether they win or lose. My mind is set. 500 are a team to be reckoned with. So, like, literally just this one performance right here, the fact that they're making it this competitive, yeah, it had its holes on the defensive front. Yeah, there were a couple of mishaps in this half so far, but it's like, that was their 6th round already, and there's still plenty of time left to play in regulation. I'm sold on this 500 train. I think they have what it takes to make playoffs, if not already have locked themselves into a comfortable spot to get there. But still, you'd love to take this away from Fnatic, and it's not impossible in the slightst. Vi is brought back out from Fnatic, but on the brink of a save call if they can't pull this round out of the hat right now.
Yeah, I mean, just talking about the Titans in this group right now, I think you got to say it's probably going to be the big 3 of complexity. Maybe that's my NA bias showing, but alongside it is going to be Fnatic and then Bad News Eagles. Astralis obviously operating with a couple of stand-ins, so you might discount them a little bit, but they can still do some damage. But if 500, if they take down 2 of them in the first opening matches of the day, that's where we start to talk about some serious playoff contention. That's where this roster can do some damage, and they are certainly getting close to that point, man. These T-sides are looking phenomenal, and it's the exact same plays that caught complexity off guard that they're going to run back versus Fnatic, hoping to exploit this alongside the lack of presence here. And there's certainly a lack of presence as they'll scale far and deep up towards long before Fnatic are prepared for this.
They're going to pop through this smoke too. Mezzi might get caught off guard by this, throwing in a Molotov over towards Dice. It's going to get a lot of damage done, including kills amongst it. It's the IGL doubling down to fend off the A site solo dolo ships. He spotted the op in bathrooms, but they need to get this plant in, and Dennis Law, that kill does just enough to allow it. Rainwaker,
One more.
hit far behind on the flank. Oh my God,
down.
Roy, that's murder. But still, you're right. They do get the bomb down. That's insane. Needing to stay alive, those ships. Him falling could be the end of times, man. He almost had Roy caught with his back turned, but even though it's planted for him, this seems next to impossible. Nade's going to go deep, but it won't be deep enough. Faster going to be able to stay alive, and it's not even planted in the default spot. 500. I liked the call, and I liked the creativity they brought to the round, but I don't know, man. It's like they contacted up long. They took all that space, and they just drop a smoke. Like, they tell Fnatic they're there.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? That was my one problem with that round, because everything else was looking very promising. And honestly, I think they almost got away with it because of the timing that they were like gifted by Mezzi, right? Because he has his molly, he's throwing the utility out as soon as they push. That molly ended up helping him out quite a bit, and the multi-kill that he delivered was everything. Because if he doesn't get 2 there, I don't think that Fnatic win the round. So again, the impact of this IGL is unbelievable. Nikotas, though, risky flick, but he hangs around. He goes for seconds.
Speaking of going for seconds, Roy does just that and almost even doubles up with it. Maybe he does know Denislaw on the sidearm has the trade. 1.5 is worth it if you're Fnatic right now. You get the info, you get away, you get Nikodas to go into a more defensive position, and Fnatic can now play around the info they've been gathered up. Mezzi on the rotate. Still keeps 2 on this upper bomb site, but that's what 500 want. They've weakened up the lower site's defense. They're going to try to attack it off that.
Yeah, just moving in quickly towards this B-side again. Caught with utility out Pepser. He's got to nail the first shot, though. Has a chance for seconds, and he will find it. He's delivering big time. 3 headshots on this B-hold. And he's going to send Denislaw completely scared and afraid away from that B-bomb set, as far away as you can get from this super stand-in. Fnatic holding down the line, and young gun here filling in for some old veterans is showing so much teeth.
That was so good from Pepsor, man. I mean, this guy is the super stand-in, but my question is, why do they have ships throwing those flashes? Like, Denislaw throws his flashes over to his teammate to nose flash them out. Why isn't he just throwing them? That made no sense. Because now instead of having 3 people going out monster, and now it's a 1v3, you give him 2 isolated duels, Pepsor doesn't miss them. Like, take a gander here, right? Ships is back throwing flashes instead of going out with his team. It's just all isolated, individual duels. And Denislaw, he very easily could have and should have been the one throwing those flashes in. That's the biggest thing for me. Obviously, the round still went so one-sided, you don't really know if that would have changed the outcome, but it certainly would have made it more convincing.
There's no doubt, man, but I don't know, man. Peps are just delivering constantly, man. How could you expect the stand-in to do this much for Fnatic? He's looking to pull them across the finish line. I mean, that round's certain to get them close to it. 14 now. Looking to lock things in. And 500, they really have to play flawless from here on out. They lose this force buy, they'll be staring down the barrel of defeat here, and that's not the way you wanted to kick things off. Your scout taken down. The rest looking to press the issue.
They're already up into the site, but they haven't cleared the corner. Sneakados, Roy, the dynamic duo coming all the way in from Copenhagen. Flames still showing that cohesion on this roster. And holding down the A site without breaking a sweat. 15 easy rounds added up for Fnatic with 4 match points to kick off their group stage with a win.
Yeah, that's much more like it. That's a very comfortable hold right there. Beautiful work being done from Nikodos. Finally, he's able to land some nice shots and gets the job done. Good work coming through from him. And it's got to be a look at this Tech 9's Deagles in play here for 500 to try and get them back into this game. And 4 rounds in a row required is not the prettiest of prospects.
They've already taken a lot of flak from the nade damage. I think they understand the sign of the times. This one's over. A couple of molly kills already seals the deal. With the bomb dropped in the CT's hands, Pepsor looks for more. It is a super stand-in. He ends it with another big 4K. And this guy, you couldn't ask more of him. It's beautiful stuff from Fnatic, and I am not surprised at all to see them win after a performance like that.
I mean, he ends up with 28 kills right there. That is absolutely stunning work coming through from this guy. Again, he came through, slided in at the last possible minute here, as the roster has just recently faced so much success over in Rio. They hop in, and he is just constantly delivering. He's in, somewhat tricky positions as well. A couple of those B anchored spots where he delivers massive multi kills. I don't know how he continues to show this form, but Crims, he's big shoes to fill, and Pepsor apparently the right player to do it.
Yeah, I like that you point that out. Like, it's just really impressive, not only in the fact that he finds the multi-kills, but where he finds them from. He's sitting in spots where you're only usually making info plays, dropping utility, playing anchor roles, and just staying alive for your teammates to come in on rotation. And in these roles, he's finding 3 or 4Ks every time they come towards him. That's something you can't teach. That's just excellence from that individual.
That's something we always talk about from young players as well. Are they going to show that experience that the veterans always have delivered and that they have shown it is so necessary at the top level of Counter-Strike? And the answer for a lot of these young guns is quickly, yes, they can deliver. And that's exactly what Pepsor has shown. I mean, even on those B-side plays, I talked about this in Mezzi's IGLing style here of kind of calling in a loose game. I feel like Pepsor, he really didn't need any micromanagement because every play he was making on that B-side lurk was the right call. He was making the right reads. He was delivering, finding those lurking kills when the rest of the teammates were hitting A, and he actually won them a couple of rounds just via doing that and taking that space. So again, man, the impact that he has just given in map 1 here to deliver them that victory over 500, who's seemingly a very tough competitor, is so incredibly impressive.
Right. I mean, again, obviously, we talk about 500 now being confirmed as a tough competitor. It's like that does all fall down with the fall of their CT side. You think they only got 5 rounds. That's not something that's going to fly on Overpass. And going forward, I hope to see them fix those issues. But for now, set in stone the result. Fnatic, they take it, and I'd say a pretty convincing fashion. Still a couple of games to go today, so don't go too far. We'll be right back after a break.
We We have a solution for it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
A worrying game that Fnatic are able to hold on to. In a 16-11 win, the favorites come out on top over 500. Now we get to see them against a little heavier opposition, I'd say, or, well, depending on what you count as it, because Complexity, well, coming into this event certainly seemed like the better team than 500, but if you watched that game earlier today, you might beg to differ.
Yeah, I mean, hey, score doesn't lie there, and score certainly favored 500. Now, in this matchup here, I like the way this day is shaping up right now because we got to see both teams test their mettle up against 500 on Overpass. Fnatic, the victors, Complexity took the L, so now you have to test on each other, and I don't know how it's going to look like in this matchup. Again, I'm very interested to see what sort of playing field we get, given the fact that we already got 2 best of 1s on Overpass out of these 2 teams. Wouldn't be surprised if we got it again, but I mean, all that being said, it's going to be a real test of how Complexity hold up against what is a Fnatic that is looking in very good form. Despite some struggles there from 500, I think they still closed out in pretty confident fashion. They had the individuals showing up, and everything according to plan there in the closer as well.
Yeah, and they need to shake off the rust, man. They really can't let that result get the better of them. 16-14 in the favor of 500 earlier is just not the opener you were looking for if you're Complexity. And now you go against the team who just, I would like to say whitewashed them. You come in from their T side and you would have thought so, considering it was a 10-5 finish, but kind of slipped up a little bit there in the ending parts of that half. It was 5 rounds in a row off the rip. 500 were making a gunning for it. It looked like they were going to be able to pull it off. Then couple of unfortunate mishaps go against them. Fnatic, they use as many tack pauses as it takes to get themselves back on track, make sure it isn't just flash in the pan, and what do you know? Carries them across the finish.
Yeah, I think that is a really good distinction you've already brought up here, is that in the effort that 500 had in the comeback versus Complexity, in which they had to pull things back just a little bit to close out that map, you didn't see as many timeouts. You still did see some timeouts, but it wasn't all there. But what we saw so much better was Fnatic calling in these pauses that led to immediate success. They were able to really unify that A bomb site defense. It was something that actually Complexity got exploited on multiple different times in multiple different rounds versus 500. And that really led to a comfortable closer for Fnatic versus Complexity, who let that map slide out the wayside there despite their best efforts.
Yeah, but when it comes to the case of maps, I don't honestly there is the world where we see Overpass again, but I actually don't think we will, because I feel like this veto will play out differently enough to where, you know what, at the end, one of these teams is going to say, maybe not the best idea to go against them on it. Both of these teams are very well known for how good they are on Overpass. So you could honestly outplay each other with the exact same logic and just go into something else.
I think if anything, if you're Complexity and you're just watching that game, you probably want to avoid it, but I don't know if they will. Right, there's definitely a good option here and a potential of nuke in the cards here for these 2 teams. I think it's really just a decision between Complexity of whether they want to lean in towards a nuke or whether they want to head in towards Overpass. And honestly, after the result versus 500, the slight struggles that we witnessed on that A bomb site on the CT side, the defensive half, I think that they'll probably head in towards nuke. And Fnatic, again, still very promising on this map, but also I think they're willing to let that one slide.
100%. I mean, again, this goes both ways, but I think the more important factor is who's going to show up now for the likes of Complexity, in all honesty, because there's cases to be made for either of them. Fang, he looked so good against 500. It was just the team around him that didn't really build themselves up with it. But you speak of individuals looking good, and you have, as you crowned, the super stand-in as Petsor, who finished that game with 28 kills. Even in anchor rolls, he was dropping multi-kills time after time. You put up that performance against Complexity, and I don't know if they're ever going to be able to resurge in this game.
Yeah, he's going to be such a big X factor. He was in that last matchup. Man, he just could not be tamed. He could not be stopped. It felt like every round where he found one, he continued to snowball the effect in the server. And he's certainly filled in the shoes quite nicely here of Crims. If he continues to deliver here in this event, man, Fnatic, they're going to show no signs of stopping. I kind of touted them as the Titans in this group here off the back of their performance at the major, and for good reason. Although I thought they were going to maybe be, slowed down by the fact that Crims isn't on this team right now. The issue is Pepser has stepped into those shoes, and immediately he's even overperformed. He's probably surpassed expectations of what he can deliver.
Yeah, and you wonder if anybody's going to have to take that torch away from him this game. Like, again, it didn't ever really feel like they were breaking a sweat when they got into their groove on the CT side. Again, yeah, it was a slow start. You gave a lot of rounds over to 500, and you even had me worried for the potential comeback, even after a couple of rounds from that point forward. But, like, they held on. They looked really good individually, and as a team, even more so put together, which you can't say the same for Complexity. Their T side, after all those initial gimmicks were expended from their utility belts, it's like they lacked depth. They didn't really know what to do. They were having more struggles going into sites and taking map control, having struggles winning rounds, and that continued on the CT side. Now, the CT side of Complexity was theoretically better than 500's, but still, I just don't know if you're going to get that much breathing room against a team like Fnatic. They really destroyed 500 on the defensive perspective coming into it from that T side. It's like you do that against Complexity. I don't think you're just getting 10 rounds. It might go further than that. Do you really lose 2 pistols on that map back to back? That's if we go there, but I still think the answer is no.
Yeah, Complexity probably going to look to avoid that. Now, there's a lot of different options that Fnatic go for in this veto. And one thing to note is I'm wondering if they're going to try and get a nuke banned early just to try and force a hand towards an overpass decider in this best of one. We'll have to wait and find out here as Inferno, and we'll see if overpass ban comes through. If it doesn't, I imagine overpass is going to be where we finish here once again, 3 in a row. But we'll see what Complexity go for, and it's a vertigo ban. So now Fnatic, they have an option. Do they want to test the waters? They will actually ban overpass and go in towards nuke. I think that this is a very promising option. They've shown a lot of ability on this map. It is a little bit surprising given the slight issues that we've just seen out of Complexity's overpass versus what we've just witnessed out of Fnatic's strengths on that map.
Yeah, I definitely thought when I realized it's Fnatic who get the choice of picking the map in the end that they would have just gone ahead and rode that out with Overpass. Again, they looked so good on it, very convincing. A couple of mistakes on the CT side that were adjusted for. And you add to the fact that Nuke is technically Complexity's best map. Now you're going onto their own home turf and battling them on it. Yeah, you might be catching them a bit upset, a bit off guard with how they performed off of the first game. I don't know if that's still going to be in their heads or not, but if it is, maybe this is some genius pick that we're just not ready to accept. It's not like Fnatic have a bad nuke, but just doesn't really feel right.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it is a bit surprising that we see this. I feel like Complexity have shown some real strength. Now, the competition that they have taken on is a little bit wavering here and there on Nuke, so maybe that's why their statistics are looking that good. But one thing is for sure for Complexity is that they've got to be feeling a whole lot of pressure. They've opened this one up with a big loss, something that I really didn't know if they could really afford here, especially when they have to face Fnatic in the very next matchup, one of the titans of this group, as we've often been calling them. The fact that Cole opened up with a loss to 500, a team that on paper they should be beating, is going to be very, very tricky here. They need some early wins to try and bounce back and resurge, build some form, because not only are they dealing with a slight lack of confidence from other events here, but definitely a lack of confidence from their opening loss.
Yeah, that was something we talked about a little bit. Coming into the last Complexity game was the poor performances, not only to open up the group here, I guess now in hindsight, but more so in the events prior where they fumbled out of the RMR, even in the Blast Showdown, as you said. They lost to a team like, well, Sharks, who some people might not know, but is not a team Complexity should be losing to. But I guess there is some reimbursement in the sense that both of these teams have had some similar struggles against 500. We can say again in hindsight that the CT sides were a bit lacking for both of them. It seemed like they couldn't really get the better of 500 in the aggression, the weird pace they threw into the table. Definitely caught them for the better side of 5 or 6 rounds going both ways. But now you're going onto a whole different map where the T side's going to be even harder to have success. So maybe those CT sides just get buffered up by the map you go on to.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the case here, but we've seen both teams struggle. We've also seen Pepster not struggle at all here. We talked about these head-to-head matchups that we've witnessed out of these two teams, and we highlighted Fang on the other end of things. I think Fang had a hell of an opening to this event, yet still losing out in that map. He showed some real impact. Pepster, though, on the counterpart, man, I don't think his impact could have been stated here. Now, he's on different territory. Nuke, it could be a little bit more tricky of a task to work as effectively. Again, I think Mezzi's going to really need to step up and fill some big shoes here in the IGLing department and trying to move the pieces here just a little bit, maybe get into some styles that he's less comfortable in. But they clearly picked into this map for a reason, right? They had the opportunity to try and run it back into another map of Overpass and try and test complexity, in which they've already shown some weakness. But instead, they elect to go into a nuke, a little bit of different territory than what both you and I expected. And now, I mean, with that in mind, I wonder if Fnatic, they have any tricks up their sleeve being the case.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they do. Again, it is not a bad map for Fnatic. It's actually pretty decent. They showed some good stuff on it in the major, but still, it's the only reason I was questioning it was because it wasn't their best map, at least statistics-wise and with performances of recent history. But now, thinking of the few games we've seen so far in this group, this might actually be the most impactful knife round coming up that we've seen all day. Because, there's a lot of unknowns coming into this map. Or complexity, maybe just not feeling themselves on Overpass. Maybe it was just shaking off the opening day blues that came a little bit too late. There's a lot of different queries that could potentially coincide with complexity or Fnatic taking this one away. But the knife round just could mean all the much more, right? Like, if you get the option to start on the CT side, this could be a completely different game.
Certainly could be. Yeah, you're exactly right here. We'll take a look at the standings so quickly, and we can see right now Salt sitting at a 0-2 scoreline here. Again, they're coming into this event, I think, as the clear underdog. 500 was kind of the underdog that we were talking about, could get some serious wins. Saul's definitely in that same boat, but I think they're a little bit further behind the 500s of the world. And obviously, complexity and scary territory as well. They're looking to tread some water here in this next matchup, but only 3 teams going to be moving on to playoffs to take on some of the tough competition that is ahead of them. And, complexity kind of in a scary position here, especially if they do fumble this one to Fnatic.
Yeah, this is almost a required win. Honestly, it's not so much in the fact that you need it this early on. It's more so that, do you really want to bink your entire playoff run on a potential reverse sweep of the group, considering Astralis is still in the mix there? It wasn't a great showing from them in the opener against Saw, but it was still decent. They still won, I'd say, fairly convincingly on Dust 2. And, I still always have that shadow of doubt on the first game of the day, because obviously you can keep talking about it all you want, but it's true, the impact of needing to shake off the early rubble and how much of an issue it is. Saw, I believe, off the rip, took a lot of rounds off of Astralis over on the A stream in that previous best of 1, because that's their second game compared to Astralis' first. Then they've got stand-ins. Then they've got a map that they aren't necessarily so comfortable on. Those unfortunate circumstances just go away as time goes forward in the event. So for complexity, you need this win just so you don't have to be playing against the wall for the rest of the group.
Yeah, that's not the position you want to be in. You want to be starting things off the right way. That was something we already talked about here, is that complexity, they have a whole lot on the line here. They've been struggling in the last couple of events. I thought this was going to be the perfect event to bounce back, because we know what this team is capable of, and we kind of saw it out of the gates here with some very impressive victories here, some close games even. I mean, back over in EPL, almost claiming that victory over FaZe was a huge accomplishment. Making it into playoffs, I think, was a pretty big accomplishment early on for the iteration of Halzer's introduction into this complexity. So you had a lot going right here in the early stages, but what I'm worried about is the fall off here from them, right? Because after that, failing to qualify for the RMR, it looked like the hearts were broken. The motivation was dwindling, and it definitely was evident in the follow-up here. It's something that we mentioned time in, time out here from complexity here. So this is their opportunity, a golden one at that, to try and get their heads back in the game here, to try and muster up some of that early form here. And well, right now, I really like to see it. Everyone in good spirits here still, which is a very promising sign.
That is what you need. But there is one more thing you need. And he kind of highlighted it a little bit. It's Halzerk. He didn't really do anything on Overpass. Yeah, he had a couple of moments here and there, but it's like nothing that we're used to seeing from a player like Halzerk. We came in with high spirits and high expectations for this man, but he kind of didn't deliver in that first map. So I'm glad we still see a smile on his face, but he is one of the players that needs to perform for Complexity in this game.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good shot, right? He's definitely a player that needs to deliver, but I think he is kind of doing what he needs to do. He's not an opera that oftentimes is going to really shine above the rest here. He's not the star of the show, but what I think he does best for this team is win out on those clutches. That is where the strong suits are for this player here. And when he doesn't do that, I think definitely they struggle to close out rounds, like close out games, and maybe that's where we saw 500 really claim that victory. But all things considered, I feel like Complexity, they could try and utilize him, especially on a map like Nuke. I feel like Halzerk, he's so good at working those rotations. We know him to be a very good Nuke player, and that might be a strong suit here. Maybe that's exactly what they were hoping here, Complexity.
You know, the off-duel of Halzerk and Nikados is going to be very entertaining on a map like this, where both of them frequently play outside. They both like taking opening duels. They both like taking initiative and going fairly aggressive for picks sometimes. I'm kind of excited to see how that one goes, because I think we're going to get a little more than normally seen on a map like Nuke, just because the positions coincide with one another very much so.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, right? Nikados, he even had a hell of a game as well alongside it, with his ability to just be in the right position at the right time. And those last couple of rounds, I feel like he was kind of struggling on that CT side. It was partially the reason why we saw some of the issues and that quick comeback take place from 500, was him going for a lot of aggressive duels on that CT side, and honestly just missing opportunities to open up proceedings. But he quickly recovered, and I think in those closing stages he started to buckle down. He started to play a little bit more passive, let them walk into his crosshair and do what he does best here, and just nail those, you know, nice close range kills that help out with site defenses. And it's going to be a very interesting head-to-head here, because I think close range defenses is definitely going to be required. Rotations are going to be required here on this map of Nuke.
Yeah, and Nikados is one of the few operas that isn't scared to have impact on the T side, isn't scared to pull out the big green from the offensive standpoint, which I'd say is kind of rare in the meta. There's a lot of maps in the pool right now that don't really favor the T-sided opping as much, but Nikados still makes it work on Overpass. When he first got it out, he got a 3K. The next time he got it, he got 4. This guy is unstoppable when he is feeling himself. And on Nuke, it's not going to change. I'm not even going to say it might not, because I can almost guarantee it isn't. He's not scared to go for confrontations and ramp outside. Maybe even sometimes we've seen him peek over and hut. Wouldn't be shocked to see him pull that out of the hat every once in a while. So I think the biggest question right now isn't even going to be dealing with Pepsor. It's going to be, what do you do to make sure Nikados doesn't get into that groove, doesn't start feeling himself from the offensive perspective? Because if he can start winning them rounds on the T side, there's not going to be much to stop Fnatic.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly right. Nikados has to be a player that you can shut down. Again, Nuke's very rotation heavy. I mean, specifically for that op, I think it's one of the hardest maps to play when it comes to the rotations, right? I mean, it's why it's one of Simple's best maps, is because Simple is such a smart player. He can work the map so effectively. I think that's why operas that are very cerebral can shine on this map, and that's why this head-to-head from Nikados and Halzerk are going to be so very interesting, because both players are very good on this map individually. But I mean, another player that we have to highlight as well coming into this one is Grim, because he has to show some continuation on some very good form on this map, because when he does play out this one, it has delivered in prior here, where he's just solo carried, tried to pull them across the finish line single-handedly. He's dropped insane numbers on this map, and so if he can show up like he did in the last map, because honestly it was a little bit of a Fang and Grim show in that last map, but if he can show up here alongside maybe some increased impact here from Halzerk, then there's definitely a good chance for Complexity to show back up. And what I like most is that the spirits aren't broken, right? The spirits still seem high for Cole.
And that's exactly like we said, what you need. You can't let it get the better of you. And apparently they haven't. They just decided to brush it off in the freeze time. And you come back in now against higher opposition, needing to perform just a little bit better. They'll be starting from the T side to try to show off what they can or can't. Fnatic with the knife round win, start out on the defense.
Right now looking to get a quick play in towards this A side. Actually, they're stopping for absolutely no one. There's Dooley's on top of the hut. JT and Fang, though, to open up proceedings, and Halzerk, the icing on the cake right there. Pepsor and Nikados left last man standing. Only 2 players to try and retake the one. Out towards Heaven and over towards Mini, but I think they're looking to double up here towards Heaven. And while Peps are going to drop here quickly, there isn't really much of an option for Nikodos to try this retake.
Yeah, a bit labored, gotta say, man. So, it's kind of unfortunate the way it pans out, but for Complexity, I mean, they're already popping open the bottle of champagne. Look, we talk about T-sides in the current meta, and you don't expect many rounds out of them, so when you win the pistol, it just means all the much more, especially on a map like Nuke, where you can probably take this for 2-3 rounds. That's if you're lucky, but who isn't going to be lucky is Nikodos taking a fight in secret as his position's been exposed. He, I guess, might be lucky in the sense that he won't die, but Fnatic are not in the same boat.
A nice pistol round to close out right there. For Complexity. Hard work being done, but at least that's the first open up proceedings right there. I like the way they played that one out as well. With the fast A aggression. Usually those dualies at the hut, though, they can do all the damage. They do so much work, but in this occasion, not able to have too much impact.
Yeah, the dualies have been working wonders today, too, so that's kind of surprising. We think of those 500 games, and Ships was absolutely farming with the double guns. About time, though. I'm tired of hearing people talk up those guns. Those guns suck.
Gosh, that's what I think. Your takes on guns could get
My
any
takes
worse.
on guns are based. I am based. You are cringe.
Can't believe you're hating on the dualies right now, although you might get one of your favorite guns in the FAMAS, although I think Nikodos might just go for the scout instead. And yeah, that's what
So
we'll
lame.
do. No FAMAS on this occasion. But an MP9 in Fasher's hands and a couple of Deagles here, so Complexity, they must tread lightly on this purchase because we know how close range Nuke can be. These MP9s can really sing a lot of smokes as well to just try and buy time.
I like this. I think they're accounting for the fact that there's going to be maybe a force buy in the mix. If it's an anti-strat or not, I'm pretty sure they're just playing around the fact that you don't want to give these close-range guns the close-range fights. Instead, go to one of the longest spots on, or rather in the game. Still won't stop Fasher doing one and then some damage onto the others, but with Halzerk behind the boys, I don't think there's any potential for players to fall. Yeah, triple entry into the B site for Complexity. And they still keep it slow. Moderate in the pacing department. They don't want to give up any unnecessary kills. Hold on to as many guns as possible, because so far they've only lost a Mac 10.
Yeah, that's very valuable here, but there's a couple low HP bars. Grim and Halzerk put on notice this scout can do a whole lot more work on these low HP, but great utility right there to make they cross in towards the site with safety. And now that Pepster's been taken care of, there's no question about which way this round's going. Nikodos off to save here, call it a day, and Complexity up to 2. I said they had to tread lightly in this round, but apparently stopping out towards the outer yard is exactly what they needed to do.
Now that they dealt with this, I mean, you can only assume Nikodos has got a scout in his hands on a force like this. It's not a hard thing to predict. So I wonder if next round you do like the exact opposite, the antithesis of this. You go maybe for an inner pop, a ramp rush, where he's probably not going to be sitting with the only gun Fnatic will have.
I just hope to avoid it, that's for sure, but I mean, even still, it's only that scout that's left in play here. So you're not even too worried about that unless Nikodos can start plucking some heads off, and that's a bit of a tricky task. Nice conversion right there, showing some confidence early on. You got the same Complexity, though, in the last map, so I don't really want to call things too quickly, because I feel like what they show is some great, early strategies, some great ideas in the early game, and sometimes I feel like they do fizzle out, right? They do struggle when it comes to these late round scenarios, when it comes to the late halves, rather, and Fnatic isn't really the case for them.
Yeah, and I'm surprised. I thought there was possibility to see the worst shotgun in the game. Want some gun hot takes straight from the press. I've told you the worst shotgun, right?
What do you think it is? Mag 7?
All around, the worst shotgun, and I know you're instantly going to try to shut this down, is the XM10.
Yeah, I mean, it has its uses, though. I think on this map more so than any. Sometimes it can just be super effective. Although, no shotguns out, no funny business in play right now for Fnatic, because they just try and prioritize the rifles here. Utility toss in towards this A bomb site. It is a little bit of a stack, though. It is only USP, so they just got to chew on through this one. Quick and easy work. All the pistols hitting the deck, and again, Nikodas yet to go down so far in this game.
Don't jinx it though. So it might be a bit too late. Yeah, this is your fault. You did this. Nikodas fans at home, blame Exner. It's all his fault here, but still gonna fight his way out of the corner he's been put into. Halzerk will end it with a quick dink. However, Complexity, it's a strong 3-0 start. The rifles are still, I'd say, fairly downgraded to Galil's, but I mean, you win this round right here and you won't care what you're working with.
Yeah, this hot start here, they want to continue it. They want to hold on to this momentum for as long as possible. Make sure that they do not cool off here. Up to 3-0 now, but here's where their metal's really going to be tested up against this full purchase. Nikodas included in the AWP department. So, got a whole lot here. Nade Stack, I think, going towards the back of Silo. I wonder if that's going to catch off Basher. No, it's a lot of damage converted, but not the kill, but Floppy, he's going to be the one to finish it.
I do like it. I mean, we see, or at least we saw, an Overpass Complexity bring so many of these like nade tricks out of the back pocket. I honestly think it's like an innovation. Like we talked about innovations earlier with 500s T sides. I definitely think Complexity is doing a little bit of that right now. Hepsort, well, he was put on a pedestal last game against 500. This time, gonna have to fight his way out of the little cubby he's stuck in ramp. A lot of players to find, but around every single corner is an eager and hungry Complexity member. Floppy, he'll be the one cleaning up the kill with a 3-on-5. Fnatic might just bode farewell to this round if things don't start turning this corner in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's a bit gimmicky in the way they open up rounds, but you got to give so much credit to the sort of research that JT can do and the plays that he calls in. Although this round is not converted by any means. Mezzi going to strike things back, but gets spammed down through the wall. Fang looking to keep things in nice contention. That smoke's going to fade soon, but not in time to find the kill. This Mullet can flush him out of position, though, and that might just be enough to at least deny the bomb plant for now.
Well, you talked about Grim, and that's kind of why, because he can just do stuff like that sometimes, and it's kind of hard to contest against it now, isn't it? When you just wide swing left side peek the Opera and ramp and one tap him. Best way to summarize that is unlucky. Complexity, though, quite the opposite, as they have a 4-0 hot start on Nuke.
Yeah, that's a really good start right there. Timeout's called out, though. This is what we've already talked about. Fnatic, they had this similar slow start versus 500, where they couldn't really get the ball moving. And honestly, if we're talking about familiarities, Complexity, they had a similar hot start on the T side, where they did throw all of these cool little trick plays out, where they did find fancy openers and nice ways to manufacture quick picks. But it was not lasting long enough here to keep things contained here. So Complexity, I think they want to keep some of that same success here, and they should be able to do it up against the Pistols. It'll be a nice 5-0 start here. Again, this is so promising for this T-side start.
Yeah, where again, you pretty much already added up as many rounds as you really need on Nuke for the T side. But we said the same thing on Overpass, and look where that went. Well, this one's going into the A side again. Complexity have found some form of a safe haven here. A couple of times now they've rushed in. This time it might not be stacked, but still the case remains the same, that there is no worry for them. Fleeting hopes for Fnatic's CT side start, as they are only inches away from giving up that guaranteed 5th round. And the rifles are going to come back out, but again, you got to wonder, what happens if Complexity win it then?
Yeah, I mean, that's a start that's very hard to quiet down. So far, this has been very fast and quick on this 5-0 kickoff here. And what's so scary about it is that Floppy is showing up into the server. We talked about the duo of Fang and Grim in that last map that they played on Overpass. They were playing incredible. Fang actually individually leading the pack in that last map, but Floppy on Nuke so far has been the one doing a lot of the heavy lifting. He was the one on that first gun round that found the opening pick and then followed it up with a second opening pick on the ramp side.
Fnatic need a little bit of that luck. They need a little bit of that opening prowess that Floppy's bringing for Complexity. Something's got to flick on here for Fnatic soon, or we'll start getting worried for their own safety. Nikodas, I told you about the op duel between him and Halzerk, but we've yet to see it. It doesn't look like it's going to come in this round either, at least just yet. Halzerk way behind the pack and T-spawn, just throwing in utility. It seems like they're going to go for an outside take, and Nikodas isn't even in the right vicinity to contend against it. He's just falling back to CT spawn.
We've got Floppy down the vents here, so not only is Roy having to fight a war on two fronts, but there's a lot of presence heading his way towards that secret side here. And he has to turn his attention. He has to keep it split between two different directions, but he might pick the right timing. It's only a one and done, though. In the meantime, JT going to hit the deck. Nikodas on the op. I don't know if there's a gap in that smoke. It looks like there is, and eventually they'll cross by, but now they're at a man deficit here when they could have maybe safely crossed. A comfortable 4-on-4.
And now they just wait. They want to see if Fnatic give them anything back. Right now, there's technically nobody on lower, but PepSor will be there on a quick reaction if they end up opening the door. Instead, though, it's Nikodas plucking them apart piece by piece. Halzerk still has control of the bomb. With now that kill coming through, PepSor is just tucked into lower. He's prepared for this site take to come through, and he's going to have assistance for it. All he's got to do, by a couple of precious seconds, Molly is perfect coming through from Halzerk, but the kill isn't there. And it's all up to Floppy. Can they stop the flop? Apparently, yes, without any question about it, too. Not close to another kill coming through from Ramp. Complexity finally bleed for one round as Fnatic get ready to wake up.
There you go. There's smiles here. They're quite happy with that end result there. Nikodas getting away with a whole lot in that round. Has a lot to be happy about. Beautiful stuff from him. And again, you said that he's an operator that's not afraid to get proactive on that T side. Well, he's not afraid to get proactive on the CT side as well when it matters. When they need to get the ball moving here, he's going to be that facilitator.
It's also good to know that now every Fnatic member has gotten a kill, so no James Bond in the server, as much as it may or may not sadden me. Oh, but that ain't gonna sadden Complexity, man. They just found another double opener. This was another strong suit, surprisingly enough, that we saw on Overpass. The amount of times they were able to just double entry into sites and different spots on the map.
Yeah, they've just nailed 2 kills. 2 separate positions, many, and ramp side they're able to deal with PepSor quick and easy on that ramp side here. And Fasher stuck between the flames and a smoke. Not many options, but Roy's going to pluck one. And a quick kill is going to delay this retake. Are they interested in continuing this forward, though? I don't know how much commitment they want to make, and I think they've already made their decision to call this one off.
Yeah, it's a bit messy. And I do like them calling it off, but still, you got to realize the opportunity cost at some point of these saves in comparison to giving over these rounds to Complexity, where we saw this exact score against 500. They still managed to pull it back. They still managed to make a game out of it and take it from Complexity, but Fnatic, again, it feels different. It doesn't seem like they're going to be able to do that as consistently. Like, they haven't shown us any reason to think they can win these CT-sided rounds. Even think of the only conversion they have to this point, and it kind of comes off a lucky flash peek, a good timing for Roy. We talked about how Floppy could have crunched them down and lower, but they didn't. They didn't get that in time, gave away too many picks, and Complexity just don't make the same mistake twice. They change it instantly and don't let Fnatic get anything going.
Yeah, it's a great adaptation. It's something that we needed to see out of Complexity as well, because I feel like we did lack a little bit of adaptability when it comes to Overpass, when it comes to 500, because they had those strong starts. They had the strat book that was going so well early on, but when things started to switch up on them, I don't know if they had the right reads, and I don't know if they had the reactions necessary, but early on, we see, you know, a lost round into an immediate reply, and a good one at that. I feel like PepSor, he had a whole lot of momentum off that last map, though, and right now I think he's going for maybe some plays that are too brazen, despite him feeling the maximum confidence, right? He's probably in the back of his mind knowing what he's capable of, knowing what he can do. But a couple of these rounds he's been punished, and he's lost ramp as a result, and that is such a crucial position.
It is. They do keep losing ramp, and it's a consistent issue for Fnatic they need to address before things get too far out of hand, if they haven't already. But this time, PepSor actually gets a little more aggressive with it. I kind of like him not really showing signs of fear, but can't blame him when he's got Nikodas behind him. It's going to be hard to crack through that walnut of a defense, but won't be as hard as if you can find Roy having kills through his smoke. Again, it's not something you can consistently rely on, but when you do get him, you got to be able to pick up the round from that point forward. And as by the looks of things, it looks like that might just be the case. Nikados almost gets a free pick here, shortly floppy. You can tell he wants to go for this peak. I'm not surprised to see him go for it in the long run. Grim even spotted out here too, so things weren't bad enough. Fnatic have the read of where the remaining Complexity players are. It's all about locking in the kills at this point.
Yeah, get some extra frags, although you don't really want to discount this deadly trio. Now that Grim's been bested, maybe you can. There's opportunities start to dwindle, and Pepsor playing in a position that's worked once before with a whole lot more support standing right behind him. Making this round near impossible. 20 seconds left, and I feel like if you're Complexity, I mean, you might as well go for it. You have a lot of money, and maybe Halzer can encourage further damage here. 2 kills and a bomb plant. That would be incredible, but he's going to try for a third. Halzer making the impossible happen. Another fake on the bomb. He finds a fourth. One more around the corner. Roy finally going to put an end to things here, but he almost made it happen.
Dude, I don't know what happened. I thought he was going to close the door there, and he would have easily been able to isolate those fights. The only problem was he couldn't cock the gun back in time to get that 5th shot off. You could only imagine he's good enough to find the clutch there. I imagine he wanted to close the door. You got to think that's what he was trying to do after he spotted the second and heard the footsteps running in behind him. But it doesn't matter. You've just gotten 4 kills. You've just decimated their money. That one round they won is still absolutely nothing meaning to them. Because it's still just right back to square one, where you are so fragile in the money department that a slight eco break would destroy you. And they're going to go rushing into A to try to solidify that. It's no surprise considering how comfortable it's been. Bang, another double entry. Complexity, it's a stat they've been so reliant on, and it's not going to change here. Bomb's going to go down at the lower bomb site, and Fnatic are stuck in chaos. Where do we go? The distribution, just the movement of these CT players, they don't know what to do.
Fang doing what he does best right now, it seems, on this T side. Double entry coming through from him, and they're gonna feel the worst end of that last round that Halzer just gave with the 4 kills on the exit in this round here to come. I mean, obviously there's a save, so that's gonna at least relieve some stress, but Complexity, they make the response look oh so easy, just popping out towards that A side, catching them off guard. Some slight frustration has to be kicking in right there after a round like that as well. And this is looking to be a revitalized Cole. As I lost to 500. I really thought that was going to set some frustration in the long term, but the smiles on the faces heading into this matchup and the way that they're looking to kick this one off, they're proving me wrong.
Yeah, I agree, man. It does kind of feel like Complexity, you're not going to let that one hold them down. I mean, they already shown that they haven't. And now they've got 6 rounds to try to add up more than they had found on the T side and overpass. Surprising how, like, T-sided the showings have been today. Like, in both of the 500 games, well, okay, maybe not so much well, I guess actually, no, the Fnatic one does count too. I believe every half was T-sided winning. Actually, except one, where, you know, 8-7 start for 500 against Complexity, but then they'd go on to win 8 T rounds. Fnatic, 10 T rounds, then 500 again, 6 T rounds. It's really surprising to see, and it's a rare occurrence, but one that's welcome.
Yeah, I mean, after the major, where we've seen just constant CT dominance, especially on a map like Overpass and now onto Duke, you just don't expect it, but it's impressive. Grim putting up proceedings right there, and Fang continues to follow it up. There's still more presence that they don't expect. Nikados holding steady, but he's only good for 1. And that is going to be the A-bomb site cracked open.
Do they even want to attempt this? Oh, my lord. Oh, my. They have been utterly bamboozled. They're going down lower. This is a B hit. Fnatic, they now have to add a good 5-10 seconds to this retake if they want to make this possible. But again, the opportunity cost is what's interesting them in this retake, but it's also getting them killed. Decimated JT. Leveled out Roy, and I don't think there's going to be much left to a round like this for Fnatic. Pepsor has got no intentions of going down to that lower bomb site. Instead, just recover the op, give it to Nikados in the next round, see if he can't work with it. But Complexity have now guaranteed 1.5. They've sent them packing to yet another eco, and Fnatic have to, again, face their fears of a very scary Complexity.
They've just 1.5 here on the T side of Duke, and we are only 10 rounds deep. That's a scary prospect here for Fnatic. And this would be a huge lifeline if Complexity came into this event, started things off 0-2, and then finished off failing to make playoffs. That it wouldn't look pretty for them. It wouldn't look pretty for the remainder of this year for this roster. But this response, this immediate resurgence in form after that tough loss.
You know,
So much capability.
kind of happy to see this from Complexity right now. Because I remember, you know, hinting in the pregame about Fnatic probably shouldn't have picked into Nuke against Complexity. People were like, no, what are you talking about? Fnatic's Nuke is nuts. You don't know what you're talking about. Huh. This is why, man. They're scary. Like, this is one of their best maps for good reason.
Yeah, I feel like they had such a good winning formula as well for Fnatic, right? With Pepsor feeling comfortable. Right now, it doesn't look like he's all that comfortable over in this ramp position. Maybe that's a testament to kind of standing in and how hard this position is to play. But you maybe should have picked towards that that devil that you know and overpass. Because right now you could be regretting it. Nuke looks to be troubling territory for them at the moment, at least in this first half. They've rotated this op over and towards ramp side. Smoke in the utility is going to keep him at bay, and actually wisely see a lack of commitment here. They're just going to reroute towards this A side.
And finally, Fnatic have shown some good signs on the initial hold, with Roy to potentially double down on that fact. These pistols are starting to put up a hefty fight, and they're paying a heavy price. Bomb dropped. It's Antslaw in full effect. Complexity only up to Fang. And he's so far been the only one to find a kill. Pepsor even getting a bit investigative as to what's going on in lobby, and he'll find a kill with it. Beautiful shutdown from Fnatic, surprisingly enough on the pistols, no less. Little resurgence from the CT side, but again, they'll take it.
It's late than never there. That's certainly welcome, though. They needed a round like that to activate here. They didn't want to keep on dropping things down. They keep on letting Complexity close out these rounds, so they do catch them in a little bit of hesitation, to be honest. One thing I just noticed here is that Roy is wielding the 5-7. He's no longer a CZ god, which I think he was like the only player that could have made a case to use the CZ, but apparently he's good with any pistol. He finds the big 2K. Oh, Nikudas. He's able to just find the timing on a JT. These smoke spams have been very promising for Fnatic at the very least. And that one's going to help out big time here. The IG has to call from the sidelines now.
That's what I've been waiting for, man. Nikudas is yet to really activate with this AWP. I mean, we've seen a couple of good stuff from him, but it's usually been like either saving the op or trying to get away. Not necessarily impact kills. That bit of a change of pace. And one that Fnatic need to get back into this game right now, because while obviously the score in front of you is very daunting, you have to take these rounds as they come and potentially work from the back foot for the rest of the game. It's just the situation you've left yourselves in. It doesn't mean you're going to just, you know, lay down and give up, but also doesn't mean it favors you in the slightest. Halzer finally gets a trade back with Pepsor fleeing into the lower bomb site, but now they need to push the envelope over in J-Hall, where Roy is ready and waiting. Only a soft clear before they get ready to go pouncing into B, or maybe no. It looks like they could go anywhere. For a second, it even looked like they were going to go back into the lobby, but now they will end up walking into that stacked up lower site.
The worst case scenario here for Complexity, they're going to walk right on into the jaws of Fnatic, waiting for them with open arms. Pepsor, the first to combat this aggression. He does have some support here in the single door, but he immediately gets taken care of by Floppy, and the support gets smoked off. So there's no help here other than in towards the double doors.
That's it. I mean, surprisingly enough, they can't capitalize on the pick that Nikudas grants them through a smoke outside. You'd think that was the magic recipe they needed to add up to a converted round. But the sum apparently is not as great as the whole, or as the addition of its parts. Because Complexity, they just keep picking those parts apart and apart. Like, it doesn't ever really feel like Fnatic have a foothold in these rounds. Even when they get opening frags, even when they get man advantages, it's always stolen back by some insane double entry, some great trades, insane util placement. This is a Complexity that's comfortable, getting out of hand and starting to feel themselves. Back into the A site they go. Hunky-dory, peachy keen, but a 2-for-3 trade. Maybe not living up to that tally mark. Zerk not even going to bother clearing the corner, and PepZor will clean up the round. So a salty finish that's showing from Fnatic, but they need any round they can get.
Oh, at least that's a pretty quick reply there. They just try and toss it in towards the A-bomb site. We've seen them do that off of round conversions before, so it's no surprise that Complexity try and run that similar A-side pop, but this time much more presence, many more kills for Fnatic. So getting some maybe stability rounds here towards the tail end of this half. Complexity forced to actually call a timeout. Maybe some discussion about what they want to do with this purchase, and actually the decision at the end of the day is go for the force buy here in classic North American Counter-Strike fashion. I'll call in for a couple of AKs here, a couple of Mac 10s and Tech 9s for Zerk and JT. So it is lacking, but I feel like with how well Floppy's been playing, with how well Grim's been entering, you can kind of afford this risk at this point.
I mean, why not? I think it's more so in the fact that, like, next round, is it really going to be worth it? I don't know. It's like if you get a bomb plant down here and, you know, Complexity end up losing, it's still just going to be a buy similar to this, where you just get to run it back twice instead of only having one opportunity. Again, I'm with you, though. It doesn't really matter. At worst case, you're walking away with 9 rounds. You only gave away 3 in succession at the end. Like, it doesn't matter at this point for Complexity. Just about really starting to rub in the dominance. But, yeah, you're getting farmed up on A. Finally, they figured out how to hold down the A site consistently.
Yeah, Floppy went on the aggro. He had such the right idea right there to try and take that fight towards the opposite side vent there, but I think he got flashed up, maybe mistimed the aggression. So in the end, it looks a little bit silly. That force buy gets swiped aside. So rather than giving themselves a chance to buy up in this last with all the fighting power here, it's going to be actually Fnatic that could close out this half with a little momentum favoring them.
Another tidbit of help they'll get going forward. Still does kind of rely a lot on what they do on this next pistol, but you want to shut this down as quickly as possible. It's only really against pistols, so can't imagine they're going to have that much of a tough time dealing with it, but they gave up a kill at least. I thought maybe it'd go further AWOL. Like, Messi, he fought 3 players in lower. You'd think they would have found the trade, but without it, I think Complexity's chances go down the gutter.
Yeah, that's one of those rounds where you just know there's a 1-for-1 coming, right? Because Messi's just holding an angle, kind of an off angle of sorts, with 3 pistols heading his way, right? The Tech 9 can do so much damage, but Messi, again, we've talked about his individual form, his ability to both call and frag, and frag he will in this round. It's just one left standing here in Fang, and this task a little too tall for anybody.
And this is another hot start from Complexity that kind of fizzles out a little bit. Now, again, I did say it is only 3 rounds in a row, so it's not the biggest of ordeals, especially with the round count you end up in this half with. But it is worth noting, in my eyes, that, like, they also went into that side of, or to that second half of Overpass with a lead. They also had the benefit of a doubt going forward, but they couldn't close it out. And it's worrying to think that Complexity, these, I'd say, late game fizzles have kind of, like, bitten at them a lot, not just in this event, not just in these series, but in others alongside it. Like, you think of their poor performances in the past, there were a lot of those games they ended up losing after, like, really convincing and winning first halves.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely got them in that last series, or last map rather, and in both halves, right, where they had that incredible 6-1 spree, and they only finished the job with 1 more round. Same case was true for that second half, where they had a good start, a good kickoff, but once the strats ran dry, once the game plans were slowed down, it was a little bit struggling. Now, this is a little bit better, though. A 9-6 half. It looks so promising heading into the next.
Yeah, well...
We have a solution for you.
gives you wings.
And quickly into this second half as well here. We'll see if Complexity, if they've given themselves enough runway to work with. This was an excellent T side that they've just given, but a little resurgence late in the half there for Fnatic.
I mean, it's well needed. If they want any chance in this game, though, it still is going to kind of be built off of them winning another pistol. And with how Complexity have been playing, I think that's still a far shot from being a possibility, quite frankly. It's not even that Fnatic have slowed down if you compare their performance from this game to the last. It's just more so that Complexity have stepped up in a very, very big way. And those smiles have never subsided from their faces. You think about that 500 game, after they got that big streak of rounds in a row, kind of felt like they lost a lot of energy, started to lack presence around the map. That hasn't happened here. They haven't let it get the better of them. It's something I like to see.
Yeah, need to keep that mental nice and high here if they want to keep it on here. Try and make it into playoffs, and definitely winning this pistol though for Fnatic on the counterpart is going to be oh so important. But look at them press the issue in towards lobby. They don't even allow them to establish foothold on this execute before they punish them. They push too deep in towards lobby, and look at this. Floppy has coverage towards the outer yard. We're gonna hit the deck 2-on-4 immediately, and first things first, they have to get the bomb.
And it's not even like PepSource being quiet about this. Anonymity is no longer a thing. The only person who has the shadow of disguise is Nikados, and his teammate might fall before he can even get here to assist. PepSource, I think, his only objective right now is to stay alive so Nikados can try to make a case for this one. But then you've got Halzerk's dualies to try to go through. There's a crossfire set up in this squeaky door. Somewhat giving up the bomb, but that's a bit worrying. 2 kills come back, and now they have an open avenue into whichever bomb site they want. Floppy, Ben spotted. He's trying to come through from a click flank, but he won't be able to strike in time. Instead, gonna go back, regroup around the vents, but they're going all the way around the world. He's right onto this. You can't get in front of him. You can't beat him. He knows exactly what's going on with the bomb dropped in heaven. Luckily enough for Nikados, it's dropped into his welcoming arms. A 1v1 that Floppy looks to win as he goes atop the Tetris boxes and takes an offensive angle on the top of the hut. You can't stop the Flop with a kit in hand. He'll win the pistol for Complexity almost single-handedly.
That is incredible work right there from Floppy. That kill towards the outer yard was so sharp, but then closing up that 1v2 when all else was going wrong. Beautiful work in the recovery there, because I really felt like Fnatic got away with so much. 4-on-2. Look at that bomb in the palm of their hands, and all of a sudden they find the kills necessary to get back into that round, all just to fall to Flop. And fall they will.
As one Japanese singer said, it all comes tumbling down. I will not elaborate further, but what I can elaborate on is this buy being a little bit dicey for Fnatic. I don't disagree with it per se. It's just more so that it's a big risk to be taking in a situation like this, where if you lose it and give up 12 rounds to Complexity, it's almost an unworldly comeback you'll have to pull off. And you're only really adding up a couple of deagles in a round like this. Floppy walking straight into him, the clutcher of the previous round. Well, he's going to be the first test here, or maybe not. Fasher. Good opener on the MAC-10 outside, but the trades are still beneficial for Complexity as they get to dunk into the lower bomb site. Tuck is here, and the crossfire is set. Needing to clear the close angle. They don't do it in time, and Floppy doubles down.
Ooh, but Fang can't control the spray right there, and Mezzy looking to pull things back into his own favor there. 2-on-2 now. OSP on Grim as well, so put on notice, pushing the smoke, though timing couldn't be better there. Perfectly played from the duo of Halzerk and Grim. Excellent communication to deny that bomb plant as well, and Fnatic trying to sneak one past there on the 2-on-2, but they can't get the job done. So Complexity, their strength will continue.
And the worst case scenario for them was not getting the bomb down like what just happened. I mean, it looked like they had a good route into getting the safe digits punch, but it's just a well-placed retake from Complexity, or at least rotation coming through. Halzerk not giving up his life too soon. Same thing goes for, I believe, the flanker and Fang, but all in all, it adds up to this, which should be a surefire 12th round.
Very well, could be the case here. Hoping to lock down the CT side. Halzer given some opportunities. Risky to test these pistols, especially when it's all deagles, but he is going to win out in a couple of duels, though. Messi is always good to respond, to reply, to do some damage in return. And that he will. Won't let things get away too easy.
I'm trying to think, like, I forgot to mention, so yesterday in Group A, there was no group who came out without a loss. And that could very well be the possibility here with the amount of teams Astralis still have to play. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Fnatic lose here, they would be the only team without a win or without a loss. So they have to play Complexity. They still have to play Fnatic. They still have to play BNE. So you'd imagine one of those is not going to go their way. So this would be, like, honestly, just a cool thing to think about for the group if Fnatic end up losing this. That there will be no, like, flawless team.
Yeah, it's going to make that playoff contention that much more tight-knit. Who's going to be grabbing that? All up in the air here and all soon to be found out. But Fnatic have some opportunities, maybe not so much in this round, but in future to come. Mezzi, Eagle in play here, has to check the opposite vent. Did land a shot here, but Grim going to land some headshots that do the damage. Complexity up to 12. And now we see where the real force is here, where the real test can come for Fnatic. Can they make it work on the rifle rounds? Because Complexity, they continue their hot streak.
Did I just see an AUG purchase by Fang and then dropped in tandem to Halzerk? I know you can't afford an off here, but, like, damn, dude. This guy need a scope gun that bad? That's what I'm saying.
Definitely no scope, though, and Iguodos's hands. That's something we mentioned. Fang as well is going to catch Fasher, who's been lurking around towards that squeaky door so often. And he's gotten some success, but in this occasion, bested by Fang, who not only takes more positioning in towards the secret side of things here, he could really take a lot of ground. Forced to hold off some of this aggression if it does come his way. Roy's looking to test the issue in this direction.
Nobody's really being aware of this, though, right now. I mean, the closest man in the vicinity is Fang, and I would be surprised, or rather, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't ever really get that far. A lot of times, people will maybe just come down secret, clear this out, give themselves that worry-free benefit of not having to worry about the flank. But no, instead, Roy pushes forward for a trade frag. Fang maybe biting off a little more than he can chew, but Fnatic still haven't committed anywhere off of this, and Complexity might be fooled into rotating a couple of members.
Well, then he picks their Pepser. Able to deliver some impact, but they still have to bypass Grim. And the AUG of Halzerk, who clearly makes good work of it. A well-invested AUG there from Fang. And double up on the flashbangs and the conversion there from Grim. Crispy little headshot there. Roy making quite a bit of noise on this outer yard lurk here. Maybe not. Floppy doesn't seem to be too keen on his position. So Roy, oh man, what can he get away with if he plays his cards right? Trigger discipline to come in, but Floppy just turns the corner and sends him packing.
Yeah, this is a guy we didn't see or hear much from in that first map, so it's good for Complexity's sake that he's starting to wake up in this not only map, but this group stage alike. And the same thing goes for players like Halzerk. Then Fang was still able to continue his reign. Grim might have slowed down a little bit, but I don't know if that's more so on his own part or more than the fact that Complexity just haven't let him get the kills.
Yeah, it's tough to really diagnose, but either way, they're happy with the end result. That's what matters most. It's in the conversions here. And Complexity having no trouble with that conversion. Even, you know, despite some good efforts there, some nice opening picks coming through from Fnatic there. A couple taking place. They found some success on that A side. It's just far too much to bear.
Yeah, and at this point, the loss boost is going to start carrying you through the mud here. Fnatic probably going to be able to buy for the rest of the game. So Complexity, all of these rounds are going to be very hard earned. Also, let alone if they are able to throw a bomb plant into the mix in any of these rounds, then it's a surefire investment. But considering the situation you already left yourselves in, I don't think you're going to shy away from some out-of-pocket force buys. Outside control taken, little resistance met, complexity instead just forfeit it. And a lot of utility expended on the early exchanges from them. I mean, you take a glance at the belts of Halzer, Grim, and Floppy, and you wonder where is it all gone?
A lot of it dwindled early here, but might not matter if Grim's got the headshots, if he's got the mechanics to back it up here, and he certainly does. That's Roy hitting the deck quickly, and the reposition is swift from Grim. He finds himself one more before he does fall, but Floppy's rotated in time, and it's up to Fasher and Nikodas to pull this one back. There hasn't been any trades just yet.
I don't think there will be, man. With Nikodas also being spotted, it is really only a matter of time before this round is stolen away by Complexity. And that's what I was talking about. It's like, Grim, yeah, he hasn't really done much this game, but it's more so just on the whim that Complexity haven't let him. Finally, he gets to show what he can do, and he has a pretty damn nice 2K on the B-site's defense. And again, with no bomb plant, Fnatic do eventually show their hand at a save and yield for what should be 15th for Complexity.
Yeah, this is brutal positions to be in here. This is much more like it, though, for Cole. Wasn't sure if he would even get this out of them. I think maybe wishing that they could have taken the issue over to Overpass. So is certain Grim gonna dive inside of the smokes, but they are collapsing in upon this A-bomb site. JT has to hold steady, but only good for one before traded out.
Now Halzer's time to shine in the AWP around the rafters. Grim fighting a war on many fronts, and while he does fall, Halzer holds down the line and won't let the round go anywhere near the contention of Fnatic. It's the last potential round of the game, and now 9 chances to close it out for the Star Spangled Squad.
They're shooting from up above there. Gonna get the job done. And I don't know if Fnatic's gonna be in this map for too much longer here. Complexity, this is gonna be a big victory for them. Going to make, again, the playoffs a whole lot more interesting, right? It's a little triangle of defeat and wins for these teams here in 500, Complexity and Fnatic. And it's going to make things oh so interesting, but Vector flying around. He's going to find the kill. Roy quickly trades out. Alzerku responds, but 4 on 3. And they've already gotten down towards that lower bomb site as well.
But you got to crack through Fang first, and even amongst that, then you got to go through Floppy. Oh, he spotted in the smoke. Nikodas! He gets away with a lucky one there. Feels like that definitely should have been spotted out by Floppy, but still Fang holds down the line. And now he's being flanked in from both directions. He's going to need the assistance of Grim, just ASAP. Nikodas in the control room. Another headshot taken away by Fang, who's ready to close this out. With no questions asked, it's up to Roy, the other Copenhagen recruit, to try to just stay alive in this game. Tagged up by a nade. It's nothing big when it comes to damage, but instead of just committing down lower, he wants to reposition. I don't know if he was maybe looking for utility or something, but instead just goes right back to the same spot. Only a flash to use. Time is, I'd say, in his favor, and with low health bars, this is nowhere near impossible, but it's still going to be tricky.
That's nail the timing here. Fang gonna look to plop his head up there. Oh. There's the contact play. Roy able to isolate these fights, but eventually Grim's gonna close it and save the day.
Good closer from Complexity, man, and not one that I would have expected. Yeah, maybe you could argue for them to win it, but 16-6 is a whole different ball game. They never looked tested on that map. It was a flawless CT side to close too, and it literally, quite literally can't get better than that.
Yeah, that is a very much so domineering scoreline right there. 16-6, getting some revenge here, and Espoo trying to claim their spot, and they've just done it phenomenally versus Fnatic.
That was beautiful from the NA boys, man. Like, that first game left a lot to be desired, but that second one answered a whole hell of a lot of questions, including why did they pick in a nuke? Actually, no, it didn't answer that. That one still stands. Why did Fnatic pick into nuke after a performance like they had just dropped that overpass? Yeah, okay, maybe the shaky CT side had Mezzy a little bit concerned about the re-picking into the exact same map, but Complexity's T side, it lacked like depth after the opening couple of rounds. It's nothing that they couldn't have played against, but they went into the own home turf of the NA boys and got dismantled for doing it.
Yeah, I mean, Nuke is a real JT special, so you see exactly why that is the case. Brilliant T side put together there from Complexity, and then they follow suit there with a very domineering CT side. Exactly what you would expect out of them when it hops into the side swap, because we know how CT sided that Nuke can be. And Overpass again. I feel like Fnatic, they really could have gone with the devil they know there versus Nuke, which was the devil that they do not know. How are they going to perform? How is Pepster going to feel on this map, playing with a couple of players that maybe he's not so used to?
Yeah, and the battle of uncertainties goes the way of Complexity. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Now, as the group progresses, we've still got a couple more games coming up. Again, we're going to throw it to a break. When we come back, it's Complexity showing themselves again, this time versus Saw.
Katsokaa kuinka Silvan Kroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen. Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdellaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se. On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi! Hyvä tempo päällä poika.
Body yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1 vastaan 2. Pommi on jo pläntättynä. Body löytää ensimmäisen saitilta. Sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua. Nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Body tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Body otais kohtaa todella eteellä hakemaan. Ne kaikki tarvitsevat trackit.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm honestly quite excited to see what Saw have to show us. I mean, there's a couple of players that I'm interested to see what they can or can't deliver. They had a good showing against Astralis, and maybe even looking for a bit of another chance because, look, so far it's been a bit of an unlucky draw for them in the group stage. Starting at 0-2, still plenty of time to bounce back, but if you can't win here, your playoff hopes might be crushed.
Yeah, you need to get some wins underneath your belt here soon because, again, as we've quickly noted, it is quickly becoming a very, very close and tight-knit affair between all of these teams trying to claim those playoff spots, and there's only up for grabs right now. So kicking things off 0-2, not the best of starts here for these guys, and now they have to face off against some more tough competition, so it makes this win all the more necessary.
The worst part is that tougher competition you now have to go against just came off of one of their biggest wins to date. Honestly, I might be overstretching it a little bit, but you've also got to understand, like Fnatic, they are one of the major quarterfinalists. They just got stomped out on a map they are, in air quotes, comfortable on. Like, I mean, it really doesn't get more of a better feeling than that. Complexity looking very good in the process of doing it. And, well, take a look at the group here. We also, for the record, have a match going on the A stream right now between Astralis and BNE. One of those teams is about to be taking their first loss.
Yeah, tough to be in that position, unfortunately, for those two teams. But, yeah, it's exciting to see. Obviously, like we had mentioned here, it's going to be Complexity off of the back of a big win. Definitely an important one. For Fnatic here, it's going to be a rough draw, obviously. I think we immediately saw out of the gates, you know, I was wondering, Fnatic, they're not showing any sort of worries with this stand-in. I was wondering how they were going to be able to work with Pepsor in the roster. Or were they going to be able to show some of that ability, you know, despite not having Crims in the team? And the answer was quickly yes, but then we did see some slight struggles there in the following map.
Yeah, and those struggles, they've kind of been evident for all the teams so far in the group stage. I want to say it now. Like, I don't know what it is, but something's kind of been plaguing them a little bit. And by them, I mean just about everybody. I mean, we saw it from 500 in the first couple of games. We saw it from Complexity. We've seen it from Fnatic. And even the teams we haven't seen on this stream yet, they've had struggles too.
Yeah, they sure have here. But again, looking to turn the tides here, both of these teams. Complexity clearly showing that they're a roster not to be messed with. They've just proven that with their victory over Fnatic. Out for vengeance after their loss versus 500 and Saw. They've had some, I got to say, close maps so far, right? It hasn't been complete blowouts. They've come in with a lot of energy here. They've come in trying to take some fights towards a somewhat weakened Astralis with a couple of stand-ins and a very strong BNE, but it wasn't enough to pull it across the line, and that's the unfortunate truth so far because they haven't claimed to win, and that needs to change, and it needs to change here soon. Otherwise, you know, there are opportunities to get back into playoff contention.
Yeah, I really don't know how many chances they're going to have if they lose a game like this. I think that's something that we should talk about a little bit because, like, I mean, the whole fun part of the round robin group stage is like you get to play everybody, sure, but at the same time, it can be hard to find the motivation to dig deep in some of these games when you kind of run out of your reasoning to play in the first 3 games.
Yeah, that's definitely true. It's a big, you know, kind of problem area for these rosters here. But looking at the 2 head-to-heads, Floppy in there for clear reasons after that last performance. I felt like he definitely came into form, and we've kind of already highlighted the trio here, the interesting trio for complexity in their 3 matches so far, right? Floppy wielding a whole lot of firepower. We know what he's capable of, and we got to see that a whole lot more over on Nuke. We also really liked what I got out of Grim in his first map, where he was able to deliver a whole lot of impact. And then, one of the extra elements that we talked about is Fang as well. I feel like this trio, this firepower that they have to bring to the table, that JT can wield and utilize to full effect, is starting to all show up onto the server. And I think that's a large reason as to why Fnatic struggled so much to deal with them. But on the counterpart, man, Saul, they have a real stunning piece of firepower of their own.
Yeah, all of the individuals for both of these teams have been starting to step up. I mean, even in the Astralis game, there was some reason to believe there's hope for this SAW team. It's not like it's all one-dimensional and there's really no way they can pull this back. It's just, again, the unfortunate circumstances they now stare down the barrel of, is this 0-2 start? Like, again, if you look at both of these games that they actually started off with, they've looked good on individual fronts in both of them. Like, we've seen good moments from everybody there is on this team. And now the same thing goes for complexity, maybe minus JT a little bit. I actually don't think we've seen much fragging prowess from him. I think he ended it fairly quiet on Nuke. Same thing goes for their overpass showing. But, I mean, when you have 4 players dropping 20 kills, it doesn't really matter. So if that's the thing, again, I don't know if it's going to be a battle of individuals. More so, again, it might just come down to who's the better team, and it might be complexity.
Yeah, definitely. It should be the case. Again, I mean, one thing to note is that they do have a lot of potential. I feel like Saul have been able to take things close. They've shown their promise, and I didn't get to highlight, but Udrix on this team has looked absolutely phenomenal. He has delivered so much. He's kind of revitalized this roster when they definitely needed some of that energy to be brought back into them. They've had some tough competition. They've taken some tough defeats. And now with the introduction back into this team, I really like what we've gotten out of him.
Yeah, and the fun part is now we get a new map finally. We've only seen Overpass and Nuke on this stream so far, and with both of them now banned, we're going to have to see some new battleground between the two of these teams, and I'm really not too sure where it's going to go. There's possibilities and arguments to be made for every map still left in the pool, but think there is an elephant in the room in the likes of, oh, never mind. No, there it goes. I thought maybe Mirage would slip through the cracks. Again, you want to think of best of ones. I don't think like Vertigo is a best of one map all that much, but hey, sure, why not? I'll take it. I like to see some Vertigo. Same thing goes for Ancient. So I'm the real winner here.
Yeah, it's interesting here. This is something that Complexity was willing to do in the RMR, because Vertigo is a map that they really do not play all that often here with this iteration, with this current formulation of this roster. They played it in the Blast fall groups, and they've also played it in versus the ATK in the RMR. And so the fact that they've only played this map twice, despite having a lot of best of threes underneath their belt, is definitely a testament to the fact that this team doesn't play it all that often. But every time I've watched them on Vertigo, I've really liked what I've seen. I've liked the proactivity. I've liked the way that Halzerk is able to work around the map, and the way that they send the rifler core towards that A ramp. I mean, it's very, very promising here. So a lot to be excited about. The question is, are they going to be able to show that same strength here today versus Saul?
Yeah, I do like the Vertigo pick in the end because it's kind of a crappy hand Complexity were dealt with. If you look at the maps, it's like off rip, Saw ban the best 2 maps Complexity have in the pool. And they also usually permadust too. So right there, it's like those are 3 maps that you just can't even be thinking about playing. And the only ones they're left with aren't really great results. I'm surprised to see that I believe it was Complexity who banned Inferno. I think maybe that one would have been better to slip through the cracks, but it was also more of a punish ban. Anyway, we got some key points in the likes of what we already kind of said is the first one. Saw need this win. Like, I don't see a world where they make playoffs on a loss here. So it's kind of nut up or shut up time this early on in the groups for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the case that they need these victories here. They need them ASAP, and if they do not come here now, they might not be able to make it into that playoff position. And I mean, one good thing to note here on top of that is that, well, Cole have already shown that this is a roster that certainly can be upset, not only in their matchup here versus 500, where you could make an argument that that was an upset, but also, you know, in previous matchups, they've lost to teams like Sharks just in that Blast showdown. So we know that this team is vulnerable to sometimes struggling up against rosters that on paper they should be beating.
Yeah, and I don't know, man. Like, yeah, they have been upset already, so there is the hope for Saw of saying like, yeah, you know, if 500 did it, so can we. There's no reason I think we can't. But at the same time, they are also just coming off of one of their strongest results in a very, very long time. So Complexity could very easily ride those highs to the finish line. But you speak of the finish line, and that also presents its own troubles because for Complexity, they are no newcomers to struggling to close out games. I guess the same goes for Saw, but it's more so on the NA boys. I feel like more often than not drop so many rounds they shouldn't be dropping. You even think back to the to the 500 game where they got 14 first, but then lost out in the rest of the game. So it's definitely something worth noting that the ending parts have kind of come to the benefit of the other team against Cole.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the case. Yeah, I think both teams have shown some slight issues, some slight struggles here, but definitely the case for Cole, right? We've already seen some of those flaws, some of those weaknesses, and the closing stages of rounds where they have the advantages, when they have those golden opportunities, and kind of following that off of some of the RMR results as well, where they've had opportunities to close and haven't really capitalized on those. Now, again, that was a whole different territory of pressure there, trying to qualify for the major. And right now, I feel like they're in kind of a good position. They've just claimed a win over Fnatic. They've got to be in a good mental space, and that's actually what we've seen on those cameras. Every time we've gone to Complexity, heading into that Fnatic matchup, there were smiles on their faces, and I don't think it could get much more important than that mentality remaining in tip-top shape, despite even going up against some tough losses. And that needs to continue versus Saul. I think one thing they cannot afford to do is underestimate this opposition, because like we have been lining up all throughout this day, is that playoffs is exactly where we're going to be really focusing in on here. What team's going to be making it, what team's going to be falling short here. And Complexity could find themselves in tricky territories, in sticky situations, if they don't close out these wins.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, if we even look a little bit deeper into playoffs with the teams already confirmed to the first side of the group stage, it's like with this first spot in the group being up for contention right now, it's just really big news, and I can't really nail the point home enough that whoever takes this group is in such a insanely good spot, only because it doesn't really matter who places second and third. Like, both of them will essentially move on to playoffs, but it's more so that, like, on either side of the quarterfinals is a pick your poison type ordeal where it doesn't get easier with either side that you look at. It's like you've got Big you on one side, you got ENCE on the other. We're both very big upset teams and scary to go against in best of threes. So that's why I was thinking about it earlier. It's like having that bye, especially after the group that it just finished, like, can't really be understated in its value.
Yeah, immediately getting that access into the semifinals is what every team is hungry to do. I like that you mentioned that here. Getting that position is going to be oh so important for these two teams, or for any team in this group, and trying to claim that spot is going to be a massive goal here. If you're Complexity, now with that win fresh off of Fnatic, I think that they could really make a case to get there. They have some more opportunities to take on the competition, like the Astralises, like the Bad News Eagles of the world, but getting to that position is going to be a very tricky task here. And Saul, it could be a confidence builder on their road, but I want to continue our conversation here about the Vertigo map pick, because again, this is a map that they are somewhat less trialed on and less tested. They have less history on this map here, and I wonder if that's going to be the case, that Saul can maybe catch them off guard, catch them a little bit asleep at the wheel here, because what I've seen out of them is nothing but pleasant surprises every time Vertigo comes up in the vetoes for this team. But sometimes it just not lacking that presence and lacking that history on vetoes and maps can be a huge liability.
Yeah, sometimes it's not necessarily the quality of your wins, but the amount of maps you have played on it. It's like reps can be such a big deal. I guess, again, it's good to see Complexity still lollygagging around and having a good time with themselves on their side of the camp. But, I mean, we've seen that very quickly come tumbling down in the past. But for Saw, it's like they have that advantage in the fact that they've played this map so many times. It's not great for them with, a lot of the losses they've taken, probably teams they shouldn't be losing to. But they do have more reps at the end of the day. They are going to be more prone to the adjustments that they have to make on the map when things are thrown at them. But I don't know, maybe the quality is going to be the big difference maker. I don't think Complexity have that much depth on it. I believe they took Liquid to the brink on this map, and Liquid have proven to be a good Vertigo team in the past. So I guess there's something to build off of there. But other than that, it's like they got stomped in their only other showing on it, 16-5.
No, they actually bested ATK 16-5.
Oh, well, they won it, but still, it's I don't really count that, to be quite honest with you. Like,
I mean, going up against the South African counterparts there is definitely, it's not you know, the toughest of competition here, but the way that they played out that map is definitely something to note, right? Because, you know, despite them getting a victory over some competition in the tier 2 region of North America, it was still in the same sort of environment. It was over at the RMR where they were able to dominate, and the way that they were playing it out, you know, the just principles that Complexity have established on this map is very, very promising. But there could be just a slight lack in those reps, like you had mentioned, and when that's the case, things can quickly become an issue here. Whereas if you look at Saul's history, they do have quite a bit of reps on this map. They've got a lot of officials played on this one, so could put them in good territory here, but that's a big if.
Yeah, and we also have to somewhat factor in the teams of these players coming in from. It's like you had Floppy, who played on Cloud9 for a while. They played a little bit of Vertigo. I know this was a long time ago, but it's still something to think about. Food for thought. Grim, obviously coming in from Liquid. Liquid, no strangers to Vertigo. Same thing goes for Halzerk when he used to play for Dignitas and such. Yeah. So all of these guys, I guess, individually should know Vertigo at a decent level and at a decent pace. But it's more so as a unit, they might not be so familiar with each other.
Yeah, it's definitely been something that they've kept into their back pocket here, and are definitely willing to throw it down when it matters. You know, when those best of ones come out and those vetoes get a little bit wonky, when they get, you know, maybe target banded for some of their best maps here. And that's the case. You talked about Inferno as well being in the vetoes, and maybe that was a potential here, but I honestly don't know if Complexity have mastered that map. It looks like, you know, their recent history has shown, I mean, otherwise, where they've very much so struggled to work that map to full effect. So I think Vertigo is partially a map that's chosen out of trying to build up an identity, and Vertigo is definitely something I think that they're looking to do, because not only one time have they chosen to go into this map in the best of one format, it's now 2 times that they've done it, and that immediately shows signs of them trying to expand their map pool and include Vertigo in the mix.
That's true. I guess at some point you do have to crack through the barrier of playing this map a little bit more, and it's always going to be shaky at the start. You're always going to have that shadow of doubt and worry in the back of your mind of what are they going to show us? What are they going to look like? But if they know what they're capable of, then I guess it's fair play to put good faith in them. I mean, look, it is one of the best North American teams in the world. Again, we talk about some of their unfortunate mishaps in recent history, but that more so just overshadows the good results they've had. Remember back at Pro League, where I believe they took down Furia, if I'm not mistaken. They might have lost to Furia now that I think about it. Actually, no, they lost to FaZe. They took a map off FaZe and went into overtime with them on the other. Like, everybody was toting about how Complexity almost did it. They had almost taken down, at the time, the best team in the world, looking really good at that event. Maybe, again, a bit of a fizzling out on the flip side when things went further forward. But there's still no reason to doubt this team in the long run. Like, yeah, they've had a couple unfortunate circumstances in recent memory, but it looks like they might be ready to spin that back around.
I mean, it was after that result that everyone immediately started having a whole lot more faith in Complexity. They not only made it into playoffs, but what a lot of teams do when they're new and they're in playoffs is that they immediately fall flat. They don't show any sort of ability. You know, they hit their limit. They show their peaks in the group stages and fizzle out there. That wasn't the case, right? They really made FaZe work for that win, and that's, I think, where everyone was really hyping up Complexity. But since then, it has been a wavering, to say the least, here, and they look to build that back up. And one of the reasons why they were able to show that much strength was Grim. Individually speaking, he had crazy numbers in that series. So if he shows any of that same face here in this map, they're going to be in good standing. That is for sure.
I mean, you think back to Nuke, we didn't get to see him show face because everybody was too quick stealing it for themselves on Complexity. I mean, obviously, if Grim shows up, it's going to be a scary prospect for Saw, but it's like we can't also discredit the other individuals where Floppy had his handful of clutches. Halzerk almost had a 1v5. Fang was farming for the majority of that second map, and even in the first, ending it with 28 kills. Like, everybody's starting to feel themselves. Again, we just haven't seen much from JT, but we don't need to.
Yeah, I mean, the innovation that he provides for his rosters is kind of enough here. Again, you know, maybe there are some necessity to frag, and maybe he does need to show up in the server in certain occasions, deliver some sort of sense of you know, ability, mechanically speaking. But we've already seen what he can call out in this T side. Actually, that's been where Complexity have really thrived, is in these sides. So you kind of give him the benefit of the doubt in that sense here, but getting that CT side start is going to be a welcome territory here for Complexity, as that's the first time they've been kicking things off on the defensive all day.
That's true. Maybe a welcome change of pace for the likes of Complexity, but it's not even like they're being, you know, info blind in this round. You can afford to just chill back when they're making all this noise towards A. And here's the kicker. Everybody's rotated in for complexity. So if there's any way you're going to hold on this round, it's like this. It's right here and now. But fortunately enough, it's already fallen to a bit of a flat halt. 3 kills instantly fly through. And this was a 5-man stack from complexity. By the time Saw got up and hit this site, everybody was here. And you know what happens? Absolutely nothing. The North American bloodline seems to be dying out on this pistol fairly quickly.
Yeah, they just got decimated there on every sense of the word. We're not able to deliver anything in reply. So far, not even a singular kill. Fang would like to walk away with a kill or two, so maybe he could save onto his armor here, but that's best case scenario. Worst case is they close this one out in flawless fashion with no struggles here, and that's exactly what happens, man. Coming into the server looking very clean and clinical as Saw.
That's the Saw we need to see if they want to like make any sort of run for playoffs. Honestly, I'm starting to think of the massive implications this game kind of has. Complexity winning this right here would pretty much eliminate Saw from contention, while at the same time, Complexity losing here would be put in a very tricky spot for them to even move forward themselves. Again, there is no flawless team beside Astralis, I believe. Last I missed the comeback happening on the A stream. So, obviously, again, there's still fights to be made for playoffs with everybody, I believe, being 1-1 or 1-2. But, I mean, obviously, Complexity don't want to be in that spot. And losing to 2 teams you shouldn't be losing to is always worrying.
Well, yeah, that's like the dream prospect here for Complexity was that they would be able to open up things with a victory over 500. And then with the way that they just played against Fnatic and then Saul's on the table here, a 3-0 start, I really think that would even potentially guarantee your playoff berth. But instead, with that kind of struggle up against 500, they are put in an interesting territory where they could have lost to teams that maybe they should have been taken down. Maybe they should have been taking care of business a little bit earlier on. Trying to take care of business early on, though, is Complexity with this 3rd round bye, getting those rifles out as soon as possible.
Oh, my lord. We're trying to take a note out of Complexity's book there. I don't know if you saw that, but they just went for that weird and wonky triple nade.
Yeah.
Didn't work at all, actually, but I like the audacity. I like the attempt.
It's the comfort and the quickness in which Saul start to try and clear out this B side here, and right now it looks like they're really trying to utilize B side in the early round. They're so committed to it here, and Floppy left with the task of holding steady on the anchoring here, and you know he can do it. This is a tough task. He is very far removed from the site.
Well, this nade could be big depending on the timing. They're going to eat that coming into it. Maybe not as much damage as I would have expected, but it puts 2-player, 1 dinkable range to the A1S. They have full control of the site, though. What is this boost? Holzerk. All right, sure. I thought for sure that was good for 1, but instead it's you jerks good for the 1. And Complexity, I don't even think they want to attempt this retake, man. You've got no utility. You've got no kit. Like, what's really to go for on this retake?
Yeah, you have to find some kills ASAP here, and well, Floppy not able to find it in time. Complexity not able to find anything here. They're gonna bail out as quick as ever. And right now, I feel like, simply put, they just didn't have any presence on this B side. Oftentimes, you know, you will see the aggression attempted here, and maybe players trying to get in your face, you know, offer up some sense of resistance. But Complexity, they started that round with what was essentially a retake setup on that B bomb site, and included in that fact was, you know, no kits in play and very little utility invested.
And, you know, there's another problem they make on that round, too, where it's like Complexity, they do end up going pretty dry in the opening parts on B, but with a map like Vertigo, that's very, like, flank heavy and it's not very retake heavy. It's difficult for CTs to come back into bomb sites. If you're just not taking anything and leaving a site open, you're leaving yourself open for failure. Like, they didn't take ramp, they didn't take mid, they didn't take B. So they essentially just gave Saw all this space to work with and all this time to work with, and then didn't have enough utility to retake, didn't have the manpower to, didn't have any kits, for God's sake.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at the very least, they're going to be able to get some more investment out, try their luck once again in the following round here. And this time they do try and go proactive. They try and reclaim some of this ramp control, and successfully so. Grab a whole lot of space. One-way smoke in reply from Saul, but again, they look to just test the waters back towards B. They've come in with a very clear game plan here, and they want to just test the waters. They want to continue to trial Floppy and how he can hold off this position, because right now he's playing in the exact same spot, doing the exact same thing, and you might expect different results here.
Definition insanity. We know how this plays out, but apparently I don't know how that plays out. Mutis gets caught on the timing for the jump, and now maybe they do have a chance to fend off on this B site's defense. Or maybe not. 2 kills go the opposite direction. Not the complexity we're hoping for. We're still trying to make a case for this round. Keeping the man advantage as the retake needs to come through. 1 kit in play right now for Grim. With that flashbang now used up, it's all going to fall onto the aim duels and the individual's reliance. So far, so good, though. It's JT to step it up. Talking about not seeing much from him today, and I guess the 3K is a good way to shut me up on that point.
It's a beautiful 3K as well right there. Needing to claw back that round here and calling some interesting strategies in the passive play towards this B side here rather consistently for Complexity. It's a bit awkward, but they get the job done here. And it's thanks to JT's ability alongside Grim, who was doing a lot of the damage in that round, but JT mopping up those kills is what matters. And he did. He was quick on the trigger right there.
That's all you can hope for, right? JT to wake up alongside his troops, too. But, I mean, I still want to see a bit more proactivity from Complexity, because I liked the way they took ramp in the last round, but they just didn't do it in a way that they could hold onto it at all. Like, you see, Saw didn't actually put any presence on ramp, but still kind of forced Complexity away from it with just raw utility. 1 smoke, 1 molly, and they pretty much gained ramp control for free. Obviously, they didn't know that, but you think about how much of a bargain that is on a round like that. It's just, that's not something you can look at for Complexity. I think they have to start getting a little more aggressive with some of these takes, figuring out where the weak spot is and putting the pressure on Saw.
Yeah, we need to see that adaptation as well, right? I think they're just not really putting enough emphasis on this B site hold, which luckily, because of a nice retake, it was able to pull them back. But
also,
I don't know.
I gotta say this. You see that admin standing next to TC?
Yes.
He looks just like Aras.
That is true, yeah. Another fellow North American player.
Much love. Gotta dole it out.
Some good work. Quick tech pause here, though. Hopefully get this one resolved quickly here. Right now, again, Complexity hoping to amend some of these slight issues. I mean, even in that last round, they still won it, but what I got out of that B hole was a little bit of desperation there. Floppy trying to dive through a smoke to hold things steady, and they immediately get punished for it. I mean, Fang was alongside him trying to press the issue. And I think they might just need to stick someone inside of that bomb site, try and press a little bit of resistance on the Sol members, but it seems clearly like they're coming in consistently with the game plan of playing for the retake.
I don't even know if it's consistently working. Yeah, it did work that round, but apparently there was also a tech issue in the mix. You know, Saw didn't really have that much utility, gave up a couple of kills, unfortunately. All in all, not something that really feels all that replicable to me. So I don't think it's a safe strategy Complexity should bet their bottom dollar on just yet, but I think with a little, you know, a tweak or two here and there, I could definitely see it working in the long run.
No doubt. And I mean, honestly, I feel like Floppy is a player that's comfortable in very tricky positions, so B bomb site is really difficult to master when you're up against a what I would call a more comfortable Vertigo team. And we've already seen the tricks that Saul have up their sleeves, right? I mean, it's a bit atypical that we constantly see teams press the issue in towards this B side time and time again. That's what Saul have been going for. I mean, every round but the pistol so far, so I wonder if that's going to be read in upon here. If Floppy's going to be able to get himself some impact here because you know he's hungry for it.
100%. But with the current game plan, it's like you can't expect them to be trying to get impact. Also, they've been missing the AWP. They haven't had it yet. So I'd imagine maybe the game plan is going to change a little bit when they get that out. Maybe Halzer goes for a couple of aggressive peaks. Pretty much anywhere around the map would be welcomed at this point. But speak of individuals stepping up, man, Story's kind of silently been doing that for Saw. Almost a 2K at every single one of these rounds. He's been a definite factor for Saw's early success.
He's been doing great work so far. There on the pistol round, he had a whole lot of impact as well. Opening things up and closing things down quite nicely. So you'd like to see him continue that form. We highlighted you jerks in the coming stages in the early days of this this matchup here, and I feel like we've seen some fancy shooting out of him, but still a lot more to come. I think this guy has been a revelation for Saul and what he's been able to do. A really nice piece, a Swiss Army knife it seems for Saul's ability to work things out, but look at them having some fun there. Oh, Zerk. He's trying to he's shooting
What
out.
is he doing?
Keeping JT on his toes.
Trust no one.
Hold
Not
back
even your
step.
own boys.
Such a fun player to be around, man. Keep the spirits high. I mean, you can see Floppy on the other side. He's getting none of the action. He's like, guys.
He's full JDMing right now, man.
Yeah, Lounge Nation.
Also, who's got the best hair on complexity? There is a objectively right answer here.
I like Fang's hair, first off. I think the mullet, though, definitely some power.
That's you, chat. That's you. That's you. They're laughing at you. Oh, that's not cool.
DC said, hey, look at these guys.
But yes, the correct answer is Halzer. Stop staring at me, brother. That's weird.
Dang. He's not happy.
He's got a smirk.
Staring you down. He's staring you down.
Oh,
saying
no.
I was like,
My bad.
your hair.
All right, I'm putting the sleeves down, man. Jeez, relax.
And you the old eyeball there. Don't break eye contact. Mr. Fang. You guys come along.
He blinked.
Did he blink?
He blinked first. L.
He really isn't blinking.
L-I-G-L.
Fang?
I will say, he is holding a respectable amount of time without blinking.
That was impressive.
That
I
was.
lost
He's even rubbing his eyes, dude.
Yeah, I don't know if drying the old eyeballs out is the best case scenario. He almost fell out of those chairs.
I
can only lounge so far back there. They're taking a page out of JDM's book, showing some respect to the previous legends.
You know, imagine right now if you're like Saw. Can we just like get a quick view of Saw's cams in comparison to this? Because it's like Saw right now are in full like gamer mode. You can see there ain't any smiles. They're just sitting here like, oh guys, what do we do? Thinking of themselves. Then you just stare at the other side of complexity, and they're just rocking in their chairs, pointing their wireless keyboards at each other, staring contests with Twitch chat. Coach laughing it up.
Lounge Nation. Fang maxing and relaxing. Right now.
He even had the admin laughing. You see that? You see that when he walked by the camera? He had a smirk on his face. These guys are clowns.
Bunch of goofballs there.
What boggles my mind too is like the duality of the cams and Complexity's losing. Like Saw is winning and it looks like they are scared out of their minds right now.
Yeah, I honestly think, you know, this is a classic case. I think Saw are actually the ones with the tech issue, so they're the ones a little bit frustrated. They're the ones a little bit out and about here. It's Complexity that are just trying to keep the spirits high it's kind of important as well, right? Because oftentimes we talk about how these slight pauses can take place and immediately slow down the momentum of a team in the lead, and maybe complexity walking all the way to the bank there. But the fact that they can pull things back, and they are certainly laughing all the way somewhere.
That keyboard from Holzerk is kind of cool. I know which one he has, and I was thinking of getting it, but I went with a wired one instead because I didn't like the keys.
Holzer quite likes it. Can use it to full effect here. Use it for multi-purpose, it seems. Could be many different things if you have the right imagination.
Holzerk has joined the JDM gang.
Well, Grim and JT, they got to join in as well.
Come on.
Full roster, showing respects.
Come on. Maybe Grim is salty of his Liquid's past. Does not want to show any respect to a Liquid player.
Fair enough.
It's just the duality, man. You've got him sitting on the left here, like so annoyed, rubbing his eyes. Oh, man. It's actually a perfect mix.
It really is. They are trying to get these errors quick and fix there. Again, man. It's gotta be, it's so funny to see. Look, it's just all bouncing.
Oh, Grim's joined it!
Oh, let's go. 4 out of 5. One more.
Come on. Come on.
4.
JT!
JT, join up. He's too focused, man. He's thinking, he's just masterminding this next round and probably the rest of the game.
Come on,
Every last round in the
JT.
back of his brain.
Your whole team's waiting on you.
There's no time to relax when you got the hardest job in esports there, IGLing.
Is Holzerk asleep over there? Did you see that? He had eyes closed and everything.
Snoozing. Hey, I said don't sleep on Saul, but
Wait,
really
wait.
didn't think they literally would. He's thinking about it.
You saw it too, right?
GC's on a sneak attack right now.
Where's he coming from? Where's he going?
He's right on the bottom left of your screen there. I think he's going for a lever.
Oh, I didn't even see him down there. Yeah, so even he's JDMing right now.
Hide from the cameras. He's camera shy.
JT, now you're just being cringe.
Hand on the mouse and everything. He's ready to go. Ready to blast.
It would be so funny if one of these chairs broke.
I think Fang almost flopped over.
Oh, dude, he's like slamming it too now.
Really testing those limits. Some sturdy chairs though, that's for sure.
Oh, sure, free. What do you think Floppy and JT are talking about? Or Floppy and Fang are talking about?
It's a good question. Really don't know. Love to be in the comms right now though, getting some insight.
I think I could actually sit here and watch these guys fool around in their chairs all day.
Yeah. Definitely the right players to be on a tech pause, that's for sure.
Also, I never answered the question earlier when I asked you who has the best hair. The answer is Holzerk.
You answered Holzerk. I said I quite like Fangs. I think that JT's looking snappy. I'm not a big fan, but I think it's a little bit iconic now. Floppy's old cut there. DC looking clean.
I actually can't believe. No, dude.
Time to sit up.
Oh my God, tryhards, man.
Couldn't play at least one round lounging. They couldn't stick to their guns. Put their money where their mouth is there. But at least that's a good sign of getting back into the server, surely.
That was entertaining to watch. All four, rather, 5 of them just rise up at the same time. Do you think that's what they were planning?
Levitation.
That might be what they were talking about.
Usually it's the like little typing in chats that you hear in the server that cue you up to the end of a tech pause or the start of tech pause, but it's the rising of the chairs for North American Counter-Strike that get us back into this game.
And maybe the rise of the tide for the Americans to try to pull this back too, because they are still down, remember? As much as they like to clown and lounge around, they are still in the deficit right now and need to pull this back. Guns in the favor of Saw, but you can see maybe a bit aggro out of this tech pause with the newly found motivation. Fang, all it took was a little bit of lounging and he's ready to give him a bruising.
Bruising down ramp right now. This is very aggressive. We saw some attempts at late control. This time it's at the start of the round in which they take a lot of the space here on the ramp side. We do have that presence towards the middle. Oh, the slimmest of margins right there. Story had an opportunity but doesn't quite connect on it.
This is still just passive plays around the board over towards ramp, but this time they're not going to be giving it up. Instead, just trying to set up Fang up in the close corner. Halzer falls, and it looks like maybe the lounging got him a bit too relaxed. As JT is so far the only one to find a kill. Maybe it's the lounging problem that actually caused them to potentially lose this round. Even looking for almost a 4K, man. Two of them are so low, and U-Jerks has yet to leave, knowing he's in the sandbags. What can you do about it? You don't have anything to deal with him. So glance your eyes to the other side of the map where Floppy's just been taken down. Just opened up the B site, and this round actually might fall onto the shoulders of JT. Les Grim can start to pull something back.
So many low HP bars. Grim can certainly do just that, but the number's already punched in here, and he's able to get safe passes there. Crossing in towards the double box. They might look to just take the fight, take the swing, but U-Jerk, he has the flank.
He's got at least one. Grim gets caught pulling the gun back out, and Saw, they get themselves their fourth. Not necessarily in, concurrent, but you'd think after all the lollygag and complexity we're doing, they would have had a plan up their sleeve. Nah. Kind of did the same thing.
Late crunch there in the ramp side there, but there was lacking utility, and they just ended up walking right into that op that they kind of knew was there as well, so... it's a bit problematic, and like you said, maybe there's just a little bit too much lollygagging around. Nonetheless, I mean, it might be recovered here. Story, though, again, he's delivering in the impact, and U-Jerk falls up off it. This B site, it falls flat once again.
Well, he's got rotations in time before things go too far haywire, but, I mean, if they don't give Grim any assistance, any hope of winning a round like this is going to be lost. Halzer still sticking around in middle, trying to get some brownie points, and he'll win them. But I can't say the same for Grim and Co. Fang still on the site, still trying to put up a defense. And he's at least shut them down for the time being to force them back into A. Footsteps are heard too, so Halzer's on the rotation, and he's got the op. So best chance situation for them to close out this round is with this big green.
Ooh, misses the flick, though. That's so key there. Down to 21 HP. Goes for seconds, then he will land a second. The follow-up is there, and the escape is made. But it's only now a 2v2, and the numbers have just been punched in.
Now he's got a 50-50 to look at. Another miss comes through. That could have been a big opportunity for complexity, but they still do a rise on it, and that's not a flick. Halzer's gonna miss. 2 on 4, but they bring it back. It only takes the two of them. A full house between the lounging men themselves and complexity are back on track.
Bit of push and pull between these two teams, but complexity coming out the better end of that one is definitely important for their chances at building up some foundations here. But someone that we highlighted coming into this map was Floppy, right? Because he had himself a good map. He really turned up in this last one, and right now he's yet to find a kill. I really think he's got to show up. There was a little bit of frustration, or maybe just some signs of exhaustion or something along those lines. I don't know what it was from Floppy heading into that one. We joked about the rest of the players there having a good old time there. Floppy wasn't really one of them, and so far he's still not having a good time in this map.
I'm somewhat sidetracked by a quick glance at Halzer's profile picture that I think is a red X over a frog or something.
What that one is?
I don't even know what that animal is. But I guess that's the key to being a good operator, man. You hate frogs. Maybe you're not a fan of the people, or rather the people's champ, but still the champ of complexity as he continues to try to bring these rounds back. Almost does it again, and that almost even lined up for a collateral, but Again, they're going to have to try to hold on to this one as the bomb's going down. It's another retake attempt coming in from Complexity with the ops impact potentially very limited.
Nice coverage from Story here. He has a great line of sight to cover off this position. Just actually going to take care of the flank. Yeah, this is exactly what they're going to go for here. Not going to try for this retake. All this one curtains. SA side, it falls quickly flat there. The trio, JT, Grim, and Fang, struggling to hold on. But it will be Floppy and Halsrick that are able to walk away with their lives and maybe get some chances here in this following round. Although Saul already putting up some decent T-side numbers.
And they hang on to some guns, but I don't know if that's really going to benefit Complexity in the long run. Like, this is, again, a really good T-sided start. Still, something you just don't see nowadays. Still all here for it. Oh, Chips, I think you're in the wrong server, my friend. Maybe they called in for some assistance, man. Floppy's not having that great of a game. Swap him out mid-game, see if you can't get a quick substitution. As he said, clearly a little bit tired. Let him take a nap. Let him have this one off.
Definitely needs something to start working. Now, luckily, he is one of those players that has held onto a rifle here, so he's really looking to get activated in this round, whether it means that they win the round or not. I think he just wants to get off that 0 mark here. Nobody's
Or it
capable of-
happens. Don't let it be you, buddy. Don't let it be you.
That would be the case here. Fresh off the back of a very solid victory as well. Struggling early on here. This is kind of different territory for Complexity as well. I feel like they've had good starts all day today. Back-to-back 6-1 leads in both Nuke and Overpass.
Still to no avail, though. At least in the first one. So far, it's not looking that good. And I guess, you know, it's not as poetic as it could be, but potentially even a 6-2 start. It's almost role reversal of where the other teams have been playing against them this entire time. Grim's flank already goes absolutely silent. There's nothing for him to be said in this round, and I do not imagine Complexity are going to be too eager to give up these guns. I think if you're Halsrick, you just 100% keep your hands on the AWP. Floppy can make an argument to go in for it, maybe find a couple of kills. Have somebody pick up his gun if he falls, or even potentially get somebody another rifle. But for the most part, it is just Complexity kind of handshaking another round in Saw's favor.
I would let this one fall at the wayside here. JT sticking around for some exit kills. Bang might be able to help out as well. Getting very deep in on this bomb site, but he will land the headshot. That's quite nice. Getting another one on the way out. That is absolutely insane. No way he walks away with it. He's going to chase down the rest of them. Eventually will be put to an end, but I mean, better than nothing right there. Walked away with a couple fancy shots.
Yeah, that could have been bad, man. They were lined up for him. He could have very easily found like 2, if not all 3 of them on that save, and not even for their own reasons, but more so to the disavowance of Saw. Would have been huge to take all those guns away from them, because funny enough, usually even though when you're in a situation like this is a T, your money's great. Couldn't be more wrong. It's like Story's got some cash to play around with, sure, but everybody else is going to struggle to rebuy barring they lose their weapons, so kills matter right now for Complexity.
Yeah, you want to be doing some damage here. I feel like many times have we seen Saul just walk into these relatively free and open bomb sites here. And speaking of free and open, it's the real estate towards ramp. They are already stuck in towards things. They've got deep control at the moment, and they're forcing very awkward positions. I don't know if Fang's going to realize that they've already creeped up. Luckily, he gets bailed out big time by JT. Halsrick missing an op shot and will actually get punished for it with the molly that follows up from Story.
And you know there's still a couple of players pinned into the site, so I can imagine they want to try to take them down. A good crunch would do them in right now, and Complexity can't really afford to let this round go by the wayside. The setup, though, it's still not all that great. For the time being, it can, I'd say, successfully counteract what Saw throw at them. They're going to need the kills, though, and you jerks, probably the only person you don't really want to take a 1v1 against, but instead, it's him peeking off with the flash. Ruining the hopes and dreams of Complexity. Grim's got to pull this back. He's just one man. No mere army. Muterus shuts him down. It's 1-for-1 trades around the board, and Floppy, not a shot in hell he's going to make this one doable. But at this point, again, the opportunity costs I talked about in the previous game, you've got to give this one a go-ahead eventually. And a smoke's going to block his vision for the time being with this flank coming all the way around. And U-Jerks has got him posted in. Can't even abuse the one-way as Saw move up to 7 rounds, 1 away from a converted half. And Floppy is still yet to get on the board.
Last couple of rounds, he just didn't have the option to get on the board either. It feels like it's been the entire team collapsing before he ever had access here. But this is frustrating here. CT side is bearing very little fruit at the moment. And you can see, trying to keep the composure here is Complexity, trying to remain focused. Gotta get the ball rolling, though. They cannot continue to let these rounds fall so flat.
My guy is like eating his monitor. How do you play that close, man? Like I don't know how people do it. It's like Yekindar levels of close. Like, damn, bro.
Whatever it takes, apparently.
Bro, people are like, oh, you don't play on black bars, you play on native? Yeah, because I can see my monitor.
Whatever it takes.
Okay.
So I'll definitely take it some decent rounds so far.
I've got bad news, though. It could happen. Floppy might let it be him.
On towards the A bomb site already. U-Jerks has completely cleared this one out and has thrown all the utility to allow for his teammates to move on in as well. This is insane. Map control taken and established. Now they just need to capitalize on it, convert. Rotation's really not arriving onto the scene, at least in terms of trying to hold off this bomb plant. Numbers are going to be punched in here and now.
Is there a flank brewing? No, okay, I guess my eyes just deceived me, but still, this is a 5-on-4 they're gonna try to hold on to. Smoke flash to get back into the site insured, but now they're starting to run out of manpower once again. Floppy leading the charge with the Deagle, and there it falls. Oh wait, no, he got an assist. Oh, Grim saved him. No way. The very last second, there will be no James Bond. Even tapping the bomb, JT gets another 1D to add into the equation, but I don't think the round is going to be in contention for all that much longer. Yeah, timing favors the bold for Saw, and with 8 rounds now on the board, they only can go up from here.
Yeah, there's definitely smiles on their faces now. How the turntables have taken place here. Because you can see, I mean, Complexity, they still look relatively relaxed. They don't look like too much stress is on their shoulders, but they might be soon. Smiles on the faces of Saul as they know how important this was. I feel like both rosters need these wins, but Saul coming into this one with a little bit more energy right now.
Oh no. Oh no. You finally get the off back onto the Hulzerk. You're only ace in the hole left. And it's instantly dealt with. Roman runs straight up through your ramp mollies, flashes, and nades just to find an opening pick like that. Floppy's doubled back down on the opposite end of the map, so he's trying to create a presence back for Complexity in this round. But still, in doing so, they've not entirely committed, and even if they have, this flank from Rovin's established itself so far that the round's pretty much already forfeit, or never mind, JT. Blissfully surprised his Complexity by the fact that they get that kill back, and now they're incentivized to go in for this.
Dodging up that flashbang, though, it's going to be so difficult to clear this angle. And team flash taking place there. Timing a little bit disconnected from the duo. JT, though, still looking to be the hero. Has an opportunity, but bombs dwindle down too far, and Story just going to connect the op shot to convert. It's going to be 2-9. There's been no reply for Complexity here.
Yeah, this does kind of come back into what felt so long ago because of that very long tech pause, but what we talked about coming into this snap, it's like, did you really want to pick Vertigo? Like, I don't know if this was the best course of action. Definitely feels like they could have played this veto a little bit better. Even leaving a map like Inferno in the pool would have definitely benefited them more. But again, this is just the unlucky way of the draw right now, and it kind of feels like Saw are about to get themselves a 10th round again, if not more. The most dominant half we've seen today was 10-5, just so you know. And Saw, of all teams who, come into this game potentially facing elimination from playoffs already, might just one-up that.
Oh my god, you jerks able to play around that smoke, but yeah, they definitely are in prime opportunity to do so unless Complexity have some trick up there, so something to offer. So right now it's been absolutely nothing. Alzerk has the A1S, but he doesn't have armor to play with. They're looking to deal with this mid control here. Two players moving on in, slowly but surely. Should be able to catch JT off guard, and that's the case. He's just too low.
Dude, look at the individuals, man. Roman, that was crisp. Those two shots into the site. Sure, one of them was against an unarmored USP, but that kill he gets on Floppy, it's like you just can't respond to that. You don't have a chance. And yeah, with Halzerk now showing presence on B, this is just a freebie round. Might not even be allowed to escape with this AK, man. They are ruthless right now for Saw. No mercy being given. And for good reason. You give them an inch, they'll take it a mile. They're prone to do that in the past. But with 3 rounds left to go, Saw, they want to make a record of today's dominant half.
And do that starting right here and now. And I think there's a big error right now, a big issue that I'm seeing in Complexity versus the Complexity that I last seen on this map. It's just that I don't feel like they're going at proactive at all. There's no cohesion in this defense. There's no one that's really trying to take space, and in certain occasions they're just willing to give up all of ramp and all of the B side, all of mid. Like, what really map control have you seen them consistently grab here and it work out in their favor?
I think that's a great point. I mean, it's been the issue with them all game, even reiterating it. It's like it never really feels like Complexity are in control of things right now. I guess maybe they have somewhat of a grasp on the situation, but look at how spread thin their defense is right now. Look everywhere on the map, and there's a 1v1 to be had for Saw, and they have been insane at winning some of these aim duels. Finally, though, Complexity managed to topple them for what looks to be a freebie round at this point, just in the 1v4. Maybe looking to do some extra economic damage. But the nade, I think is pretty much solidified. They know where they are, and I don't know if they're too headstrong on giving up any guns.
Going to toss that Alp out of the map, make sure that they don't get that one back in their hands. It's probably a wise decision here. Wasn't given any fights on that ramp side, so instead pick up that AK here and try his luck on the follow-up. Gonna walk right into Halzerk's op though. And while he has been doing a little bit of missing as of recent, I don't think you can get punished for this one. Just. Yeah, getting you up to the wall right there. And that's going to be a round after long last. It's off the back of what I would have to say is some pretty solid collapsing towards the ramp side here. Is much more cohesive, and they're able to win the duels off the back of it.
Now, hear me out, and call me crazy if you must. But Complexity win this, or I'm sorry, if Complexity end this half 10-5, I think there's a world where they do this. Like, remember their overpass T side and how it started? Remember their nuke T side and how good it looked versus Fnatic? Maybe it's just a T-sided team right now if you're Complexity. Right? Maybe that's all it is. So if you give yourself a fighting chance, which I think 10-5 warrants, it's like maybe you can pull this off. With a couple of kills already dealt too, it looks like Fang's ready to make that story a possibility. He wants that to be the timeline they're living in. Not a Saw can help it. They bring one back, still needing a little bit more that Halzerk won't give. And now it's just basic holds around the map. Don't give them any map control, just let them walk into you, play reserved, play defensive. Make them make the first mistake, and that's I'd say exactly what they're kind of doing. But a mistake is not what just makes. He doubles down on A, you know there's only one here, you know Floppy's a B player, but he's got to pull off the 1v2.
Possibilities just starting to enter though for Story. He can chop up these duels here. They've doubled up on this A side, but Story, he needs not to commit right here and now. He has an opportunity to spread that clock out and maybe start to sow some seeds of doubt here. He's just been spotted. And that's the alarm bells alongside some damage.
Going all the way back around the world, he wanted to try to throw the nade. Floppy tucks in. That nade won't kill him, but it'll put him pretty damn close to the edge of despair. Now a smoke thrown into the site. I don't think he's going to be ready for Grim's rotation to have already been pulled in. Yeah, it's him finding through a smoke. So, again, another round added up for Complexity. and this is the only route they can take to try to pull a comeback off. Maybe 11-4 is still workable, but I think that's more so reliant on the pistol round success from that point forward. And we still don't know what Saw's CT side is going to be made out of. Obviously, yeah, the elephant in the room is complexities. T sides have been what's making them the money all day, but it's an unknown on this stream for Saw. We don't know what they're going to be here to show us in the second half.
Yeah, definitely the case. Although what we've got out of complexity is a pretty solid T side, so maybe that's something to note. Somehow, Balzer splitting the difference and not able to escape. JT does offer up a kill of his own, but there's no way he can get out here. Needs some utility, needs to smoke to head his way. He's burning up, he's burning, it's getting hot. He's able to stay alive there somehow. He takes a lot of damage in the meantime, but lucky to walk away with his life.
His life is all he was really looking to hold on to, though, as he just buys time for his team to rotate back and into B. He included, I suppose, but still looks like Complexity are set up well for this. Good kill comes through the wood, but the trades back just includes so much damage being ticked off of the health bars of Complexity right now. One bullet to land on either one of the B defenders, and they'll both fall. Just a little too far in behind his team, but he's going to go sprinting up and into A. 50 seconds to go, and I don't know if they'll be here in time. I think with all the space they've given him, the answer is no, but when you walk up, it only seems inevitable that they catch on to things soon or later. Bomb, though, needs to get planted before you can even think about a post-plant potential clutch. There is, I guess, kits in play, but the utility is sparse. In fact, it's non-existent. So Complexity will have to be another retake attempt.
Make it work here. Just 1-on-2. He's able to get himself into a nice established post-plant position as well before the retake efforts do start from JT and Fang. Laying out towards side hall. Gonna be tricky to deal with. He's clearing out this flank as well, so a couple things going his way right now in this retake.
Still JT, so low, taps the bomb, and even goes on an individual mission right now. Again, all it takes is one bullet to shut him down, and he knows that's the diffuser. He didn't see anybody else in the bomb. Bang, making noise, and he jumps into the headshot of Just. A beautiful finish there on the AK, and I thought it was going to be a bit worrying right after they didn't actually go in V, after the flash was perfect from Floppy, and they peeked back up from the wood wall. I thought that Complexity had their number written, but instead, no, it's Saw holding on, finding the last of the first, and at least holding on to the momentum going into the second half.
Yeah, a whole lot of momentum going their way. That's a great showing coming through from Saw in that first half. 11-4. It does kind of one up our most dominant scoreline in the half, and they do it on the T side of Vertigo. An impressive feat. But now they look to carry that energy over into this next half. We'll get there right after this quick break.
Katsokaa kuinka Silvankroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen. Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdallaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se. On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi! Hyvä tempo päällä, pojat.
Body yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1 vastaan 2. Pommi on jo pläntättynä. Body löytää ensimmäisen saitilta. Sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kunin täytyy osua. Nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Body tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savu, josta Body otaisi kohtaa todella etevä hakemaan. Ne kaikki tarjotavat trackin.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
And who would have expected this? Bit of a turn of events considering the paths I've been on so far. 11-4 against some of the best in the world. It's quite surprising to see out of a team like this, but again, I'm all here for it. Maybe it's a bit of an unfortunate circumstance for Complexity to be left in and the fans will like it, but SAW are certainly making a case to think maybe they can make a playoff run.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the case. If they kick it off here and now, again, this would look even better for some of that head-to-head matchups that we'll be looking at as we head deeper and further into, you know, who's going to be getting that playoff position. But they still have to close this one out. And honestly, what I will say is they have to close this one out against Complexity, who has been proven on this T side all day today. So it's not like we're going to see them completely fall flat here. We could see some energy, but it has to start here, and it has to start quickly because they are running out of space.
That is the problem, right? While Complexity's T side is something to be gotten right and home about, it's more so on the fact that if they lose the pistol, they won't ever get that breathing room. They won't ever get that space to wake up. So it's kind of do or die right now. With this all being a ruse, an attempted B plot coming through as soon as they make the contact necessary over at the ramp side. Story is not going to leave his post just yet. In fact, jiggling, waiting for contact to be taken elsewhere. Bomb currently on the back of Grim, but very well assisted in the likes of Fangs and Floppy.
Just gonna walk on in towards B, but there is presence here, and the bomb now moving in towards B, and they're fighting both sites, both successful opening picks there. They can start to make a round out of this one, start to make a comeback here off the back of a pistol. Grim gonna trade things up. These duelies proven to be a serious problem here. And a 2v3 retake, it could really lend itself to close things out. Complexity in a good position, but they still have to finish.
Finishing parts can be everything. We talk about a team's ending struggles, but it doesn't seem like that's existent here. Grim on a 4K shutdown on the pistol. Not heard much of him this game, huh, have we? So I guess it's a good turn of pace for Complexity. You get to start this half off strong.
That it is. Right now, we have to see some of the individuals rising to the occasion. Right now, JT's decided to have himself a good map, and I feel like when that's taking place, you really want to see some of the extra elements of Complexity show up. And that hasn't necessarily been what's been happening here at the moment. JT sitting at 15 frags, top of the charts for his team. You got some of the other members here that need to chirp up as well. Floppy, well, he might not be one of them in this round.
Oh my
taking
God.
a lot of damage. This is just so much from U-Jerks. And the combination of the scout, Floppy down low, they find very little in reply. Not a kill though either. U-Jerks is gonna get out safely.
I'm just worried about this other HE coming through from Just. It depends. Like, if they end up running into A and you stall them for enough time, this nade is going to come through and have a bit of an impact. But speaking of impact, U-Jerks does that tenfold. This guy walked into that ramp fight with 13 HP, still walked out the victor of yet another aim duel. Hulzerk, he's got his teammates straight, but they are still down by one man. The rotation's pulled back through. Just sitting in elevator awaiting his prey to waltz in. And they hear this reload. They know they're still here. It's just all about shutting it down now. Scout in play still as they've both been tagged. Grim on 1 HP this round. Majority falls onto what Hulzerk can or can't do. Peeking wide, he's got the right idea. And now it's Just the 1v2. Still has an HE left in play. And if well placed, it can do a world of hurt to Complexity.
Yeah, it could put Hulzerk into 1 HP. It could make that deagle really work, given Grim's low HP as well. All depends on who's going to be planting the bomb. It looks like it's just been tossed over to Grim here. I don't think they'll anticipate an HE right now, right? This late into the round, but Grim fakes it. Oh, so wise, but he walks back into it, takes a little bit of flak. Hulzerk has coverage.
The thing is, too, that nade was bad. Like, that was a bad lineup coming through from Just. Grim did fake it out, expecting something like a nade to come through, but he walked back into it. And if the nade was better placed, he's not getting that bomb down. It's 1v1. Hulzerk's got to bear the burden of getting the plant in. But it's not one they have to worry about just yet. Force by does not go to the hopes and dreams of SAW's intentions. Now they take the save and give Complexity what the should be 7th.
The old Zonix law in order here. If they can't close things out here, SAW issues could be arising quickly, but again, plenty of damage to be done. And they're walking in.
No way.
Side. They're going to continue to just try and press the issue to brute force their way in towards B. They've finally been deterred, but the damage is already done and very little is given in return. And it's not like they have all of the world on A to work with. It's just now Hulzerk starting to crawl up towards ramp. And they've taken very minimal space.
Yeah, but again, this is rifles v pistols. While there are a couple of low targets, I can't imagine they're the ones leading the charge. And even exchanging guns hands. Don't want to let your big boy rifles fall because of a couple of low bars. And they've still yet to rotate anything in other than a couple of these pistols. Only one Deagle is here to try to contend. So unless Muterus hits some barn burner of a 1D, this round still should be going the way of Complexity. I think he's just trying to get a timing spam off on the cards. Okay, well, barely missing the mark, but yeah, the right idea. Olzerk's idea is better, though, as he spams him down through the construction panel. And yeah, now this one is just going to end up the way of Saw or other Complexity.
Yeah, I don't really have any business making too much effort into this one, but that's one of the higher HP bars taken down there. Grim going to hit the deck, and now Floppy, JT, and Fang all very low. This retake, I don't like their odds, especially with no kit, but if they could find even more damage, that would be quite nice. Udric's making his endeavors in towards the site there. It's going to be JT to fall here. Again, very low on HP. They're all forced to swing. That's going to really favor Likes the Complexity. These headshot angles the same. And Floppy to close things out. Starting to get warmed up here. And now they grab a 7.
Locked in, it's on the board, but now Saw get the big boy guns out, including the AWP on Story. He was off to a bit of a hot start, so he's slowed down like big time. Remember, he had 6 kills coming into the 5th round, and now we're just shy of 20 rounds deep. So in 15 rounds amongst that, he's gotten 7 kills. That's not that great.
Not that great indeed. This establishing a lot of mid dominance here and unable to do too much damage there, surprisingly so. There you go. That's much more like Udrix. He's been consistently fighting out towards side hall. This is something that we've been missing out of Complexity's ramp defense, but maybe hanging around a little bit too long. It's Halzerk that gets his revenge on the ramp control here, but how long will it live? Not too much longer. Roman will zone in, be able to spam him out.
Shooing and cluing with that kill coming back, and it's forced Complexity into a very awkward B take, I'd argue. Just still here with utility to shut them down. And I like the way they're playing this. This makes sense, right? Because as soon as they throw in this B-sided utility, Justice got the smoke to delay them. They come through it. They're probably getting multi-killed. They waited out, and the rotations are going to be coming back through from Saw to try to shut down this B take. And they don't have that much utility to do anything more than just the one site take. Yeah, smoke instantly deployed. And now even trying to demand up the respect. Nade is almost perfect on the money. And they've still yet to crack into the barrier. The bomb site flash doesn't go where they would have intended, and with it, Grim's gonna double down. Bomb dropped in the open, and they all start swinging from the fences here, but the kills don't line up. Even looking for more when it comes to the flash assist. They know where Grim is, stuck at the back of the quad pillar. It's all up to Roman, the 1v1, and Grim won't let it slip. On a mere 4 HP, Complexity continue to hang on, and this T side is looking a bit scary.
Oh, that's an incredible momentum builder right there. They got to be very happy with that closer. Right where you want Grim to be. Starting to pull rounds across the finish line right there. Off the back of some nice shots from JT as well. An unlikely hero for this team, but man, oh man, is he continuing to deliver in the second half as well. And now, Saw, their lead is quickly waning down, slowly but surely. We now move the distance to 3 middle control. This is all being heard here from Complexity, but well, it's known here. There's not really much you can do about it, at least safely. They could be everywhere. They could be anywhere in this T-spawn area, so you got to be careful the way you play this one out.
And cautious as ever, they know how easily it feels like they can make some of these mistakes. We saw so many of these eco rounds get so close because of those lackluster pushes from Complexity, because of the bad spacing, but this time while the opening pick goes against them, doesn't bode very well for Saw in the long run. It's just on an MP9, but don't really imagine he's going to get all that much done. Good kill on the first, though, with JT on half HP. If Floppy wasn't there in time, things could have gone very easily haywire / south, but nah, they hang on again. And it's Complexity now on 9-2 away from striking a tie game.
I mean, it's been so quick, though, the way that they've been able to get back into this game. It's a pistol conversion. It's a couple nice clutches. It's some nice shooting from JT, Grim, all the likely characters, and maybe even some unlikely characters showing up into the server here to get us to this point. And a matchup that I didn't know if it was going to be even close here at the turn of the half. So I was starting to feel a little bit of that pressure. I mean, coming into this series, we talked about how sometimes it can be difficult for both of these teams to close out. And that's kind of the case that we're getting out of Saw here. At a hefty lead. And on the CT side, they have yet to win a round.
They got to change that soon, man. The guns are going to come back out, but if you lose this one, then that massive lead, all that hard work you did in the first half, it's for nothing. At least they've got the open play again on Story, but they've got to do something, I'd argue, fairly aggressive with it, man. That's another thing that you can get stuck in this sort of momentum building against you situation, right? Where you're too scared to go for these individually aggressive peaks. You're too scared to put the op in a position to potentially get an opening pick because you would rather just have him stay alive for a site hold than potentially die going in for one of those openers.
Yeah, and speaking of that, you know, U-Jerks, who's been feeling so confident in the side hall and honestly doing a lot of damage in that position, maybe less so in this round as he's not so interested. They're playing a more passive approach towards this ramp control here. And in that complexity, have taken a lot of space already. There's still 1 minute and 7 left on the clock here, so ample time to work with here. But with this ground already posted up from Fang, opportunities could arise. The aggression looks certain.
Though I'd imagine Saw might do, yeah, I was going to say they have to make some aggressive play that I feel like Complexity are ready for, but at the same time, JP actually falls victim. Now, while the rotations are going to come through Complexity, they had the alternative of potentially going into B if things did go haywire, which, you know, they did. But now they got to fight their way back into this round, in which Halsrick and Fang have just done 2 on 4, even though Grimm's low. I don't really think it's going to matter all that much. Razor thin tripwire shot that Story won't drop. Now you got to get this plant, and you've got to ensure that Grimm can actually punch in the digits, even pushing up and through the smoke. Muterus, a 1-for-1 trade. He'll take that at this rate. And now it's all up to Fang. Choreographing where he's coming in from with the flashbang. It's against an AWP too, so this is probably the worst case situation. 10 seconds, you've got to cross into the site, just holding it passively. Oh, Story spotted him on the cross. 6 seconds to go, taps the bomb, sees the jump in CT spawn, and he didn't even have to give him the peek, but Story does it anyway. Saw barely staying out in front, and now Saw are starting to feel themselves a little bit more. Even though it's been so long since they found success, all they need is one to get themselves going.
That's a flashy shot right there from Story, and a frustrating loss there. Finally, Clutch is going their way instead. And man, is it welcomed. You can see smiles returning onto the faces of Saul's CT side. And in that Clutch victory, though, immediately it's going to lead in towards a lacking purchase here. So Complexity, close rounds come calling. And the op shots don't stop here, continuing to rain down terror. Same thing. The MP9 cashing up some checks here. JT again showing his ability, but this will all be shut down quickly as ever.
And just like that, Saw, they finally broken the streak, and they've broken Complexity's hopes and dreams. They got, what, 5 rounds in a row? But you also have to remember it was off a pistol win. Shenanigans and heebie-jeebies past that kind of shadow over the fact that Saw had this massive lead. I am a firm hater of Zonic's Law, and this is why.
But back to the rifles here once again. Complexity looking to have the success. What is this? Spam Roman 100-0 on a Fang, straight through the yellow tarp. Nothing you can do about that right there. You're just incredibly unlucky and great preparation. I don't know if that's some sort of lineup that he's been working on, but either way, it works out for the opening pick. And U-Jerk, he's so tricky with how he plays these angles. He even finds another. He cannot be tamed. This is what I mean. They've unleashed a beast on Saul when they found U-Jerks, and he does not stop delivering.
Yeah, it's hard to deal with him in the first place. It's also harder to deal with him when he's got the best gun in the game on his back. Now they go popping up and into B. There's not that much put up for the defense. It's only 2 MP9s, so it's not like they can't get this held, at least, or maybe mount a bomb plant out of this, but not clearing the angles will pretty much do you in there. Grimm, he's the only one to find a kill behind the generators, and with that in mind, Saw have shut them down once more, have pretty much demanded and forced their hand for another eco, and potentially just pulled this across the finish. This is a save call from Complexity. There's going to be 6 chances for Saw to finally get their first win of the group stage.
Unlikely candidates to go up against. I was thinking Complexity would be able to carry some of that form over from the Fnatic victory, but that might not be the case right now. That might not be the save T that we're getting out of them. Definitely doesn't seem to be. slowed down the hit of the wall, and that wall left back of Roman and Ujerks on this A bomb site, looking to offer up another sturdy defense. And look at the utility damage. It doesn't stop. It continues, but in their endeavor, they do a lot. Kills in return. There's his 2 ATs though that rain down.
I mean,
Things even.
you have to give Complexity credit. Like, their ecos are so good. It feels like every single time they have the pistols out, even though you come into the round understanding they shouldn't be winning it, they probably aren't going to win it, and you could pretty much count them to lose it. Like, they always make it close. They always make you second guess yourself. Are they going to do this? Are they going to pull this one across the finish? And every time it's unfortunately the same outcome, where it's so close, yeah, so far, but this time it feels a bit different as they put this into a 1v2. And now the clutch has to go back against them. JT might get timing, and I think he knows where both of the remaining players are. Just if he can shut down JT, then Bang is stuck on an island, and he cannot escape except in to fight him. And Just won't drop it. There's another clutch going back against them. Complexity, again, so close. They even bring it to a post plant. But it's a clutch coming back against them that locks Saw into map point.
That's everything right there. Just another clutch to add to the tally here for Saw's favor. And while it does come down to the wire, I don't know if it's going to matter at the end of the day here, because now Complexity's backs are against the wall. They really were hoping that they could claim that round, because if they did, the prospects of them still being able to close out this map in regulation is so promising. But that has just slipped through their fingertips. And now they're calling a couple of pauses to keep them even alive in this game.
Got to figure it out somehow, man. You are pretty much out of time. I mean, you kind of are. Last buy to come through, and if Saw have got one trick up their sleeve that'll overcome Complexity, then there it falls. Again, this is an insane sight to see, considering, again, it might feel so long ago, but they just had one of their most convincing results ever against Fnatic. 16-6. And then it turns to this. Saw upset Demons, apparently, ready to make their playoff run.
Ooh, and things don't look any better there. Fang once again sidelined. It's not Ujerks going on the aggression, though. It's Roman. He's been having his number every step of the way, whether he has vision on him or not. 4-on-5, though. They're just going to try their luck towards the B side. They've tried this a couple of times, and they've found access before, but this time there's a whole lot more presence here. There's a lot of Molly's Hellfire on this B ramp.
It's kind of relentless right now with the utility usage. Thankfully, JT's brought a kill back, but at what cost? You've lost your IGL's life, and while you do still have a couple of fraggers still left alive in the server, do you really want to leave your entire hopes and dreams of this game up to a potential disadvantage? I don't know if that's the greatest idea, but I don't know. It seems like they're kind of stuck in limbo right now. Floppy going to get a boost to top his boy, but he won't be spotting anything out just yet. Story still hard-pressed with the AWP, so as soon as they go in, problems will start to arise. Flash goes high, Story turns away from it for the time being. This time they'll clear out the corner, and Muterus won't get away with anything all that sneaky. Pop still posted up on the cross as Ujerks is here with him, doubling down. That might just be it. Holzrick in the 1v3, but if there's anybody who can pull it off, seems like it's him. 30 seconds to go, the bomb being stuck, and Nade dunks in atop of his head, and even getting caught on the cross. Roman's got the better of the two angles, and it's an upset of a lifetime for Saw, who shut down Complexity, not even allowing double digits. And a 16-9 stomping on Vertigo. They show they are the better team.
Yeah, that wins big time right there. Able to close things down in big fashion, claim their first win here in Espoo. It's got to feel so good for Saw.
And hopefully the beginning of many more, because again, remember, this team is so close to being eliminated from playoffs contention. This was a required win if they wanted to move forward with that presence of mind in the group stage. And now, considering some of the upsets that have happened, considering some of the things that have fallen on a team's plates, it's really anybody's up for the taking, man. I believe Astralis ended up winning their game versus Bad News Eagles. So again, if I'm not mistaken, they're 2-0. Everybody else, though, fighting for their lives right now. Even Bad News Eagles, who were backs against the wall against 500 over on the A stream, everybody's struggling. And it makes it all the more interesting as games move forward.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Very, very interesting, right? I mean, how are these teams going to perform here, and who's going to be making it into playoffs as these upsets continue to take place? I mean, as teams continue to show their ability here, and Complexity, I think more so than anything, continue to struggle versus some of these plucky underdogs. It all starts to make you wonder who is going to be claiming those three positions here, and it leaves it very exciting. It's all up in the air, and no one's certain of who's going to be claiming those spots.
Right, and that first spot is still up for grabs. That's the biggest question mark of the bunch right now, because the most interesting thing is the game we have coming up next, which I guess I can save it for the storyline, but still, this result right here, it's shocking to complexity. One that I, again, just don't think anybody would have predicted, thought of. Maybe, again, if you thought Saw could go close. I've heard things about Saw having a really good vertigo, so wouldn't be surprised if you predicted it for that reason, but you could not have predicted something like this, as one-sided as it was.
Yeah, I think complexity, they were hoping that the veto of Vertigo or leading into Vertigo was going to be a big trick up their sleeve, something that maybe Saw weren't anticipating. But what we saw simply is that they're way more comfortable on that map. And that's what we've just seen there. That's how they've claimed their first victory, guys. But all that being said, before we head into what could be the match of the day here in Fnatic and Astralis, we're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll be right back.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Pori yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1-2 pommi on jo pläntättynä. Pori löytää ensimmäisen saitilta, sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua, nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Pori tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan, hakee vielä sen pommin savu, josta Podi otaisi kohtaa todella etelä hakemaan. Ne kaikki tarvitsevat trackin.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Well, a lot on the line for this upcoming game. Fnatic and Astralis facing off for what could be the match of this group so far. Now, I already broke down the ultimatums with you, but I'll say it again for the people at home. Right now, Fnatic are in control of their own destiny. A win here, they can pretty much control whether they take the #1 spot in the group or not. But for Astralis, a win here would pretty much cement them into a playoff spot regardless of the outcome in the remaining parts of their event. So, it's big news for either one of these teams. And both of them, considering that #1 spot still up for grabs, are about to be at each other's throats for it.
Yeah, that's an excellent point that you're bringing up here in this matchup. It's why I've been kind of touting it, not only as a matchup of the day, depending on how these rosters are coming out fresh in form, but it could decide a whole lot when it comes to playoff contention right now, because every last team is fighting tooth and nail for those positions. Sol just solidified that with their last matchup. And Fnatic, honestly, a very tough loss, you have to say, to Complexity on Nuke, right? Because what Complexity has brought has been a little bit clunky, a little bit awkward when it comes to playing some of the lesser opponents, right? The Sols and the 500s of the world. Well, they've struggled, and that isn't the case here. Astralis, they have been flawless here, 2-0, and that is what you like so much. You like to be in control of your own destiny.
Right, and I will elaborate, right? The reason 500 aren't necessarily in control is because Fnatic have the win over them. So if you take down Astralis right now, you top the group, you win out, and there's nothing they can do to take the spot back from you. That story applies to everybody in the group now. Now that theoretically Complexity are potentially about to not make playoffs, by the way, for those of you who don't know, on the A stream is about to be an elimination match between Complexity and BNE, meaning one of those teams is dying out in groups. Crazy for me to think about, but maybe not so much for the counterparts. Fnatic and Astralis, though, look, man, it does not get closer than this.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this event, there's obviously a whole lot of hype coming around to Astralis here, and without Device, I was worried that this roster was going to be a little bit of a shell of themselves. Obviously, wielding the core here of some legendary players. You still have Xyp9x, you still have Glaive, and you still have Blame F included in this mix to do the damage, to deliver a lot of impact. But, you know, the hype around Device was certainly there. And so not playing in this event going to be, you know, somewhat of an issue here. But so far it hasn't been, right? 2-0. And they look to continue that endeavor with a victory over Fnatic, because like you said, if they could do just that, man, that would set them up so nicely to try and top the groups. And with that being said, you know, topping the groups would mean you would be moving on in towards the semifinals.
That would be huge. Again, considering, both of those teams in the quarterfinals are a pick your poison matchup where it's not guaranteed for you to win regardless of who you're going up against. Just that peace of mind of knowing you at least have that semifinals berth locked in is so huge. It can't really be understated. And I mean, this is, again, going to be the best match for that reason, because there's a lot on the line on this one game, even though the group still has a lot more to go before it's done progressing. Just the fact that either one of these teams, with this exact game being the turning point, can win the entire group, they're going to bring out everything they've got.
Yeah, pulling out all the stops for both of these teams here is the case, and they got to deliver. Obviously, you know, Fnatic have had wavering success here. It's all nothing but incredible stuff out of their overpass versus 500, but then they followed up with a just lackluster and struggling Nuke. So again, they're playing without a lot of pressure on their shoulders here, and they're playing a lot of complicated maps to kind of slot in some standards. But in the head-to-head here, chose Nick Dawson, a very much so unsurprising Blame F. Man, the stats that he's able to deliver are just so fantastic. Whether he's having that impact or not, man, you can't deny that this guy, he gets the job done.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to stop a player like Blamef, especially with his performance thus far in the event. I mean, I believe he literally opened up the day with 25 kills and like a stomping of a game. So the fact is, this guy's feeling himself. Even Glaive looked good in their most recent game against BNE. Yeah, it was way closer than it should have been. It was a 15-11 lead, kind of choked away and thrown into overtime. But still, it's no surprise to tell you Blamef came out on top of that one too. So when all of the pieces of Astralis are starting to feel into form, it's a hard team to stop. There's a reason these guys were at one point the best in the world. So when they get in that groove, it's just a pain train.
And I think there's an added benefit to Astralis playing with simply no pressure right now, right? I mean, there is absolutely none of that taking place here on the server. They don't have a lot to really worry about. They don't have any expectations heading into this event. I mean, when you come in with 2 substitutions here in place, you kind of expect things to go and expect issues to arise on the server. But so far, I think they've really thrived in that sense, right? Blamef is certainly showing that without expectation, he can deliver. Even with expectation, he delivers. But he's doing incredible damage. Nikodas, on the other hand, here, I like how you highlighted him because I think he's going to be required in this server, trying to get proactive, trying to do the damage here for Fnatic. He's certainly capable of doing it.
Yeah, and the thing is with Astralis, it's like, I believe Christo's opping, if I'm not mistaken, but it's like, you're not going to live up to the tally mark of a player like Nikodas. So it's not only on his shoulders to not like to win the op duel, but to create presence in the server around that fact too, to find more than one opener in some of these situations, to find more than just a little bit of impact, because considering the last showing we saw from them against Complexity, who's like, I don't know whether it's so maybe Complexity is just a not good looking team and Fnatic looking even worse under them, or maybe they got a lucky break against them. I mean, all in all, it's like when the individuals didn't show up for Fnatic, there was really nothing there to build off of. We didn't ever really hear from Fasher and Roy in that last map. We didn't see anything from Pepzor in comparison to what he put up on Overpass against 500. It was really only Nikodas doing stuff. So he's got to make up for that impact more than just maybe 1 or 2 times. He's got to do it tenfold if Fnatic need to win a game like this.
Yeah, you're definitely going to need to see a whole lot of firepower here, but we're going to have to see what maps that we head into here, and Bands immediately kind of hinting at where we could finish things out on here. Vertigo immediately banned out by Astralis. There's no surprises there. Nuke also banned out, which is somewhat surprising given the current result that we just witnessed Fnatic go for. And again, I think there's potentials looming of an Overpass here, but it could be Overpass or Mirage. And either way, I'm going to be very interested because Astralis is going to be interesting, but we will get Overpass here once again. I was wondering, again, Mirage, it would have been nice to see that come out. We know that Blamef, that's kind of a home territory for this guy when it comes to the fragging department, but we don't get that. Instead, Overpass to try and recycle here. And honestly, if you're Fnatic, I can appreciate them going back to what has worked out so well in the past. I,
again, kind of feel like you could have maneuvered this veto a little more in your favor if you're Astralis. Like Fnatic, again, it's not like they're bad on maps like Inferno, but I still definitely feel like in the current circumstance, they'd rather pick Mirage over it. So I'm thinking maybe instead of banning, I mean, number 1, they banned Nuke, which was surprising. But number 2, I believe they ended up banning Inferno. So maybe if you leave that in the pool and ban Overpass instead, kind of incentivizes them more into picking Mirage. But that's still just up to the tally mark of which one do you want to play more, Mirage or Overpass. And the duality is, yeah, theoretically, Astralis' Overpass is better. But again, you've got 2 stand-ins for this event. It's not your main roster. So do you want to go with your tried and true on a potential map that might not work because you don't have all the pieces there? Or do you want to go with something a little more puggy that's a lot easier to understand? Even coming into a roster, you can play it well with your team. I mean, the choice has already been made, but it's something you got to think about, because you think about the last time we saw Fnatic in general, it's like they're going to learn their lesson. They're not going to do any of this audacious picking. I mean, you saw what happened when they did it against Complexity, and it didn't bode them well. Yeah, it certainly did not here. And well, we do have our key points coming on up here, and I gotta say, Fnatic, they're walking wounded after that defeat versus Complexity here. I like to see them coming back into what is a much more comforting territory, at least in this event in Overpass. That's a really good sign for them. I think that most of all is a good sign for Pepzor, who's been doing incredible damage on this map. But all things considered here, you got to note that, yeah, there might be some struggles here. There might be some resounding issues that have come through from whatever we saw out of Fnatic in their attempt to try and take on Complexity. Yeah, it was an attempt, all right, but I don't know if it was all that great a one. So I am glad to see them going back to their roots and overpass. But my worry is, was it like a one-shot wonder from Pepsor, that one map that he dropped 28 kills? Or was that just maybe some uncomfortability on a map like Nuke? It wouldn't be all that shocking for the latter to be true, but it's like it was night and day when you look at the performances. I believe bottom fragging on Nuke in comparison to farming on overpass. It just leads the question of what really is the answer, and you don't want to have to rely on him potentially fragging out to make a case for you to win here. But you talk about him, you talk about the subs in that exact same conversation. We just talked about how Christo and I believe Mr. or you know what I mean, they both step in for Astralis in this event. We all thought Device was coming back, apparently not ready just yet. So instead they pull up one of the academy players to hopefully seal the deal for the time being. So far it's worked out better than the likes of Fnatic's has, considering they're 2-0, but they've only played the arguably weak opposition in the group. They ran through SAW, they went through BNE, and with a choke factored into the mix, Fnatic is going to be a times 3 step up.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the case. Yeah, I think that these kind of subs are delivering when it comes to the impact here so far. I think that they've done their job quite nicely, but what matters the most here is that we do have the ability of them to do some damage here. Now, all that being said, last thing to note here is that Astralis have yet to have been defeated so far, and that's a key detail right now. I think both teams coming into the mix, probably not too many high expectations for these two teams. Obviously, I think that their goal is to make it out into playoffs here, but they're wielding a couple of stand-ins, right? So it's not too much pressure on both of these teams, and that's a good sign, right? That could do some, or that can benefit really Astralis. I think that can also benefit Fnatic in the same likes. And I mean, we'll see who comes out on top. I think Astralis probably wielding a whole lot of that momentum for the first 2 maps, and the opposite is true for Fnatic. But again, there's a lot on the line with this matchup alone.
I don't know. It's like, for me, I easily come into this thinking Fnatic are the favorites, even though they don't bode the 2-0 record, just more so in the fact of the opposition they played so far in the event. It's like, Fnatic, they played 500, which have already established themselves as a really good contender in the group so far, even being 2-1 right now, technically at the top, but not for long if Fnatic end up winning this game, and even if Astralis do. So they aren't actually top of the group. It just depends on who wins this game to take that spot in and away from them. But still, I consider that a more convincing win than the ones Astralis have. Again, BNE, they've looked in really poor form so far. I can't stress enough being up 15-11 on the CT side of Mirage and tossing it away. And while it wasn't like they choked away on the one against SAW either, it still was closer than it should have been when you look at the talent that Astralis have to work with. So there's not really a reason in my mind to think they could beat a team like Fnatic when they're playing decently well.
Yeah, definitely the case here. But it's going to be up in the air, that's for sure. This matchup, I think more so than many right now, going to be incredibly competitive between these two teams. It just depends. I really want to see Pepsor show that same energy that he did just a couple maps earlier versus 500. The guy was unstoppable. No one could really best him. He was delivering the multi-kills. I think there was just a lack of comfort when it came into Nuke. I think a couple of times he did get caught off guard, caught with some over-aggression, and he wasn't able to show that same sort of confidence here. But either way, he was still unleashed in both maps so far. So so far so good, I think is the case for him, and I want to see him continue to deliver here. It's been really fun to watch him kind of slot into this roster once again after already having success in times prior, and to have the opportunity to join back up into Fnatic's roster fresh off the back of what was just incredible results is very promising.
Right, when you talk about players being unleashed, you can't really have that conversation without including Blame F in the door of it, because, like, even though, again, they've only played 2 games, this guy's averaging 95 ADR for the event so far. Like, even though Astralis haven't looked the strongest built up around him, he most certainly has looked like the swole guy of the group. And you can see he's not even breaking a sweat. He's ready to farm again. That is the look of a man with confidence right there. But I still want to see some more action around him on the server. It's not surprising to see the Academy boys not necessarily step to the plate as much as the veterans, but you'd still expect something out of them. I mean, Glaive looked pretty bad in the last map, I believe, against BNE. I think he dropped like 13 kills. It's just not something you can have happen when you are going to theoretically be one of the heavy hitters of your team. You have to step up.
Yeah, that is certain, right? We have to see him step up here and continue to deliver. I think Blame F is capable of doing that so far. I know he's only played 2 maps, but he is currently standing at the top rated in this event. So as that continues, obviously I think things will level on out, but you know what he's capable of. We've seen it far too many times before, and honestly, he's doing this work continuously throughout these last couple of maps, despite how close things have been. He's pulling them across the finish lines in many occasions here. So if he continues to deliver in that sense, then they're going to have no trouble here. I think they'll be able to capitalize off a lot of those advantages, right? This is a very experienced core that they are dealing with over on the Astralis camp versus Fnatic, who, yeah, man, they've had some chances at major playoffs, sure. But they also, you know, they don't have the history that some of these Astralis members have. They simply do not. And that could lend themselves a big advantage, including in the mix there, the Mezzi versus Glaive calling battle that we're going to see on Overpass as well.
Yeah, and again, remember some of the youngsters. There is one thing they bring into this roster, and that's the fact that they've probably played against a majority of each other. Like, considering Crims isn't really in the server today, again, I talked about this earlier with Fnatic, and it's the fact that you can pinpoint probably any game, any series where these tier 2 players have played against each other. Back when Nikados and Roy were on Copenhagen Flames, back when Fasher was on Ecstatic, back when Pepsor, which I guess he still technically is, was on Fnatic Rising. Like, there's probably a point in time where they all played against another. So they might know about each other's habits.
Yeah, that's certainly the case. All that being said, though, we're going to toss into a quick break here as we sort some things out on the server. But coming after that, we will have Astralis versus Fnatic.
And we're back. It's about time we got the show on the road. Astralis and Fnatic, one of the biggest games of the day, now taking place in front of your very eyes for your very entertainment. Ninth round concluded. Fnatic get to start on the CT side, which previously had its woes, but for their own sake, let's hope they have been ironed out.
Well, they have to be here again. A lot on the line for this matchup here. You don't want to be falling at the wayside here. Definitely if you're Fnatic. Astralis, they have a little bit of room to work with here. Speaking of room to work with, taking a lot of space here towards that A side, and a nice start here from the stand-in, taking down Nikodos with the P250. A lot of entrustment and the young gun, but it's well warranted.
Of course it is, especially you can pull this round across the finish line. We all know how much the pistol can mean in a game like this. Two dualies, though, still in play. The big guns for Fnatic have yet to actually be not only sussed out, but taken down alongside it. The bomb now spotted. Fnatic, well, they are down in a man disadvantage. They have a little bit of info to try to make that gap a tiny bit smaller.
Yeah, I do have a pretty decent idea of the situation here. A bit of a stack towards this A side, but calling in the troops elsewhere here is Astralis moving on in towards the B bomb site. Only one left standing. Mezzi left on an island. He does have some support from Pepsor, who's able to nail the shot, but that's only one kill back. Basher at least going to turn the tides with 1, 2, 3, and nearly finds the fourth there, doing just so much damage to Blame F. Puts him in the clutch situation as quick as ever.
I mean, dude, this guy is known to farm in situations like this. I am not surprised in the slightest to see him pick up kills like that. Then Roy, it's a perfect bait and switch setup for them to pull that round back out of absolutely nowhere. Faster, I talked about how he was quiet in the game versus complexity, and what a big way to show up off rip in the important game.
That's a very promising sign right there, man. Faster stepping up in a big way. I really feel like we didn't get too much out of Fnatic there in the last map, and honestly out of anyone, but again, I like what we're getting so far. Right, Fasher stepping up to the plate here. Pepster able to step up as well, so good signs of what's to come here. Astralis, they had a good start. They had everything going their way. Even the B side rotation, it looked to be the right call, but there were some very quick reactions there from Fnatic.
No surprise too, man. These guys are quick as ever. And they're masters of changing the pace, too. I mean, you think about their T-sided play and how, like, two-sided it can be, where sometimes it's super passive, super reserved, and then all of a sudden they'll switch up the pace, go for this out-of-pocket B-rush, and they'll just catch you off guard every time. So, you're not going to catch them with any sort of fast-paced aggression. You're not going to catch Roy and Connector either. The MP9 is looking to farm up a couple of checks right now. Only getting the one so far with an M4 recovered for Astralis to work with. Bomb's not even in a in an irrecoverable territory, right, mister? Oh my god, so much damage inflicted. This round honestly has become doable.
Just turn on their head with that kill. A couple of kills. In fact, Glave's got himself an A1S. There's a low HP bar in Pepsor, so this round so incredibly difficult now to close things out. They're still lacking in the armor. A couple bits of utility, if placed in the right direction, could be exactly what the doctor ordered, although continuing their endeavor in towards the A bomb site could be the worst of the worlds here, as that's where the majority of this Fnatic presence lies in.
Oh, but still, it's a good one-for-one trade that you'll take right now. If you're Fnatic, Fasher still stuck alone in the middle of the bomb site, 1v2 rather, and Glaive picks up the A1S, but to no avail. It's all up to him, and well, Fasher again does not drop those. This guy has already proven his worth on Fnatic just in the first 2 rounds alone.
Yeah, denying a couple of Blame F clutches right there. Good work coming through from him. But honestly, I feel like Astralis getting away with a whole lot in a round that they had so little in. They really didn't have too much investments, just a couple of upgraded pistols here and there. And the fact that they walk away with what they just did, you know, a lot of damage done to the economy. Fnatic are going to be feeling that one for a couple of rounds to come.
You know what's cool to see? The fact that they're typing to each other in Danish. That's kind of cool. Well, at least 2 of them are, you know?
Yeah, that lines up for the Copenhagen Flames boys of the roster.
What is going on? Restart CS magic fix, says Nika does. Still an alarming round, though. I mean, it backed down to reality for me. It's like, that came down to essentially a 1v2. Obviously, you still had Pepsor, but No disrespect to him on 43 HP with an MP9 and no utility. That probably wasn't a clutch he was going to win, especially against a team as disciplined as Astralis. So, the fact that it already got that far is a bit worrying in my eyes. Gotta think, man. Fnatic. That's a scary prospect for the future if you can't hold down against mainly Glocks.
Now, thinking of that amount of work done with so little, then the expectations of what's to come here once the rifles are out is definitely a scary prospect.
We're already seeing everybody start to rejoin the server, so hopefully that little magic issue is fixed, because everybody knows, you know, we don't want to see something like tech pause go for 20-30 minutes.
We want those chairs to stay in the upright position, that's for sure.
Of course. Complexity already got lost in that loophole.
That they certainly did. And everyone joining up is a good sign here. Everyone sitting up straight is even better. Need to get ready with that game plan here. Glaive calling in the shots, trying to get that success. The same that they mustered up in the last round, just around prior, into this next one.
You know, do you think Astralis teaches optimal chair sitting?
I imagine body language is in some sense something that is ideally probably taught by a lot of teams. At least it should be.
It's the small things. Oh, wait, hold up. Speak of change of pace, as I just described a couple of rounds ago, you saw Astralis try it again. 3-4 players all stacked up outside B, including the first push to come through from Blame F, but maybe a bit too out of pocket there, Astralis. They're going to get punished for that one. It's still a couple of MP9s on the board for Fnatic, so not a round that's unwinnable for the Danes and Astralis, but at the same time, this is not a welcoming man advantage to be playing against.
Oh, and it continues. The woes here of Astralis just do not end as Roy finds another kill. Even things nice and contained. Blame F trying to activate here quickly, but not able to do so. And Roy is still stuck around, and Connector catching Mr. off guard as well. So things go from bad to worse. We got ourselves into a quick 2-on-4. And now, trying to pick up the pieces is Civics here. And Christo making his movement towards Connector. They've all tested Roy one by one, and they've all fallen here. And that trend will continue. No luck getting past this one man and Connector alone. And this one could be flawless here. Completely polar opposite to what that last round was. Roy finally going to go down, though. Zivic's finally going to be the man to best him, but it's all consolation prizes here.
I mean, yeah, you only lost one gun, too, and I think that's even going to be picked back up by Pepzor. Yeah, he gets the M4, not quite the AK. Or no, he did snag the AK. Okay, didn't expect that, but still, you only lost an MP9. Wait, am I tripping? Okay, I just got very confused. So I don't think it was Pepzor that picked up the M4. I think it was Mezzy, but Pepzor got an AK off of one of the other teammates' dead bodies. So, yeah, that got me real good. Uh-oh.
Back at it, maybe some of the same issues providing, although it's clearly not having its effect right now in the actual rounds taking place, because that one was squeaky clean. And it was actually the two players that have just disconnected that found a majority of those kills, Fasher and Roy. So they are showing no signs of stopping.
Yeah, this is
quite a couple tech issues.
Certifiable Monk and W moment.
That it is. That is very true.
I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for the moment we go back into the game, and I'm hoping, praying that somebody is looking at bank. Got a devious plot cooked up.
Looking for a little bit of robbery?
No. More so just going to read the signs. Smile.
Oh no. I just don't like where this one's going.
Does he know? You'll never escape it.
Very very focused in right now, though, is Astralis. You can see again, man, they're just trying to keep their heads in the game for as long as possible. Same case is true for Fnatic. Although smiles on their faces, as they're the ones in the lead, even despite a couple of frustrating deck pauses. Maybe got to get that Steam identification codes rolling once again there for Roy and Fasher.
Oh, that's true. I forgot. You're not allowed to have your phone on LAN.
It's no good.
What happens if somebody just says they don't have a phone?
I would be breaking the rules.
I don't know if I'd go that far. Damn, bro, this is a circus act in T-Spawn right now. Or in CT Spawn.
I mean, honestly, I don't know if they genuinely didn't have the have a phone. I don't think it'd be breaking the rules. But definitely can't be having that on you.
Step 1, break phone. Step 2, improv.
Oh.
Come on, ruining it. You're ruining it. You're just ruining it.
Tossing those guns out there. Get them away.
Yeah, shake your head at that. That is a certified shake your head moment. Oh my, even the utility, man.
They're just setting up those B players, getting them all set up. Nice
Just
and
cleaned
tidy.
up this city. Can we keep it clean for 10 minutes? A lot of Easter eggs on this map, did you know?
It is a nice map. Quite like it.
Can you imagine people
Again,
hate
it's
this
been
map?
very CT-sided all in this one, and in this event it hasn't been, right? We've seen, at least at the major, man, the CT sides have been very domineering. They've been doing so much damage. And right now, I feel like Fnatic have proven to put some really good T sides in so far that have shown to impress. Complexity, the same case. I mean, 500, you can include them in the bunch as well. I mean, all these teams have shown the ability to do damage on this T side, in which I didn't really expect coming into this event, but do quite like it.
Yeah, the T-sides have been apparently put under some heavy scrutiny because I don't think we've seen, well, we've seen a couple of halves, a handful of them that haven't gone the T-side's way, but every single one of them on the B stream has been very, very depictedly one-sided, except an 8-7 CT win for 500 in the opener on Overpass, and the flawless nuke CT side we saw from Complexity against Fnatic. Other than that, every single half has been T-sided.
That's been a
Even
bit
Saw
bizarre.
versus Complexity.
Yeah, they were able to close things out quite nicely. It's a good T side, certainly delivering. It's been so weird. I mean, again, just the duality of the two events so far. I don't know what that's about, right? Because everyone talking about the A1Ss and how strong they are at the moment, but I mean, that's clearly the case, but right now, this event has kind of proven otherwise. Obviously, a small sample size so far. We've only gotten him 4 matches so far, rather.
I'm just trying to focus all my brain power right now on remembering to make sure that sign is spotted when we come back into the game.
No idea what sign you're talking about.
Oh, you'll know in due time.
All right, I'm terribly terrified. Hopefully we do not head that way, wherever it is.
That's toxic. Nobody's looking at it right now, though. So you've caught a lucky break for the time being. But if we third-personed Roy, perhaps, would be very, very welcoming right now. I would be a very happy camper. Or actually, no, you can see it. You can see it out of the corner of Pepstor's eye. Oh, they're resetting. Oh, now
we have a
Mezzy
little
can
bit
see
of-
it. Mezzy can see it. Come on. No, no, come on. We're running out of time here.
Getting back into things. It sounds good. You're mentioning a bunch of players that aren't even in the server, so that's a good sign. We were back in and the rounds are counting down, so
No,
tech pause, nice and over.
no, the sign, no. Oh, whatever. Still plenty of rounds to go.
Into the action once again here. It's going to be a lacking by here. Astralis, this is a fresh reminder that last round, it did go a little bit poorly for them. So now hoping to bounce back here with maybe some fast-paced aggression, a lot of flashbangs to move on in as well, hoping to get the job done with it. But they're already past the flashes. Actually, Pepster gets absolutely blinded up, but Fasher's the one to recover.
You know, they tried doing a B-pop, and initially it worked. A good bit of damage on the first player, even mounted a kill on the opening, but after that, it's just a quick shutdown from Fnatic, not allowing any shenanigans to slip through the cracks. All of a sudden, oh, look out of the corner of the eye and Mezzy. When I see Burger, I see Damn. Worth it.
Oof.
Worth it.
Worth the tech pause, so back at it once again. I mean, these rounds are all going in favor of Fnatic, and surprisingly so. If whatever's going wrong, it doesn't seem to be affecting them at all. They're holding on to the mental game there. Astralis just get swiped aside. They're honestly not the best of buys, but
No, no, no. Oh, no. I don't like seeing this typing in chat, Cole.
as long as it's not a CSGO update, then we're all good.
Hey, don't curse it. Knowing the CS gods, just to spite us, man, they would come crack-a-lacking down.
Oh man,
You saw the sign though, right?
that'd be on the icing on the cake. I did.
Good. It was the biggest build-up for potentially the worst joke.
That's quite common.
What's that supposed to mean? What do you mean by that?
Full of jokes is Anthran, but no tricks up the sleeves of Astralis just yet. You can see, I imagine a little bit of frustration kicking in here. The chairs are out. That's a scary sign there. Taking a seat there, taking a rest. Standing behind the Astralis core at the moment, but so far, Fnatic, they're slowly crawling their way through this map. Up 4-0.
Even, Zipnik's starting to lean back. Oh no. Don't get lost in the chair dimension, my friend. It's deceiving. It's a cruel mistress.
Oh, there's the lounge coming through as well. Multiple loungers entering the chat.
Oh no. No, no, no.
Which, kind of hints that to me that this could be an extended one, guys. With all that being said, we're going to be tossing it to a quick break here. And hopefully, after that, we'll get this all sorted out and we'll be back into the action, guys. We will be right back. And hopping into Overpass, we are back after the break here. And hopefully, just hopefully, that leads us into some smooth sailing for the rest of this game here. That's to be told, though. As we'll see more purchases come out from Astralis, it'll be hopefully smoother sailing for them as well. If they can start to get the ball moving on this D side, they're yet to find a round just yet. We'll see if that trend will continue here shortly. Roy's going to be the first at bat, looking to take some shots off, and he will land it. Looking for the follow-up as well. Here, no one available for the trade. Nikodas has his back covered. There will be no trading here as Crystal looks to find the reply, but there are protocols set in play, and the HE rains down as well.
What a start from them too, man. I mean, look, you just come off of one of the longest tag pauses we've had all day. Maybe you're a little bit discouraged considering your momentum might be flundered a little bit, but they just come right back into it, have an insanely aggressive crossfire set up deep in Fountain, and it works perfectly. So far, the only kill coming back against them is Nikodas' AWP. And obviously, there's still a world where Xyp9x turns this round on his head, but if Mr. falls, I mean, I can't imagine much comes out of this round, but Roy, his attention divided between two different angles, and Mr.'s just timing him around in through bathrooms. Still unaware of the possibility. Roy flicks back around to catch Xyp9x. Bomb drop right back where it lied. And while you don't really know where Mr. is, again, you could have gotten timinged out long, and this could potentially be another kill. So instead, avoid the timing by tucking himself in, and I don't think anybody's going to come to his assistance. Instead, it's just a play your life situation. Relax and let him come to you and waste as much time as possible.
Yeah, because now there's no more time left to work with here, and it'll be another one to add to the tally. It seems like the tech pause really hasn't cooled them off at all. And Mr. While you will find a kill on the exit, it won't mean too much in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, and I thought for a second maybe they were going to try to pincer him into T-spawn and kill him after time, but it's just a keep your gun situation. There's no reason to throw it away. Fnatic, their 5th round in a row. And Astralis are right back to square one. The drawing board, they say, and well, that round was kind of a bit of a whitewash. I can't imagine you want to run anything back that was shown there.
Yeah, we do get to play consecutive rounds here. Quick into the next. And we'll see if that delivers them the success.
They need any success they can get at this right, though. Like, at this point, man, Astralis, while it isn't too bad to the point where it's like you're worried about their success in the long run, it's just more so in the fact that this is a 5-0 start. This is supposed to be your toted and awaited best match of the day. And Astralis aren't really delivering that key up to the point just yet. Instead, it's Fnatic controlling the pace and controlling the dominance the entire time thus far. Be it, though, we've only gotten like 2 rifle rounds. It's still one of the few opportunities we're going to get to see Astralis striking upon. They've done some pretty decent things on Ecos before, so I've got some high expectations. Not maybe necessarily in winning the round, but maybe in getting the bomb down, getting a couple of kills, forcing the hands of Fnatic just a little bit when it comes to the money game or something of the sort. But for the most part, it's kind of just been dumpster fires everywhere they go. Utility being exposed of, and Astralis aren't really anywhere closer to cracking through this nutshell of a defense than they were 30 seconds ago. And now they're going to even reroute back up and into A, where I believe that's Nikodas ready and waiting. Currently on his own little island, though. Looks like Roy's going to cheat back up. The dynamic duo from Copenhagen Flames, again, we get to see them in action as the bomb's been dropped. The off of Nikodas doesn't seem to have any problems dealing with this push with relative ease. Roy on his assistance and the backup aid. It's a 5-for-1 trade. That's something you'll take right now if you're Fnatic. Give the op back to your boy and send Astralis right back to the packing dimension.
Yeah, Nikodas, he's been having success in that angle plenty of times before, so making it happen once again is such a work of art.
Well, here's where we got to see what Astralis are going to be made of. I'm surprised to see that it's actually Fnatic calling a timeout like this, especially after most of these rounds have been as dominant as they've been. Like, feels like almost every rifle v rifle engagement's just Fnatic tenfold winning it over. So I'm surprised they're the ones calling this tack pause and saying, all right, let's think about this one. But I guess at the end of the day, it is Astralis coming back against you on this full investment. So it's probably the right call to make, especially if you're able to snag the round away amongst it. And I don't even know if Astralis are at the point where they can viably keep their Ring 4 spies out of the hat if they lose rounds. Not just yet, but if they get the bomb down, certainly will. So that's the goal for Fnatic. Not only win the round, but shut down the plant to make your lives just a little bit easier.
Hoping to get that job done, man. Nikodas taking a lot of space here, taking a lot of liberties, and once again in the right position to get the job done here. And he lands a fast flick right there. Mister trying to jump the corner, but it's only a quicker demise for him. Beautiful work being done in Continuum for Nikodas. And Mezzi follows it up off the success here, taking his counterpart and Glaive. So the continued success here from Fnatic will not rest.
Right at this point, this round's already looking to go right back down the gutter the way it came. Ob's still in place, so again, you could try to get a couple of kills out of this one, but right now, you've still got Xyp9x on the wrong side of the map, and blamF moving forward to what could be his inevitable demise. Again, timing favors the bold, but the shadow also favors Roy, meaning this man disadvantage only creeps ever so much more evident against Astralis. With 50 seconds to go, they've still not gotten anywhere closer to what's going to be a hopeful bomb plant. And with Nikodas still posted up on Xyp9x's position, I don't think that's going to change very much. He doesn't end up dying, but fact stays the same that you are not cracking into one of these sites.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to get past this line here. As simple as that. They've got the coverage. All different angles held. Fasher continuing to add to his tally as well. And Nikodas, well, he will land the shot. That's what matters here. It forces Crystal in towards a very passive approach here and peeking out towards certain death. He knew his fate. He knew which way that round was going here, and it wasn't going to go his favor here. Right now, you're looking at the top of your screen. You can see how these rounds have panned out, and not a single bomb plant has taken place here for Astralis.
That's kind of insane. I mean, usually, right, the T side is kind of carried along by the fact that you can get this deep and then, you know, just start getting bomb plants to keep throwing rebuys out of the hat. But Astralis aren't making it that far. They're getting shut down at the early stages every single time. And if not, it's when they crack into one of these sites. It's when they push too far forward. The crossfires prevail every single time, and Fnatic have yet to really sweat. Nikodas and this AWP kind of the same story, too, as it's only 0 against pistols this round. And they still yet to find a consistent answer for him and Roy, man. These guys have been farming up kills this game. And Roy, he could easily get up to 15 kills this very round, only against pistols, already 175 ADR. With the bomb all by its lonesome over in Long Bath, too, I can't imagine this is a good round for Astralis in the long run.
Yeah, this is going to get out of control quickly here if they can't make it work very soon. They've already given over an 8-0 lead if this round goes the way we think it's going. Roy blinded up by the flashbang, but they'll just lead in towards the chase here, rapid as ever, and Roy going to start to mop up the finishing blow here. He will find the last two as well.
15 kills in 8 rounds. That's the impressive KD Roy is mounting right now. And if that doesn't tell you comfortability is key, then I don't know what will. Because right now, it's kind of the Roy and Nikodas show on A, and then when you go to the lower bomb site, it's not very much forgiving either, considering Fasher's only taken 1 death thus far. So there is no weak spot right now for Fnatic. Moral of the story.
Looking to continue. Dominance here at the moment. Everything's going the right way, and quite nicely so. This time Astralis looking to establish the same sort of control and quickly, like they have been doing all the rounds prior, just trying to get quick ground here towards a short side and connector. All of it has been met with meddling success. And look at the counterpart. Look at the aggression and how Fnatic are throwing at the table here. They're going to push the issue in towards the short side, and they're going to wrap around Xyp9x. There's no way he could be prepared for this sort of aggression. He's not going to catch it in time, and he will catch the bullets instead.
Surprising, too, because Xyp9x was ready for that push to come through, and that was literally just a raw aim duel that Fasher straight up won. Cut and dry as that, and with that in mind, they've taken water control. Obviously, they're not really going to hold on to it. It's just Fasher jiggling on the con side to see if they take presence. But, wait, I've just noticed Pepsor is in T-spawn. Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. Kind of dicey. Glaive caught with his knife out, and Astralis kind of look like they have the entire game with little to no adaptation coming through. Another mow-down potential of a round for Fnatic with a 3-man A stack as soon as they go up to the other bomb site. And Nikita is still ever so much more posted on the angle. Won't be given any shadow advantages just yet, but as soon as they make noise into the A site, he'll know he's been timing. He'll go for the flank, and he'll shut this down without them having any of the wiser ideas to it.
Good flashbang right there. Double entry coming through from Mr. and Crystal. Two of the young guns here on Astralis. Trying to deliver them their first round after long last, but they have to deal with this flank of Nikodos. He could catch him off guard. Blame F. He doesn't fully clear him, but he won't be able to react in time here. Won't be able to chamber in a second shot. It's going to make this retake all the more unlikely, but the molly forces Mr. into a bad position. Blame F going to continue his endeavor, but Pep's there. He has to close this one out. He catches the head, but Blame F, but it confirms his location. Pepster continuing to press the issue. Blame F has his number, but no, he cannot convert the clutch. And Fnatic, they will not give over a single round.
I mean, again, we get to see the super sub in action. It's been very seldom the success for him in this game, but that's not even because of his own devices. That's just more so because Roy, Faster, Nikonos, they've been taking away all the kills. They've been the point of succession in this game for Fnatic. And, I mean, this is the closest round it gets for Astralis, but it's still just not enough. Their first bomb plant of the game, and it comes in the 9th round. Op, not in play. Fnatic still with all the resources ever to try to make this round work. And you're only really looking for 1 or 2 more in this half.
Yeah, this is brilliant work here. Again, Fnatic, it just seems like overpass right now, at least with this iteration, with these 5, it's got to be the map that they're playing into. They just look so good on it right now. Unstoppable. They have all the right reads. As well, I got to give credit to Mezzi calling out some of this aggression. They're getting tricky with it, and it's the right sort of pacing that they need to go for to catch these defaults off guard. Astralis not being able to get into this one all that well.
I mean, look, there's something to build off of from that round. You got to think, considering how close it was brought back by Astralis, like, it shouldn't have been that close. I mean, 2 kills instantly came for Fnatic with full control of just about everywhere on the map, including a T-spawn flank, and they still bring it down to a 1v1 clutch in the favor of Fnatic. But, I mean, if that tells you anything, it's maybe there's something to, like, take away from that round. An identifiable weakness, anything really. Astralis will take it. Christo inches away from a party peak, and for the time being, it's kind of spotted out, but instead of committing to the duel, he just takes the information, gives it to his team, and backs away. The B site compromise is now going to be pretty much a retake effort. Mezzi's fallen on the con flank. Asher currently the only one holding down the B site's defense, and the bomb's still yet to go down, with the timer starting to expire and 2 completely isolated away from the site's take.
Utility's good, though. It's going to keep them at bay, and Zipic's starting to punch in the digits at the moment. Gets the bomb down. It's going to help out big time, but Faster, look how he slipped on by. This short side, Roy helping out in a big way. He's going to catch Blame F off guard, and now it's just the new gun. He won't be able to fill it in. And Fasher will close things down with another hat-trick, or rather Roy landing the hat-trick there. It's Fasher, but having himself a 4K in total, and beautiful work being done from Fnatic to close that one out. I mean, 17-2 right now for him. He's just not stopping for anyone at the moment. 143 ADR alongside Roy here as well, who's 16-4 with 171 ADR. I really don't know if there's anything you can do from this 1-2 punch that Fnatic have.
Right, it kind of feels like when you even deal with the demons of this Fnatic defense, somebody else steps up and just shows their presence of mind that provides this extra hurdle that Astralis simply cannot overcome, especially without their full 5-man lineup coming into it. All in all, though, Roy might be the man to make the first mistake. Opening blood given to Astralis in a round like this would be magical for them. But look at this from him. He's, instead of going deep into con, pushed up through a smoke, and he's taken full control of water for free. No flashes, nothing. They have no idea this has happened until Mr. takes the spot in con. So in exchange for this, they've only exchanged a little bit of info to that con player.
Yeah, I think Roy's done this back-to-back rounds now where he's just gone for some quick aggression here, and this is what I mean. They are taking all the space, taking all the liberties here, although that's a nice reply. At least Zipic's on the extremity is going to catch out. Upser on the lurk here. He's looking for more. He sticks around maybe a little bit too long as Fasher follows up right behind him, and of course Fasher's going to find the trade.
And with that in mind, it's another Fnatic advantage. Nobody's surprised by that one, but still maybe a round to be made out of this one. A smoke and a flash to boot left for Astralis, but the timer again is starting to dwindle. It's starting to expire. in a worrisome fashion for the Danes. Don't really seem to have an intended target just yet. I mean, I guess, yeah, it's starting to shape up towards A, but you've got 20 seconds to get into front bathrooms, get onto the site, and then trade out Nikados and get the bomb down. Seems a bit unrealistic if you ask me, especially now that both of the remaining players have been spotted. Nikados, no reason to overcommit as he even gets ready to go back in for a peek to shut down the bomb. In front bath, he may fall, but still, even if he doesn't, there's just simply not enough time left. Closing it out is the op and Nikados, another hat trick for him. At 11, they move up to.
Yeah, this is scary, scary stuff out of Fnatic right now. Overpass just seems to be something that they are unstoppable. And Nikados continuing to deliver from the position. I feel like that he just never fails in. He's always good for big multi-kills in this position, and that continues to be true. Back of Dice is his domain. Astralis calling their first timeout. I'm surprised to see that. Maybe they probably were using a little bit of the tech pause to talk things over just a little bit there. Had some opportunities to try and discuss, but at this point, just trying to get around on the board, it just seems so unlikely.
It does, man, because even now, if Astralis are able to pick up the pace and close this half out 11-4, it's like, is there really anything to make of that? The only taste we've gotten of Fnatic has been T-sided success on this map, so what's this to say for the rest of the game? Also, this is a save from Astralis, so it's almost guaranteed 12 rounds on the board of Fnatic before they even strike first on this T side.
Yeah, they got to make do with what little they have at the moment, and already taking a lot of utility damage here, trying to gather some early control. That has been the commonality for Astralis all throughout this half. They just want to establish a foothold in some area, some part of the map, and that has been where a lot of their woes have been. That's where a lot of the struggles have been, because constant proactivity has caught Astralis off guard at every step of the way. But here you go. Here's a lot more deep spacing taken at the moment from Astralis, and it's unbeknownst to anyone on Fnatic just yet.
Yeah, well, eventually they're going to activate up and into the bomb site again. They have to break through this crossfire, which has given them so many troubles before, but they do it finally with a couple of pistols. Guns to be picked up too. The bomb's gone down, the smoke starts to bloom, problems start to arise in Fnatic, and they finally crumble. Couple of guns, not necessarily all there just yet. But with 2 ops for the hold, things get tricky. Kits on every single member of this retaking CT side, but utility is sparse. And they've got to walk into the belly of the beast to try to pull this one back off. One of the ops even posted over at long. It's a deadly angle to be holding from Zipnix, the one to wield it. And that's a beautiful shot from Blamef. That might just lock down the round. I don't think you can possibly bring this one back. Even knowing both of them are going to be over towards the bathroom side, it's just simply impossible to pull off. Lining up, Christos finally got it. Astralis, it took them 12 rounds to get here, but they're finally on the board.
After long last, the job finally completed to get one on the board there. Facilitated by some nice shooting right here. Christos and really closed out by Blamef, finding a couple of big kills as well. He really invested solely into a rifle and was able to get it. Do the job there. We'll see if that lines up any consistent success though, because that cannot just be a flash in the pan if they want any chance, right? Because if we talk about an 11-4 scoreline, something in that realm, then maybe we could start to see some pullbacks here. Well, we know how CT-sided this map can be.
Sure. However, this is 11-1. They only won that round because Nikados and Roy, I mean, probably could have played off each other a little bit better, but just simply got overwhelmed on the middle of the site. And Fnatic, it's the one rare round where they really didn't take any space. So again, it's not really a replicable issue that you can keep exploiting, because Fnatic are just going to change it up. Like this time, both of them decide to play towards long. Let them have bathrooms. Let them come up and into A. Who cares, man? As so long as you've got CT spawn control, you're fine. Even flashing deep and along. Here's where we get to see that 2-man setup, and Roy shuts it down single-handedly, needing to recover the bomb, but Roy won't let you. Already 3 players hit the dust. Nikados to his assistance, and bathrooms ensures his flank is covered. And you think, Roy's just found 3 kills. He hasn't taken 1 HP of damage off of his bar. Mister, What makes you think you can change that fact around? Maybe the flashbang can help you, but he's even dodged it and played anti-flash. You've got to come right back into his crossfire too if you want to try to pull this back. But again, it's Roy we're talking about. These aren't kills he drops single-handedly. You've got to earn some insane amount of aim keys to pull this away from him, and it's just not something Astralis have.
Yeah, that's incredible stuff. He won 4 separate aim duels right there. 4 players peeked him, and he only took only 1 shot of damage there. You can see only 1 bullet landed on him. That's just so insane. But that's what Roy's been doing all game. I mean, it has kind of been a Roy and Fasher show for Fnatic, but everyone's been stepping up to the plate. I mean, everyone's had individual moments in their rounds. Right there, Roy shows what he's capable of, just one by one, knocking them down with the A1S, with the headshots, with the crisp damage, and immediately Fnatic, they do reply right on back.
Yeah, again, that's what I'm talking about. It wasn't really anything consistent. Zipnix, yeah, it was a nice kill he found on B, but impact-wise, didn't really mean anything. And there is no money stress for Fnatic either. So, like, they're buying for the rest of this half. What can you do about it? Astralis, even ending this off 12-3, it probably won't save you. Let's not pull any of these punches. Look at the buy they've got back to respond. Yeah, it's got a take case, but they're still the weak spot in the map 10. Utility could be better. And the map control will probably leave a little bit to be desired, though Roy, again, is kind of isolated and gone right now, so he could get overwhelmed and still isn't even opting to fall back.
Yeah, I think they got Roy right where they want him, though, after that last round. Isolated, sure, but willing to do the damage, of course. And again, the immediate headshots rain on out, no trade, and another multi-kill to open up proceedings here. He's on 172 ADR. He's added at least another 200 damage to this round, and they're going to desperately claw their way out towards the B monster side of things, so they just get volleyed out. They throw so many resources down range in hopes that they can try and recover something, but the answer is no.
And the worst thing is, the 2 players they've lost are the ones that had the utility in this round for Astralis. Look what they've got left now. 1 Molly, and like, there is no default spot you're going to throw this Molly that it'll clear out a CT right now. I mean, you might throw it on, like, in pit, on bridge, and toxic around the pillar. It's not going to catch anybody right now for Fnatic. So somebody's going to have to step up and win some of these aim duels. And I mean, other than Blame F, who's barely had impact in this game, surprisingly enough, I just don't see anybody here to do it.
Now, we're certainly not getting that individual reply here from anyone on Astralis. Blame F has been the one to kind of deliver some of that, but that's a tough task here. Pepsar looking to get a multi-kill of his own, and he does just that. It's just Christo left into a 1v3 here. Opportunities to isolate, but denied by Fasher. The same end result, 13-1 here. The chance for 14 is definitely in the cards as well.
Well, we talked earlier about dominating halves and how Sod currently set the day's record on 11-4. Fnatic smashed that. Maybe, again, Salt being shown from the previous complexity game. Whereas 13 is the worst it could possibly be at this rate. 14, I mean, I think we could both agree this game is probably already over. I think it's just kind of about saving face a little bit now if you're Astralis.
Yeah, building up some pride here. They're potentially collecting their first loss, and this time Nikodas, he's connecting in connector. Nice shots landed there to open up proceedings, making things bad to worse, but the escape definitely going to be a struggle here. And missed opportunities, missed shots, going to make things very complicated. But Roy, again, man, another multi-kill. This guy, he will not be stopped. He's going to take another fight out towards long. No way he wins that one. He still goes down swinging, but he will fall to Blame F.
Well, it's a consolation prize for one of the heavy hitters of Astralis, but it's not going to change the course of the round, which is already destined to be a Fnatic 14th. Really just a matter of time. Smoke flash on his back with 50 HP to try to work with. I guess he's got the bomb and recovered, so you do have the liberty of choosing whichever bomb site you want to go to. Can't really pick a wrong answer right now, quite frankly, but Nikodas is holding for this con push, and as soon as you make presence, I don't think this is when he's going to miss, or maybe he will. So, indicator given with help taking off a couple of these Fnatic members. Fasher being one of them, and he's on A right now. So, theoretically, You kill Messi front bathrooms. Faster's not really set up that well with him. You land the one bullet, and maybe you can pull this one back in the 1v2 post-plant world. But that's a fairy tale land that we are simply not living in. Messi, it really doesn't get more one-sided than this. Fnatic, yeah, they dropped one round in the middle of the bucket, but it doesn't matter. 14-1 is an insane result against one of the best teams out there.
Yeah, super impressive right there. Again, one of the Titans so far in this group. One of the rosters that I was really favoring to maybe make it out as well, you know, barring a couple of stand-ins for Astralis, but man, oh man, have they delivered big time right now in this this match so far. And if they can continue their endeavors at all here, Fnatic, they're going to be right back on the path here to making playoffs.
And this is almost a required result for them too, because you think about the results they've put up today. Yeah, I mean, they are going to be sitting at 2-1 after they win this game, but the complexity result probably turned a couple of eyes against them. You think like these are the tournament favorites, as we keep saying, for a reason, and they didn't really prove that today. So a result like this going in their favor is definitely a requirement, just to show that, yeah, they are that team. They are those guys, and they are definitely solidifying themselves to potentially, if not already, go all the way through, maybe even to the finals if they keep playing like this. This is the Fnatic that made it to the quarterfinals of the major. This is the Fnatic that has scared so many teams off of that top spot in the world.
Yeah, no doubt about it here. We'll see if they can continue that form here heading into this next half right after this break.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, I mean, only one round there. It's definitely showing signs of some silence even from Astralis, and delivered by Fnatic, who have shown up, man. I don't know if they can continue to show the same form, right? Can Roy really do this over and over again? Can Fasha keep on getting away with the multi-kills that he's getting away with? But, I mean, these are two players you can trust, and then you talk about the supporting staff left on Fnatic, and all the pieces falling right into place.
I think this one is pretty much already concluded, with Roy adding another headshot into the tally. It's left to blame F again. Not really all that surprising, but what's surprising is he can't finish the kill. And Fnatic now 14 chances to close this down.
Yeah, this round was it would have been generous to say that could have been a lifeline for them, because I don't really know if there's anything that could get them into this game, to be honest with you. It's going to be a quick close here, a quick day at the office, and at the very least, we did have some slight tech pauses in this one, but what we know is that we were going to maybe get back on schedule with the fact that Fnatic have just dominated this map out.
Yeah, it's been just that one-sided, and the only thing to go against them now is a scout and a measly couple of deagles. They've already taken down to half HP. I mean, you talk about an underperformance. I mean, unfortunately enough, he's been one of the people getting unlucky the whole damn game. 1 kill to his name. So, of course, problems are going to arise when that's a stat line you see. Christo, though, I guess he hasn't been one of the problems so far, but not about as pretty a penny as you get with a star like this. It's a nice open too with the scout, but still a bit far-fetched to expect something of the game.
Hey, he had to get his damage on the super stand-in somehow.
He got his one.
He did. Now he needs to find a whole lot more than just one. So does the rest of Astralis. So it'd be a nice little way to regain some pride if they could only win a couple of rounds here in a row. They're just going to try and flood out towards this monster. So perfect HE. That's going to do incredible damage. And Zipix following it up with the Deagle as well. 2 players on low margins.
Right, with that nade kill, you can pretty much solidify it is going to be a B attack, so you can just stack all your reinforcements down to the lower bomb site to counteract this. So many health bars taken down just so low. And Roy, that one might be a consolation prize in this round. Just maybe looking for a bomb plant at very most out of a situation like this. Time starting to expire too. But again, find a couple of frags, get a bomb plant added up out of it, and it's not the end of the world. Mister, though, gets a boost above the sandbags to find a double. He's one of the players coming up from one of the academy teams, so Astralis not going speechless on this CT side, but those fist bumps are not met by many smiles.
Yeah, I mean, Mister, he's definitely having quite a good day right there, as he's the one to close out that round, but the rest of the team maybe not so happy, as they know which way this is going. Maybe just delaying the inevitable. But again, it's all about building up some pride here. You can start to get some rounds back in your favor. It's all going to matter here because you got some tough matches ahead.
Yeah, remember, like, there was a lot on the line coming into this. I expected it to be a lot more of a close, hard-fought battle, but instead it's kind of just Fnatic easily taking their way to the top of the group. Even though the record technically right now has 500 there. Again, doesn't really matter. They're going to quickly get dethroned.
That's a pleasant surprise for Fnatic, knowing that 500's continuing to take names so far in this event, because they got that head-to-head advantage here. They've just delivered and wrapped up a nice little comfortable victory, potentially. I guess there's time to talk about Astralis' bounce back, and I think we might have a little bit of life left in this map. You're potentially just given the fact that Astralis should be able to get some CT side rounds rolling here. Surely. You could toss. Making that not so secure. But the bomb now dropped in towards location where Mezzi will be able to retrieve it, but probably not going to do too much damage.
I don't know, though. Pepsor, he's kind of paved a path out and into B, and the rotations aren't going to be quick enough to stop the bomb from going down. So I think maybe understanding right now is Astralis that the bomb plant doesn't mean all that much. But, I mean, I don't even know if he can Tech 9 run out. Like, he kind of has to just knife out. Even then, still, there's not going to be enough time. The short flanks come through. Mister again to close down the round. And Astralis stay alive for at least just one more.
Staying alive. Treading water here. And it's going to be a long road ahead if they want to get back into this one. They got to start climbing the mountain here and now. Nice deagle shots rolling on out. Like you said, if Pepsar could have prepped for some of this short aggression, he had the right ideas, they could have made some serious damage be done in that round, but not meant to be.
It's just not. Now I think Fnatic are maybe trying to get this round over with the 5-man Glock train put into B. If you're lucky, you get a bomb plant. If not, you just get shut down and be par for the course. Looking for a couple of measly kills. the only thing you'll find is despair. Could have been potential, honestly. There was a gun dropped down. Nikodas picked it up at the end. They had taken care of the pit player. He could maybe isolate the fight of the other man there. Get the bomb down. I don't know. I'm creating a fairy tale.
Yeah, not meant to be with the Glocks, that's for sure. One thing to note is that Roy still wielding that 155 ADR. Fasher, I don't even want to say he's cooled off. He's just kind of returned to normalcy at the moment. But we saw Pepzer really show form here in the last Overpass map, where I feel like he was dropping numbers that are incredibly hard to replicate. But now they've got two players that have filled the shoes, and you can see where that leads to so much domination from Fnatic, right? They didn't just get one player extra to fill in the kind of fragging role, the multi-kill ability showing. They got two. And that's kind of what Fnatic have been showing all throughout these different events that they've been showing good form in.
Right now, Fnatic are trying to show their way into a B take. Pepsor is assisting on doing it. A quick double opener, and well, Mister's usually been the one to shut down rounds. Now without him, somebody else gonna have to do it instead. That's even if you get that far, though. This is 3-on-5. Somebody's got to start bringing it back, and I guess they've done it so far. Glaive doubling up from Heaven has given them a chance back into this round. With Messi as low as he is, it's really going to fall onto the shoulders of Roy to get the job done. And even Christo's op transitioning into Heaven creates another issue for the likes of Fnatic right now. I think that's been heard. Messi giving the footsteps over and telling Roy maybe there's a safe avenue to get the plant in just yet. Though there's not really a way to plant for Graffiti and not Heaven now, is there?
Question is, how much space does Messi want to take here? Flashman goes in towards Heaven. They still have yet to get that safe passage, at least confirmed, on towards this bomb site. Flame F gonna find a kill, able to get that cross end. And if there was anyone you wanted to close it out, it would be Roy.
That's true, but already dinked up through the box, and they're just gonna double position around this. There is no escape. There is no winning it. So again, postponing it. Astralis, I'm not gonna say the inevitable just yet, because these past couple of rounds have looked like a little more of a resurgence from the Danes, who again aren't by any stretch of the imagination back in the game just yet, but playing it round by round with a player like Glaive behind you, maybe not the most when it comes to the fragging department, but again, Sipnix, Flame F, Glaive, all players who have been in this situation before.
Yeah, their backs have been against the wall. There's no question about it. So long road ahead again, like we mentioned, but that round was still, I feel like, very convincing from Fnatic. I feel like they let that one slide and slip on by their fingertips there, because you look at that multi-kill entry coming through and you think that's where the round should just immediately be curtains, right? That's a 5-on-3. You double up, you still have your lurking players elsewhere, and credit to Blame F for being prepared for some of that, but Glaive as well stepping up to shut that round down. All things considered, I feel like Fnatic, prime opportunity already to close this map out. They've had a couple of them, and they haven't been able to do it just yet, so long road ahead, but I should start somewhere.
Does have to start somewhere, and so far the seeds have been planted for a potential comeback. However, again, it just looks like the Fnatic boys are getting ready to do a quick B pop, waiting for the monster smoke to fade. This is what you're supposed to do. Okay, well, they didn't. It faded by the time the last players got there, so it counts. Maybe not. Maybe my statement still applies. Zipnix, looking for the ace, shut down by Nikodas. No fun allowed in this man's heart. He's still gonna rip a couple of kills away from you before all is said and done. Astralis, 6 on the board.
There's a smile from Zipix over there on the far end. Quite happy with that hold right there, and how could you not be? Beautiful work, mowing them all down with the A1S. Nailing those kills. Like you said, kind of sowing a comeback here, but one of these rounds, you feel like, you know, whether it be Roy, whether it be Pepsor once again, or Fasher, someone surely is going to step up and just close this one out, because they have so many opportunities to do so. Surely they can't keep up this effort. It only lasts so long, but Blame F has other ideas. Great setup right there. Christo, and it's net of an opening pick.
Again, already off to the races, this CT side starting to pick up some steam. But the trades are there. The damage might not be. But when it comes to just man v man power, it's not the worst situation to find yourselves in if you're Fnatic, but blame F. He's playing this so well, finding picks, backing away, being so evasive, and not sticking around ever for too long to allow himself to give that pick back, to allow Fnatic to creep and crawl back into the 3v3. Instead, it's just a taste of their own medicine. We saw so many of these situations on the CT perspective of their own, where it was 4-on-3, advantage given to Fnatic, quick shutdown on one of the sites, and then rinse and repeat moving forward.
That is certainly the case. Don't want to get caught in the cogs of a comeback here, that is for sure. Fnatic want to close this one out quick and easy. They didn't know they had opportunities to do so. Dropped it up against the Deagle, forced by. That would have been their easiest opportunity. The 5-on-3, the follow-up here, but there's a chance now to close this one out. Crystal looking to deny that opportunity. A flank included in the mix here. Gonna make things near impossible. Zipex finally strikes. Pepsir able to trade things out, and all of a sudden it's a 1v3 in the cards. He's looking to dance around the box here, rather the truck, and Glaive will eventually find the kill, but he almost made the impossible happen. He almost broke the hearts of Astralis.
I'm surprised too. Didn't Glaive find a pick from Bank? Like, wasn't that called? I'm just a little uncertain about it, but oh no, okay, he only got flash assists, so yeah, he didn't know that he had already come out into the site. Again, evasiveness really wins Astralis that round, but it's just so close. Pepsor in the end barely can't scratch it. And now you can start to chalk this up to some of the players for Fnatic slowing down, where Roy and Fasher have been quiet this half. Same goes for Nikados. Really the only person finding a lot of the success has been Pepsor. And while he's been doing it very well, not a one-man game. You need more than one player to win a round for you, and that's kind of not been the case in a lot of these T rounds.
Mezzy trying to fill those shoes and fill the feed. He will. Right now, bomb is recoverable. They can go ahead and grab that one. But also, they're trying to flush out some of this B-side aggression right now. It's becoming very awkward. Timing is going to be everything here for Zipex. He has to play his cards right. Otherwise, he could be the cost of this B bomb site becoming lost. And timing, again, it needs to favor him. The angle, what is he watching here? He's not watching the right angle, and Mezzy, he's going to put the advantage into his favor. He even smokes off heaven, so it's going to be incredibly difficult. Glaive has to get past it, and he does.
Another smoke in play too, but they've got to deal with Glaive first. Stuck over in pit, the head spotted, and Nikados takes it. It's Christo in the 1v2, one of the recruits to the roster, one of the move-ups for Astralis with the off in hand and a couple of flashbangs. No kit, so time is limited, and he's got to make the best of a weird situation. Crossfire established too. I can't imagine any of these players are too initiative or either too hungry on committing to either one of these aim duels, and he has to stick it out with the op too. Can't afford to make the noise and switch over to an A1S. Instead, it's just going to be either one of these players vying for the time, but Mezzy's gone behind enemy lines, and Fnatic close out a gimme game that got a little closer than it should have been in the end. 6 on the CT side for Astralis, but obviously with the lead Fnatic had accrued coming in from the first half, it was next to impossible to make that happen.
That it was. We're not going to be able to pull that comeback off realistically there from 15-1. That deficit far too much to ask, and we see exactly why. They just eventually close it out. Mezzy steps up to the plate and finishes the job.
And now we see Fnatic topping the group. Again, you come into it understanding Astralis are 2-0 up to the point and might think to yourself whether the favorites coming into it. Again, I tend to disagree, and that's why it's just the caliber of opponents that Fnatic had already played, and now the job in front of them only gets easier. The teams they haven't played include the eliminated BNE now and Saw, I mean, in the reverse order, but it's a lot easier than the opposition they've already fought. Their path to that #1 spot, to winning the group, is very, very clear and outlined. And it's a downhill battle. It should only theoretically be easier from this point forward, but I'm sure Complexity said the same thing about a team like Saw before they got farmed themselves.
You just can't underestimate these rosters. That's one thing for sure. But what we just saw out of Fnatic is nothing but absolute promise. This is the Fnatic that we saw versus 500. Maybe not the one that we saw out of when they were playing up against the likes of Complexity, but now we see them back in their form, back with a lot of energy, back with Fasher and Roy combining with insane numbers. And if that's what we're going to see for the rest of this event over here on the B stream, then I don't think anyone could stop them.
No, I mean, most certainly not if they keep looking like that, but that's only a story to be told if things keep going in this direction for Fnatic, which will be determined after this break and after we come back, because Saw, they could play the upset role.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And the penultimate match of the day taking place here and now. And it's going to be an exciting one here as Fnatic, fresh off of some fiery form over on Overpass, now trying to bring that same energy versus Saw, who have already taken some big upsets, but have also taken some tough losses.
It's upsets they've needed to keep their run going, man. I mean, we looked at them a little bit earlier when they were 0-2 against the Complexity team, and they didn't win that game. They would have been out. That story still stays the same until they're either out of groups and the winner's side or in the loser's side, either making playoffs or unfortunately falling flat. One of the two outcomes to happen here as Fnatic, who are technically at the top of the group. It's a bit weird. It's a bit wonky, but stay with me here. Fnatic are at the top of the group. They are at the top of the group right now. In theory, again, the fact is they beat 500. So unless it's just on sheer round count, the tiebreaker would literally come down to, you know, the head-to-head in which Fnatic have on them, but still in control of their own destiny is if they are going to end this one off 4-1, there is literally nothing 500 could do to get back in front of them. But at the same time, Saw need to play spoiler to that if they want to keep their run going. It's not like it's favored for them in the slightest. I mean, yeah, maybe a bit of an underdog story, I'd say, considering their performances in some of these teams so far. But look, man, Fnatic, this is kind of a must-win. I don't think you can drop this and be happy about advancing, even if you do.
Yeah, you want to claim this victory here. Definitely that's the case here. But what we've already gathered out of Saul is that they're not a roster to take lightly here. They have shown their ability already with the damage that they've done to Complexity, absolutely brutalizing them on Vertigo. But the thing is, man, Fnatic in this matchup here are looking to do a ton of damage here. They're looking to continue their hot streak. They've shown great form already. Now they just need to bring some of that energy here and now.
And again, if they're able to keep it up off the momentum they picked up against Astralis, there is really no chance Saw can win a game like this. Well, this is also going to come down to the map they play, maybe the side they pick. I don't know. Like, you think, yeah, they looked really convincing in a couple of the games that they've won. Both of them, though, were on Overpass. So you look at the Nuke game, the only one in theory which is not on Overpass, and it didn't go anywhere near their way. They never looked great. They never looked good. They never looked comfy and cozy. And who's to say they're going to get Overpass here? I doubt Saw is going to let them pick into that, considering, like, I know it's not necessarily a permaban or a map they don't like playing, but why would you ever let that slip through the cracks? I mean, when you could play a map like Nuke or Ancient again, Fnatic, they don't ban Nuke. Like, there's no reason to take them to Overpass, in my eyes. Against this team, there's really none.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's fair play that 500 let Overpass slip on through, right? You really expected that to be the case even. It's honestly somewhat understandable that Astralis maybe let that map slide on through as well. But it cannot be the case that Saul let them get away with an Overpass pick after how they've just looked in that last matchup. They cannot let that take place. You're exactly right, because if Saul let that one slip on through the vetoes here, they're going to be in for a lesson learned from old Roy and the rest of the gang here, because that's exactly what they've been delivering. Lessons here on Overpass, how to play them and where they need to be there. They've been showing that every step of the way, how to get multi-kills. You need to take that in the academy of Roy, because he has not stopped, man. And it's really exciting what we've gathered out of them. And again, head-to-head here in the comparison, Roy has done nothing but impress so far this event. He continues to do so. There, that Astralis match was an absolute domination from this guy, and Well, I'm excited to see if he can keep that form up here on some maybe different territory.
Yeah, and you speak of his form, it's been a literal direct incline as this event has gone on. Even in the game where they got stomped out, I believe he performed better than the first map. And then obviously you've got the apex of his performance thus far with 29 kills against Astralis in a game that didn't even go past like 25 rounds. You'd imagine this guy is starting to feel himself a little bit now as the day has progressed forward. You jerks, we've only seen him once on this stream. While he's usually the hard carry of the likes of a team, of this SAW team, we've seen a little bit of a presence from other players on the server, a couple of clutches from Just, some good showings from Roman, some good stuff from Story. So maybe a reason to believe in a couple of the other individuals on the players for SAW, but like, I still don't think as a team they're going to be overpowering Fnatic. I think if there's any way they take this away from them, it's maybe some multi-kill shenanigans coming through from the stars that we just highlighted.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. They're going to need all the stars to shine here. And honestly, that's what we got out of them when they were taking on Complexity. I feel like everyone was landing the shots necessary to get the job done here, but the veto has taken place already, and immediately it's piquing my interest because so far, no overpass ban here. And surely it comes through. SAW, surely they don't let this one slide. They've got, I believe, one more ban left to them. And okay, yeah, thank God they do go in for that overpass ban. And in fact, look at this leads into here. Fnatic banning out Nuke off of a little bit of discomfort off their matchup versus Complexity there. It leads into another Vertigo map here for the boys at SAW. And I think this is going to be some very strong standing after that victory.
Now, you know phrases better than I do, and I think you might know what I'm kind of getting at here. Whereas Complexity destroyed Fnatic 16-6. Then they would go on to lose to SAW 16-9. So you get the cycle I'm going for here. There's two ultimatums. Either we have this cycle triangle that you talked about earlier of teams that just can't really beat one another consistently, or maybe SAW is just some sleeper team that had a slow start to the event and an unlucky draw in the opening part against Astralis. If you want any map right now as SAW, you probably want Vertigo. Riding the highs of that Complexity win. It was the last game they played. They have been waiting for a little bit, so maybe even a little bit cooled off from it. But still, it's going to bring confidence. That's what it's going to be coming into the map. And it's something to note that Fnatic, they haven't played this map today. They haven't played it in a while, and they had to pick between the two ultimatums, which wasn't really all that favoring to them. Nuke, they got stomped on it. There was no way in hell they were going to run it back there.
Yeah, there's a great little force of the hand there coming through from SAW and the vetoes here. And speaking of them, I mean, we've talked about them so often here heading into this comfortable map in Vertigo. Now they get to continue, or at least try to continue, that hot streak here. It's one of our first points that we're talking about, is the impressive showing that they had versus Complexity, a team that was actually able to dominate Fnatic. Again, this weird little triangle that we're talking about is going to meet on territory that SAW are very comfortable and confident in, and that's a good sign.
And the thing is, too, it's not even necessarily SAW trying to make their playoff run happen. I mean, well, obviously that is their number one priority, but at the same time, just winning here really throws that number one spot back up into contention. It's kind of been in the air this whole time with Fnatic winning that game over Astralis in the way they do. You'd think they're a pretty good lock to take it home, but if they lose this game, BNE are now, or not BNE, I'm sorry, 500 are now in control of that own fate, and they could be the ones taking the number one spot away, which is incredible to think, because Astralis can no longer really contend for it after the game that they had just put up. So again, there's so many teams that could walk away in front. I mean, even theoretically, I believe Complexity could grab it if everything went their way in an ideal situation. So this group is still anybody's game. And SAW, again, their number one priority is just making it out, but there's a lot of domino effects that can happen off of them potentially upsetting Fnatic here.
That's definitely the case there. I'm super excited to see what we get out of this, because so far the groups have been shaking up to be absolutely just wild, right? No one is really leading the pack too heavily. Obviously, Fnatic are trying to get there. Astralis were there at one point before that last best of one that we just witnessed. So it really is up for grabs by any team. But now, I mean, after that, we can already talk about Fnatic and the way that they were able to stomp out Astralis. That's a really good sign for them. Again, man, when we talk about confidence, Fnatic are going to be wielding the most of it. I don't necessarily mean that, or I don't necessarily think that that's going to mean that it's going to show the same form here. It's a different map here, and I've only seen, with the substitutions, them show that level of ability to play out on overpass so far. Right, Nuke looked a little bit lacking there. Some uncomfortable positions taking place, and for the most part for Pepsor on that Nuke map as well, but he was comfortable on overpass. So now Vertigo, is he going to have the same sort of issues plaguing him of the discomfort in positions, or is he going to be able to show the same form that he has in the 2 maps that he's played on Overpass.
I mean, I like that you note that because he did have some struggles over on Nuke. It was a very, very slow start. I believe even going down to 0-6, almost pulling out the James Bond numbers before he finally got his first kill, I believe, in the ramp room flank. But other than that, I mean, it is still that 50-50 of, is it maybe just a bad map for Pepsor? Was it a bad game for Pepsor? Are we going to keep seeing this insane play from him? Because we saw it at the end of that game too, where he was really the reason they were able to cross the finish line on that T side against Astralis. Without him, I think maybe it still would have been won by Fnatic, but probably a bit closer in the finale there. But I mean, I think Saw, if we think all the way back to that complexity game, kind of, I don't even think they had to work that hard on the T side, if this makes any sense. With no discredit to any teams, we kept highlighting the fact that Complexity weren't doing all that much on the CT side of Vertigo, and I believe it was an 11-4 finish in Saw's favor. That's not something they're going to get away with again against a team like Fnatic, who are very proactive around the map, love setting up aggressive crossfires, love taking map control away from you, and love flanking more so than anything. And on a map like Vertigo, flanks are everything. They can win you and lose you rounds from a CT perspective, so considering the caliber of Team Fnatic is, it could take them the distance, but it could also lose them a very important game.
Yeah, there's no question about that. And the one really strong suit was Mezzi calling out a very proactive CT side. It netted them that 14.5 there over on Overpass. And I think that's something to note there. Mezzi calling out some really good shots there. He's been finding and identifying the weaknesses and the defaults of Astralis. And he's, I'm sure, well prepped and ready to go here for Saul. Even though they are the underdog roster in this group, they've already shown that they're a roster that you can't take too lightly. So the fact that you already mentioned, the flanks potentially being an issue and all of these details here, Saul definitely going to have some tough competition ahead of them. And despite showing some good results here on Vertigo, I think that, Messi's not going to come in lacking a game plan.
Absolutely not. No, I mean, there's no way you let this map slip all the way through the cracks if you don't have a game plan on it. Like, yeah, obviously, I think Saw definitely outplayed Fnatic in the veto in the way they went about it, because you would think they would ban a map like Overpass a lot sooner. But they kind of let it slide till the very, very end and put Fnatic in this really awkward and weird spot where they had to pick between two evils. It's like, yeah, their nuke is probably better on paper, but again, it's just like, do you really want to run it back when you just got absolutely stomped out by a team? Saw just stomped out themselves. A lot of ifs, ands, or buts to go into it, but it still ends us up here. And for the best of, or rather, I'm sorry, for the concern of who really knows, one of these teams is not going to be happy with this pick. I can tell you that much right now. I don't really imagine this map is all that close. Something in me tells me we're going to find out fairly early on who's the comfortable team, who's the one who's a bit more prepared on it. And I honestly think a lot of our questions will be answered within the first few rounds, because Fnatic, let's say they start on the CT side, with how they show us like the pace on that first gun round could determine the entire outcome of the game. Remember, the amount of space that was given to Saw was, I mean, just so relaxing for them. They never had to worry about taking anything. And if Fnatic let that happen again, Saw, it's just going to be rinse and repeat. But if they don't, I'd imagine they'd have a lot tougher of a time.
Yeah, that's a great point, right? Saul able to get away with all the map control in the world. They're constantly taking ground for essentially free. We saw so many rounds where Complexity failed to take that ramp control at many different occasions. So the fact that we're back here once again, that Fnatic are going to not learn from the lessons of the counterparts on Complexity, right? They should realize that if you're going to give all of the space over to Saul, you've got to be going proactive elsewhere on the map. You got to be taking some ground, because the way that they execute sites when they get to the positions that they want to be in is when things become the most bleak for your defensive depth. That's when things start to become very, very sour. And Story was a big facilitator of that. He was landing some beautiful shots. And if that's the case, if Saul get away with it again here in this map, well, then Vertigo is going to be something that Fnatic are going to be kicking themselves for letting slide on through the vetoes.
I'm still just interested to see if like Fnatic is just an Overpass demon or is just a nuke blunder. Like, I don't know. It's so weird, because you'd think with 7 best of ones, the map pool would be a little bit wider than Overpass, 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 Vertigo, but it's not.
Yeah, I mean, these teams only playing out 5 best of ones here. You get to ban a lot of the uncomfortable maps, so it's going to lend itself to the maps that you're really on a home territory in. So it's no surprise that we see some familiarity, especially given the fact that Complexity, Astralis, we also see Fnatic very much so like it. Even 500 like Overpass quite a bit. So we're seeing a lot of the common map pools here, but we will be hopping into a common map in Vertigo once again here for Saul. But we're going to have to throw it to a quick break before we get there, guys. We will be right back.